Hello everyone. We hope you're doing well. We're doing great, and we truly appreciate your ongoing support. We'd like to briefly address some comments regarding our audiobook series. Rest assured, progress is ongoing. That said, your feedback is vital. If there's a novel you particularly enjoy and want to hear more of, please let us know in the comments. Each chapter requires a financial investment, so we can only continue series that receive strong audience interest. Although we retain core names and plot lines, we make significant editorial changes to enhance clarity, pacing, and immersion. These are not simple recitations. We work hard to deliver a polished, thoughtful listening experience. Without sufficient feedback or engagement, we may need to discontinue a series. So if you're enjoying something, don't stay silent. Your input truly matters. Note, our default audio speed is 3x. If that's too fast, let us know. We're happy to adjust it. Interested in early access to unreleased audiobooks? Visit our Patreon. You'll get to experience new content before it reaches YouTube. Just to clarify, I'm a fan like you. I've purchased these novels and adapted them with care, while respecting all rights and guidelines. For updates, follow us on Facebook and Twitter, X. YouTube update: recently, YouTube flagged some of our content for including mature themes, realistic violence, and darker story elements. As a result, we've decided to stop uploading anything that violates YouTube's guidelines. If you'd like access to the full, uncut versions including the more intense or mature content, you can find them on our Patreon page, where we upload everything first. Available now on Patreon: Shattered Innocence transmigrated into a novel as an extra. Transmigrating over 10,000 years late, I was forced to become a mighty presence. I, the celestial dragon, rule the heavens through the double gate, reigning supreme in countless worlds with beast taming, Tower of God sequence strength, cultivation when you take things to the extreme. Naruto is an Uchiha with cyst. WTF, the centuries-old ancestor in our family take concubine again. Plus 18, Ichi, reincarnated in Bleach as a wizard. Thanks for listening and happy listening. In fact, their feelings ran even deeper than the other cultivators, because they were finally closing in on their ultimate goal, becoming devas. If they could put down roots in the Middle Reaches, the resources and spiritual power there would make the Deva realm more than just a distant dream. Furthermore, no one from above would come to interfere as they reached the breakthrough point. After all, having a Deva realm expert was one of the main requirements for Middle Reaches sex. Bazish-Han could sense the excitement of the patriarchs. As he controlled the body of the blood ancestor, he took a deep breath, and everything in heaven and earth shook. A massive surge of the spiritual energy of heaven and earth raced toward him, as he became like a black hole. After the spiritual energy entered the body of the blood ancestor, he sent it out to the cultivators of the bloodstream division, and then took a bit for himself. His 9th spiritual sea had previously been just on the verge of crystallizing. As of this moment, it only took that single breath to finish the process. The instant it fully crystallized, Bazish-Han trembled as his cultivation base erupted with power vastly greater than before. After 9 spiritual seas fully crystallized, that was the Great Circle of Heaven Dao Foundation establishment. The Middle Reaches. He thought, brimming with excitement. All of a sudden, he felt as if he were connected by destiny to the Middle Reaches. If not, why else would he have made a breakthrough the instant he entered? Despite being inside of the blood ancestor, he was still able to suck in spiritual energy without any wastage. It seemed boundless. Eyes flickering, he sent the blood ancestor leaping forward. Massive rumbling could be heard as the blood ancestor flew through the air and then splashed down into the river that was the eastern heavenspan. Rumble. Waters splashed everywhere, and huge waves rolled out. It was in that moment that the 3 heavenspan battleships also burst out into the Middle Reaches. Chapter 328, Dire Skybunyan. Bazish-Han felt truly free and unrestricted as he sent the blood ancestor up into the Middle Reaches. By this point, he could control the body of the blood ancestor with complete agility and dexterity. The river began to get deeper, and soon it was up to the chest of the blood ancestor. As for the 3 heavenspan battleships, because of the abundance of spiritual energy, they were able to move more quickly, making it easier for them to keep up with the giant. Rumbling echoed out from the heavenspan river as the group proceeded on upstream. It was at this point that the patriarchs of the 3 divisions issued orders, and the enormous sails of the battleships were unfurled. Upon each sail could be seen 3 shining, golden characters. River-defying sect. This was the first time that the name of the river-defying sect had been announced in the Middle Reaches of the cultivation world. As the wind caused the sails to flap, the words looked particularly impressive. The patriarchs of all 4 divisions had agreed to do this ahead of time. Back then, the Arch-Patriarch Master Godwind hadn't been completely sure that the plan with the blood ancestor would work. Therefore, the plan was to use the 3 heavenspan battleships, not just to transport the members of the sect, but also to impress and awe those who saw them. It was an attempt to threaten anyone who harbored thoughts of trying to carve out their own spheres of power in the territory currently controlled by the Sky River Court. Clearly, this method was working. The cultivation world of the Middle Reaches was far larger in area than the lower reaches. Considering that all of the lower reaches was simply one part of the territory controlled by the dominant Middle Reaches sect, it was possible to imagine how large of an area that was. Occasionally, smaller sects and cultivator clans were visible on the shores of the river. Clearly, such organizations had unique relationships with the Sky River Court to be permitted to establish themselves so close to the river itself. Normally, they were a proud and arrogant lot, comfortable in their respected position within the Middle Reaches. As for the lower reaches, they looked down on them with disdain. But now that the Sky River Court was being punished, such organizations were getting more and more nervous. Then they saw the 3 heaven-span battleships, and their eyes went wide. They were struck with fear and awe, and could scarcely believe what they were seeing. And that was without even mentioning the enormous giant that led the way for the battleships. They're the river-defying sect? They come from the lower reaches. They're going to attack the Sky River Court in the hopes of replacing it. The cultivator clans and small-scale sects were all trembling in nervousness, completely shaken by what they were seeing. Once the battleships and the giant made their way off into the distance, the cultivator clans and small-scale sects immediately sent word to others that they knew in the Middle Reaches. Before long, everyone was shaken, and even the courts on the other rivers became aware of what was happening. Of the other sects and clans in the territory of the Sky River Court, some were terrified and some were nervous. However, there were some who merely narrowed their bloodshot eyes, as if they were trying to decide what to do. However, other groups which had never been treated very well, especially groups more on the borders of the Sky River Court territory, quickly made up their minds. This is an opportunity for the river-defying sect, but it's also an opportunity for our Zushi clan. We can show up in the river-defying sect's moment of greatest need. If we join them in attacking the Sky River Court, the merit we earn in battle will be a protection for our clan. It will buy us at least 1,000 years of stability. Let's risk it. If we don't attack now, the heavens only know when we might get another chance. Before long, the entire Sky River Court territory was in a huge commotion as numerous organizations began to head in the direction of the Sky River Court's headquarters. Meanwhile, Bazius Hun's progress up the Heavenspan River had slowed some. This was a decision made by the patriarchs of the 4 divisions. As far as they were concerned, it wouldn't make any difference if they arrived at the Sky River Court a day earlier or a day later. Besides, they wanted to wait for news of the river-defying sect to spread in the area. That way, any sects or clans who wished to join them would have time to make their decision. Furthermore, any who were on the fence would have a chance to make their way to the area near the Sky River Court to observe how things played out. By waiting until the right moment to strike at the Sky River Court, they would be able to maximize the benefits of winning. When Bazius Hun heard their plan, he couldn't help but sigh. Clearly, the patriarchs were making a gamble. However, he knew that all of them were profound at scheming and planning, and were the slyest of sly foxes. When they all got together to plan, they would hash things out to the finest detail. At one point, the patriarchs of the other 3 divisions gathered on the shoulders of the Blood Ancestor. As they sat there cross-legged, Master Godwind materialized in illusory form on the Blood Ancestor's ear to confer with them. Our attack on the Sky River Court will encompass 3 major offensives. Restrictive spells were cast to ensure that no one would eavesdrop. As for Bazius Hun, he looked askance at the ant-like forms on his shoulders, and couldn't help but feel a bit annoyed. The first offensive will be via the water. This assault must be lightning swift, and we must achieve victory as soon as possible. Only in that way can we impress the cultivator clans and the other sects, and give them the confidence to join us. That's right. The second offensive will be through the jungle. The Sky River Court is enormous, and is surrounded by jungle on either side. The fighting will be bitter, and the main goal will be to reach the Sky River Court headquarters. Hey. So what you're saying is that the third offensive will be on the sect headquarters itself? Yes. But the most difficult part of the final offensive won't be dealing with the cultivators of the Sky River Court. It will be the dire Skybinyan, which feeds on the flesh and blood of 1 million cultivators every 100 years. The Sky River Court's Deva Patriarch might have perished, but according to our intelligence reports, their dire Skybinyan is still very much alive. Furthermore, its power is similar to that of a Deva. As the patriarchs discussed their plans, Bazius Hun listened in, heart pounding with shock. When he heard them mention the dire Skybinyan, he couldn't help but be intrigued. Time passed. Half a month later, the first of the cultivator clans presented themselves to the river-defying sect on the bank of the river, and declared their allegiance. They would join the river-defying sect in attacking the Sky River Court. These organizations who didn't feel the need to wait and see how the fighting went before joining were taken very seriously by the river-defying sect. Although they weren't invited to board the battleships, they were promised many benefits in the future. In the following days, more organizations appeared to offer allegiance. Another half a month passed, and by that time, 30 cultivator clans and 5 small-scale sects had joined the alliance with the river-defying sect. As they got closer to the Sky River Court, this trend influenced many of the other organizations, and became a major factor in their own decisions. By this point, the river-defying sect felt that they were ready. With that, they pushed forward at full speed. Rumbling could be heard as the Blood Ancestor flew through the Heavenspan River, slicing through the water, followed by the 3 Heavenspan battleships. A few days later, the members of the river-defying sect finally caught sight of something astonishing up ahead on the river. It was a gigantic tree that reached high up into the sky, and actually connected both banks of the river. It was an enormous banyan tree that was called a sky banyan. The tree had lived for many, many years, and was tens of thousands of meters tall. Its roots were buried into both banks of the river, with rootlets dangling down to brush the surface of the water below. Many of the rootlets had grown together in clumps, creating walkways for people to tread upon. The entire sight was completely shocking. The roots which sank into the banks of the river actually formed countless smaller sky banyans, almost like children to the mother that was the enormous larger tree. Because they were all connected together, they were like a huge jungle. That jungle fairly radiated an aura of blood and gore. It was like an enormous graveyard, something which was nurtured by the power of flesh and blood. That was because sky banyans were trees that loved to feast on skin and gore. Although the patriarchs of the river-defying sect had already spread word about the sky banyans, when the members of the sect saw them with their own eyes, they couldn't help but be shaken mentally. The main tree radiated an aura of death, and many of its branches and limbs were withered, as were many of the smaller trees in the disorganized jungle which surrounded it. Even more astonishing was that in the middle of the trunk of the main tree, an enormous handprint could be seen, as if a palm strike had been delivered with the intention of destroying it. Clearly, the dire sky banyan, despite not being dead, was panting on the verge of passing away. Even still, the scant bit of power that it still retained was enough to threaten everything in the area. The Sky River Court was a place that abounded with a sinister air. Currently, not a single cultivator was visible in the area, and yet it was possible to detect glares of hatred falling upon the river-defying sect from within the sky banyans. Most of those gazes were leveled on Bazish Hun and the Blood Ancestor. Chapter 329, Attacking the Sky River Court. In the moment that the Blood Ancestor and the 3 Heavenspan battleships appeared in front of the headquarters of the Sky River Court, the entire Heavenspan River seemed to go quiet. At first no one from either side said a thing. They only looked at each other, gazes burning with killing intent. Whether it was the Sky River Court or the river-defying sect, neither could be considered in the right or in the wrong. As the silence wore on, an intense pressure built up until the air itself seemed to solidify. At the same time, numerous organizations that existed within the territory of the Sky River Court were all watching to see what would happen. After a long moment, an illusory version of the Bloodstream Archpatriarch appeared out in the open. Facing the Sky River Court, he clasped hands and bowed deeply. I, Master Godwind, offer greetings to the presiding sect. Next, the Spirit Stream founding patriarch appeared in person. Bowing, he said, I, Frigid Sect, offer greetings to the presiding sect. After him were the strongest patriarchs from the Profound and Pillstream divisions. Their expressions were wistful as they clasped hands and offered formal greetings. I, Crimson Soul, offer greetings to the presiding sect. I, Civitil, offer greetings to the presiding sect. At first, the Sky River Court maintained silence. Of the countless gazes emanating from the dire sky banyan, many were filled with mixed emotions. After a long moment passed, a hoarse voice echoed out. Master Godwind, Frigid Sect, Crimson Soul, Civipil. It's been a long time, fellow Taoists. As the voice filled the air, an old man emerged from the Sky River Court, hovering tall and straight. He had long white hair, and a malicious air to him. Especially terrifying was the fact that, on the left side of his face, he had a huge growth of flesh the size of an infant's head. 8 people appeared along with him, just behind him, shockingly, each one was a nascent soul cultivator. The strongest of them all was the old man, who was clearly in the Great Circle, and even had a bit of a Heaven Dao aura to him. Given enough time, that old man would most likely be able to reach the Deva realm. The old man flashed a bitter smile. Eyes filled with profound ancientness, he said, this fight doesn't need a lengthy preamble. I know that you have come to offer greetings today because of the judgment set forth by the presiding sect. There is no right or wrong here today, at least, not that exists between our two sects. However, there is one thing that I'm certain of. And that is. As the man spoke, mixed emotions could be seen on his face. His voice grew softer and softer, until Master Godwind and the other patriarchs were straining to hear what he said. However, in that very moment, a crimson eyeball suddenly opened on the tumor on the side of his face, and it radiated venomous hatred and madness. Then the old man shouted. You people will all die here today. Even as the words left his mouth, the air around the three heavenspan battleships began to twist and distort as tens of thousands of people materialized. All sorts of cultivation bases were present. However, each and every person was extremely fast, and was adept at using spatial manipulation magic. In the blink of an eye, they were already attacking the battleships. Even more such figures appeared in the vicinity of the patriarchs, and those figures' murderous ors were especially intense. Clearly, the Sky River Court was attempting to take advantage of the river-defying sect's moment of unpreparedness to launch a sneak attack, and hopefully, seize the upper hand. However, in the very moment that the Sky River Court's cultivators attacked, rumbling echoed out as an enormous sword materialized. Almost as soon as it appeared, it divided into tens of thousands of smaller great swords which slashed through the air toward the dire Skybunyan. This was the Profound Stream Division's sword formation, which normally took a significant amount of time to prepare. The fact that it had suddenly appeared right here and now indicated that the four patriarchs' politeness earlier had just been for show. This was a situation of fighting viciousness with ferocity. This was a war that would determine the fate of two sects, and there was no room for righteousness or morality. Any such weakness would come at a bitter price. Rumbling booms filled the air as shields of light sprang up around the heavenspan battleships, completely blocking the attacks of the Sky River Court cultivators and preventing them from advancing toward the ships. Simultaneously, blood-colored light erupted from the Blood Ancestor, protecting the patriarchs. In the direction of the Sky River Court, the dire Skybunyan began to glitter with light, and then countless leaves flew out to block the sword formation. The mutual sneak attacks launched by both sides had failed to secure the upper hand for either one of them. Neither sect was showing any consideration for the other, nor was anyone interested in having a discussion. The fighting had begun. Countless vine-like branches shot out from the Skybunyan like vicious, bloodthirsty snakes. Accompanying them were numerous cultivators, almost blurs as they shot through the air toward the river-defying sect. The Sky River Court cultivators were skilled with spatial manipulation magic, and were far faster than ordinary cultivators. Furthermore, they were very skilled at concealing themselves. The truth was that in the middle reaches of the cultivation world, the Sky River Court was known for being able to kill anyone, anywhere. It was even correct to say that the Sky River Court was a sect of assassins. In the blink of an eye, more than 10,000 Sky River Court cultivators appeared, blotting out the sky as they unleashed deadly attacks. They flitted through the air as if they were performing teleportations. Almost as soon as they became visible, they would vanish to another spot. This was the first time that the river-defying sect was facing such techniques, and that gave the Sky River Court a clear advantage. Then there were the vines, which brimmed with astonishing strength as they screamed through the air. At the same time, numerous smaller Skybunyans on the two banks of the river emerged from the ground and transformed into treants. Howling, they launched themselves out over the heavenspan river toward the river-defying sect. Some of the treants were dozens of meters tall, some of them were hundreds of meters tall. In each and every one of them, Sky River Court cultivators could be seen, sitting there meditating as they unleashed power to control the treants' shocking strength. Even as the Sky River Court forces charged forth, Hun sent the Blood Ancestor leaping up into the air. As a result, massive waves rolled out across the surface of the heavenspan river water. Many of the Sky River Court cultivators were simply impeded by the waves, but others who didn't evade them quickly enough screamed miserably as they were inundated and then melted by the water. How could the Sky River Court possibly ignore the fact that the Blood Ancestor had just leaped up into the air? The truth was that the Blood Ancestor was actually the focal point of this fight. Instantly, countless vines shot out from the numerous Skybunyans, which flew through the air and began to wrap around the Blood Ancestor. Those vines emanated shocking strength, and were backed by the will of the dire Skybunyan itself. Hun's eyes flickered with cold light. Without the slightest hesitation, he unleashed all of his blood chi, viciously waving his right hand and snapping all of the vines. Hun was well aware that his mission in this battle was to neutralize the dire Skybunyan. As he proceeded forward toward the enormous tree, more and more vines snaked out, speeding toward him with wild abandon as they attempted to impede his progress. At the same time, the 300,000-meter-long heavenspan battleship shot forward, glittering with the light of spell formations as countless giants rose up on its deck. Roaring, the giants leaped out to fight with the Sky River Court cultivators. A similar thing occurred with the second battleship. A vast host of puppets flew out, smashing into the forces of the Sky River Court. More sword formations appeared up in the sky, and then a rain of swords began to fall. Then came the Pillstream Division. An enormous cauldron materialized up in the air, which began to bathe everything in the area with soft light. There was something toxic about the light, and any Sky River Court cultivator who it touched began to shake violently. In contrast, the river-defying sect cultivators who the light touched felt their cultivation bases rising and their wounds being healed. Chen Manyao's voice rang out as she gave orders to the Pillstream division, and toxic gas immediately began to spread toward the enemy. In the blink of an eye, massive rumbling sounds rose up to the heavens. Up in the air, the patriarchs from all 4 divisions began to fight with the nascent soul cultivators from the Sky River Court. Booms rang out. In the initial fighting, it wasn't clear which side had the upper hand among the patriarchs. Although the Sky River Court was outnumbered, the old man who was half a step into the Deva realm actually gave them a bit of an advantage. The Prime Elders, Legacy Echelon cultivators, and Gold Core experts of the river-defying sect formed the backbone of the army. They outnumbered the Sky River Court, and thanks to their constant attacks, the Sky River Court's Gold Core cultivators were suffering one defeat after another. If that were all there were to it, it might not be a big deal. But then, the 3 heavenspan battleships erupted with blinding light, beams of destruction fully 300 meters wide. The power source for the beams of light were the skeletal parts of the Deva realm beast that formed their keels. As the light shot forth, rumbling sounds filled the air, and any Sky River Court cultivator who got in the way was instantly transformed into ash. The target of those destructive beams of light was none other than the Dire Skybunyan. Chapter 330, Locking Down the Dire Skybunyan. For the river-defying sect, there was one key to this battle. The Dire Skybunyan. The attacks from the heavenspan battleships had one purpose, to clear the way for Bazish-Han to reach the Dire Skybunyan. The 3 beams of light cut through everything like razor-sharp knives slicing through bamboo. When they slammed into the Dire Skybunyan, the tree trembled and let out a bitter cry that caused blood to ooze out of the mouths of any cultivators in the vicinity. However, it didn't affect the Blood Ancestor at all. Under Bazish-Hun's control, the Blood Ancestor leaped high into the air to appear directly in front of the ancient Skybunyan. Then, a giant fist formed and slammed into the tree with the force of 10 mountains. A huge boom echoed out, and the gigantic tree trembled even more violently. Suddenly, enormous waves surged out on the surface of the heavenspan river as a 30-meter-wide root exploded out. It was over 3,000 meters long and razor-sharp, causing whistling sounds to echo out as it sped toward the Blood Ancestor. Smash! The Blood Ancestor wasn't hurt, but many of the Bloodstream Division cultivators inside coughed up blood from the force of the blow, and had to struggle to prevent their cultivation bases from surging out of control. Bazish-Han knew that time was limited, so he quickly unleashed another fist strike. It was a fist strike that could seriously injure even an Asan soul cultivator, but the Dire Skybunyan did not fall. And yet, the ancient tree was shocked by the threatening power of the Blood Ancestor, and could tell that only a small portion was being used. If the Blood Ancestor's full battle prowess were unleashed, a single fist strike would be more than enough to cause the Dire Skybunyan to explode into countless fragments. Even still, the small portion of power being used was still shocking. Although the tree wasn't confident in being able to harm the giant, it was sure that it could kill the person inside who was controlling it. At the moment, it was willing to pay any price to do just that. As Bazish-Han battered it, the tree began to sway back and forth. As for the cultivators of the Sky River Court, it was with complete shock, and fully bloodshot eyes, that they attempted to intervene. It was in that moment of crisis that a second root shot out toward the Blood Ancestor, then a third and a fourth. Whistling screams filled the air, and Bazish-Han gritted his teeth. Considering he was in the heart cavity, the brunt of the attacks were being borne by others. Even still, blood was oozing out of Bazish-Han's mouth, and on top of that, the power of the attacks was increasing. Moments later, a fifth root appeared, then more, until there were 8. The cultivators inside the Blood Ancestor were having a hard time sustaining such force, and many of them were lapsing into unconsciousness. As a result, Bazish-Hun's control over the Blood Ancestor was beginning to falter. However, the sustained barrage by the Blood Ancestor had knocked open a gap in the trunk of the Dire Skybunyan. I can't keep things up like this. Bazish-Han thought, eyes flickering. Roaring at the top of his lungs, he stretched the Blood Ancestor's hands out, shoving them into the gap that had opened, and then exerted all the strength he could muster to rip the opening wider. A near-piercing ripping sound echoed out, causing numerous Sky River Court cultivators on both banks of the river to let out blood-curdling screams. Even the nascent soul cultivators fighting up in the air were shocked. Bazish-Han ripped the gap open to double its previous size, causing the screams of the Dire Skybunyan to echo high into the heavens. As the huge tree struggled, the waters of the heavenspan river water seethed, and massive waves rolled out as a gigantic root erupted into the air. When the huge root slammed into the Blood Ancestor, Bazish-Han felt like he was about to pass out. Many of the other cultivators inside the Blood Ancestor coughed up blood. Bazish-Han could sense his control over the Blood Ancestor slipping away. It was in that very moment that 2 enormous, 30,000-meter-long roots suddenly rose up from within the heavenspan river. They were clearly different from the other roots. They were the main roots of the Dire Skybunyan. They were like enormous pillars, one on the right, one on the left, smashing toward the Blood Ancestor. It was a critical moment in which there was no time for pondering or consideration. Bazius Hun's eyes were bright red, and he was operating fully on instinct. The Blood Ancestor's left hand reached out to grab the huge root on the left side. Clamping it under the Blood Ancestor's left armpit, Bazius Hun sent the right hand out to grab the other root and do the same. Rumbling sounds echoed out from the right and left. Bazius Hun's face was as white as a sheet of paper as he exercised the last bit of control he was capable of. To bend the Blood Ancestor's legs. Maybe I can't kill you, but I can lock you down. The Blood Ancestor gripped the two main roots tightly, then began to sink down into the river. Intense rumbling sounds could be heard as the Blood Ancestor sank below the surface of the Heavenspan River, holding the two roots as he descended toward the river bottom. No matter how the dire Sky Banyan struggled, it was incapable of preventing this from happening. Roar! The dire Sky Banyan was going mad, but was helpless. In the blink of an eye, the sinking Blood Ancestor caused the dire Sky Banyan to begin to tilt over. Now that it was locked in place, it was difficult for the dire Sky Banyan to struggle, let alone unleash its most powerful divine abilities. Taking advantage of the moment, Bazius Hun opened the Blood Ancestor's mouth and let out a shocking roar from beneath the surface of the Heavenspan River. Instantly, a blast of air carved out a tunnel within the water, within which appeared numerous Bloodstream Division cultivators. Borrowing the force of the blast of air, they shot out into the open. Gold Core cultivators, Foundation establishment experts, patriarchs, and even vast numbers of outer and inner sect disciples all burst out into the open. All of them had injuries, but as soon as they bathed in the light cast by the Pillstream Division's cauldron, their wounds began to mend. Clearly, they had been prepared for this moment. As soon as they were out in the open, members of the other three divisions rushed to aid them, and many of them grouped up into the Bloodstream Division's locust-like battle formations. The Nascent Soul cultivators, including Master Godwind, Patriarch Limitless, and the Song Clan Patriarch, all roared and transformed into beams of light that went to join the Nascent Soul battles. Although all of them were injured in various ways, as soon as they joined the fighting, the Nascent Soul battles became like the Gold Core battles, and favored the river-defying sect. As for the Gold Core battles, they became even more one-sided. The last person to fly out of the Blood Ancestor's mouth was Bazius Hun, blood spraying out of his mouth. As soon as he was visible, 8 cultivators from the Spirit Stream Division shot toward him. These 8 were no strangers to Bazius Hun. They were the same compatriots with whom he had formed the 9th spell formation of Mount Deoseed. Without the slightest hesitation, they closed in on Bazius Hun, and immediately, the light of a spell formation appeared. Form up! Bazius Hun roared. Instantly, light rose up around the 9 of them, becoming a 300-meter-tall giant, which leaped into the air. As it sailed upward, its right hand shot out, and a blood-colored greatsword appeared. That sword was formed from the blood chi of the cultivators of Middle Peak. Bazius Hun raised the sword high into the air and then slashed it down, whereupon it sliced a nearby Sky Banyan into 2 parts. Rumble. Everything shook wildly, and all onlookers were completely shaken by the preparation and teamwork shown by the river-defying sect. That was especially true of the audience of cultivator clans and smaller sects. Their minds were completely spinning, and their scalps were tingling with shock. The power and determination shown by the river-defying sect left them completely shaken down to their souls. The battle between the Blood Ancestor and the dire Sky Banyan was something no one would ever be able to forget for their entire lives. Whether it was that fight, or the fighting with the Nascent Soul cultivators or the Gold Core experts, it was clear that the Sky River Court had the disadvantage. All of the cultivators from the clans and sects were left gasping, their eyes shining with strange light. Chapter 331, Indestructible in Foundation Establishment. The fighting spirit among the river-defying sect and the Sky River Court raged over the Heavenspan River. Rumbling sounds filled the air, and vicious gleams could be seen in the eyes of all cultivators. Miserable shrieks echoed out, and magical techniques lit up the sky. Although the river-defying sect's patriarchs and the Gold Core cultivators held the advantage in the fighting, the assassination techniques used by the Sky River Court were a big source of frustration. When facing such techniques, even the slightest misstep could lead to death. After all, when the Sky River Court had initially been punished by the Starry Sky Dao Polarity sect, their top-level forces, and even middle-level forces, had all suffered severe losses. However, the low-level cultivators hadn't been affected as much. The fighting going on over the Heavenspan River was incredibly fierce. The 4 divisions of the river-defying sect had already experienced such fighting in the lower reaches, and were familiar with large-scale battles. Although they were initially surprised by the Sky River Court's unique battle tactics, it didn't take long before the fighting reached a deadlock. As far as the river-defying sect was concerned, that was a good position to be in. All they needed to do was wait for the patriarchs and Gold Core cultivators to seize victory, and then the rest of the enemy forces could be easily crushed. Massive rumbling sounds echoed out. As for the clans and sects which had already sworn allegiance to the river-defying sect, although they weren't making a huge showing on the battlefield, they were providing significant assistance, and were fighting just as fiercely as everyone else. As the deadlock continued, numerous chosen rose to prominence in the fighting. Shangguantaniu controlled one of the spell formation incarnations, and the sword chi he unleashed caused a web of swords to appear, a dazzling sight as it swept across the battlefield. Ghost Fang didn't say much, but his attacks were extremely intimidating. The spell formation he was part of became just like him, abounding with ghost chi. Numerous pitch-black ghost hands appeared, which unleashed deadly violence onto the Sky River Court enemies. Then there was Hu Yunfei, Gong Sun Yun, as well as cultivators from the Bloodstream division such as Song Kei, Zumai, Master God Diviner, Jia Lai, Song Jun, the three Blood Masters and the Grand Elders. Everyone was attacking with full power, making a spectacular showing on the battlefield. Others were also present, such as Nine Isles from the Profound Stream division. He had long since recovered, and usually spent his time avoiding Beziish Hun. Now, he took advantage of the opportunity this battle presented him to vent his frustration. There were few chosen among the Pillstream division disciples. The spectacular beauty Chen Manyao was actually the only one, but she was extremely skilled in commanding the army on the field of battle. Pillstream division squads of 3 to 5 cultivators roved about, unleashing toxic gases, or using healing powers to aid their comrades. In fact, it was mostly because of the Pillstream division that the river-defying sect was able to benefit from the deadlock. Chen Manyao's orders kept the Pillstream division cultivators completely in order, moving about the battlefield with particular skill and finesse. As Chen Manyao sent out one order after another, strange light gleamed in her eyes. She was like a star shining over the aquatic battlefield, and became the second most important target for the Sky River Court. The person who people were paying attention to the most, however, had just emerged from the Blood Ancestor and then formed a giant incarnation. It was Beziish Hun, who wielded an enormous greatsword formed from blood chi. Considering that the look in Beziish Hun's eyes was the same as the look in the eyes of the Blood Ancestor, everyone could tell that he had been the person in control of the Blood Giant. Of course, even though the Sky River Court had been prohibited from interfering with the affairs of the lower reaches cultivation world, they were able to gather intelligence. As such, they knew that he was also the person responsible for unifying all of the lower reaches sects. Therefore, almost as soon as he appeared, the Sky River Court forces glared over at him and sent a wave of assassins in his direction. At the same time, numerous smaller Skybanians began to race toward him, expressions those of madness and ferocity. Beziish Hun's eyes glowed with red light. As of this moment, he felt like he was back fighting the Luotian clan, or in the Fallen Sword Abyss. Even the fighting outside the Profound Stream sect city had been similar. Throwing his head back, he roared, causing blood chi to surge around him, increasing the battle prowess of the Bloodstream division cultivators in the area. Bruiser could sense Beziish Hun's energy, and also let out a howl, causing waves of battle beasts to leap toward the Sky River Court forces. Then there were the refined corpses, gargoyles, and puppets. A dazzling display could be seen on the battlefield as endless booms and crashes rang out. Beziish Hun swung his blood sword at an incoming Skybanian treant. Even as he did, an explosive voice roared, "Die!" The voice came seemingly out of nowhere. Simultaneously, 8 Foundation establishment cultivators materialized out of thin air. Every one of them was clearly a cold-blooded assassin, and none of them paused for even a moment before unleashing their most powerful attacks onto Beziish Hun. Beziish Hun's eyes glittered as he followed through with his blood sword strike. Even as he slashed the Skybanian treant into 2 pieces, his energy erupted, and an enormous figure formed behind him. In the blink of an eye, it became crystal clear. Shockingly, it was the manifestation of his Undying Azure body. The Undying Azure and the spell formation incarnation merged together, and when the combined attacks of the 8 Foundation establishment cultivators landed on it, the only thing that happened was that the Foundation establishment cultivators coughed up mouthfuls of blood. Looks of disbelief and terror appeared on their faces. Impossible. What type of fleshly body is that? I can't believe something like this exists. Damn it. He's almost at the point where he's indestructible within the Foundation establishment stage. The 8 cultivators were so shocked that their chi and blood was in chaos. Looking at Beziish Hun like he was a ghost, they didn't hesitate for even a moment to begin to flee at top speed. Indestructible in Foundation establishment? Beziish Hun wasn't hurt in the least. He let go of the blood sword, allowing it to dissipate as he performed an incantation gesture and pointed out, causing all of the resulting blood chi to form into a cloud of smaller blood swords, which shot out like a tempest wind. The 8 Foundation establishment cultivators didn't have the time to flee very far. The blood sword formation swept over them, slashing away their flesh and blood and chopping their bones into dust. By the time the wind passed, not a single trace remained of the 8 cultivators. When the other Sky River Court cultivators saw this, they gasped in shock. As for Baziush-hun, his eyes flickered with cold light as he looked around the battlefield. He saw river-defying sect cultivators dying here and there, killed at the hands of the assassins. Hatred began to gleam in his eyes, and instead of continuing his fight with the Skybanyan treants, he began to flit across the battlefield looking for the elusive assassins. Everywhere he went, thunderous booms could be heard. The assassin's murderous methods didn't hurt Baziush-hun at all, not with the explosive power of his azure body. Instantly, the assassins began to tremble and hide. None of them dared to get anywhere near Baziush-hun. Just as Baziush-hun was about to start hunting them down, a roar of rage echoed out behind him, and it came from one of the Skybanyan treants that was twice as tall as any of the others. A bizarre gleam could be seen in the eyes of the huge treant, whose body was festooned with freshly severed heads. Some of those heads belonged to Spirit Stream Division disciples, and when Baziush-hun saw that, his murderous aura erupted. Suddenly, a face appeared on the trunk of the treant. It was a young man, whose venomous eyes were filled with madness. Looking at Baziush-hun, he said, "Indestructible in Foundation Establishment? Invincible within your stage? Trifling lower reaches, punk. I'll show you what it means to be invincible. I'll show you what an indestructible Foundation Establishment fleshly body is." Looking nervously at the treant speeding toward him, Baziush-hun murmured, "A Sky River Court chosen? Every time I see people looking crazy like this, I feel like I need to bring them to their senses." Without any hesitation, he shot forward with the mountain-shaking bash. Every time the mountain-shaking bash appeared, his energy rose even higher than before. As the mountain-shaking bash was unleashed, a second Azura appeared behind him, which merged with the first Azura, causing his power to skyrocket. He moved with such speed that the treant had no time to react. He was nothing more than a blur of afterimages, like an entire mountain smashing through the air toward the treant. A huge boom echoed out, and everyone in the area gasped. As for the treant, it let out a blood-curdling scream as it was sent flying backward, tumbling through the air like a kite with its string cut, all the way until it slammed into the ground on the bank of the river. At that point, it went silent. "Can't take a hit, can we?" Baziush-hun said proudly. The other 8 cultivators in the formation with him all smiled wryly, and knew that the situation had been under control the entire time. There were few people in the Foundation Establishment stage who could withstand the mountain-shaking bash. Chapter 332, Someone's definitely protecting me. A huge crater was now visible in the jungle on the right bank of the river. There, the broken and shattered body of a Skybanyan treant could be seen. It was currently dead, but struggling out from inside was the arrogant young chosen who had spoken with Baziush-hun moments ago. There was no madness or arrogance on his face now, only terror. After a bit of hesitation, his reverence toward Baziush-hun caused him to simply sit down in place cross-legged and meditate. Baziush-hun felt very pleased. It was only after emerging from the blood ancestor that he realized that his time inside the giant had been incredibly beneficial, especially to his undying live forever technique. Thanks to the absorption of power inside the giant, he had already reached the point of being able to materialize a second Azura. Of course, he knew that he would be one of the main targets on the battlefield, and had actually waited for someone to try to plot against him. Just when he was being picked on, that was when he chose to fight back with vicious force. Considering that he had knocked the arrogant chosen completely off the battlefield, and that the young man hadn't made a peep afterward, Baziush-hun felt more at ease than ever. "Let's see who dares to pick on me now," he said proudly. The surrounding Sky River Court cultivators looked at him with terror in their eyes, and just as he had said, not a single one dared to approach him. Even the smaller Skybanyan trees were trembling at the sight of his use of the mountain-shaking bash. As for the cultivators, they were forced to stew in their irritation, and hope that the spell formation around him would crumble, leaving him out in the open. Only then would they be able to show him what it was like to fight without the protection of a spell formation. Damn it. I refuse to believe that he can keep that spell formation powered up for much longer. Humphrey. Once he's out in the open, we can see what this guy's real battle prowess is like. Although they were cursing him in their hearts, the Sky River Court cultivators had no choice other than to flee from Baziush-hun. "Hey," he howled cockily, "don't run. I'm ready to fight till the bitter end. Bring it on." However, he simply watched them as they ran away, feeling more wonderful than ever. Thanks to Baziush-hun, the river-defying sect cultivators were able to relax momentarily, and also solidify their defensive positions within the deadlock. Before long, the river-defying sect gold core cultivators were able to increase their advantage. Hundreds of gold core experts had pooled their power to create a sword formation that had already injured numerous contemporaries among the Sky River Court. Some of the Sky River Court gold core cultivators had already met their end in the fighting, and soon, the group as a whole began to retreat. Down below, People looked up to see the Sky River Court Gold Core cultivators being chased across the battlefield by the river-defying sect. Finally, one of the river-defying sect's prime elders indicated that the time had come to attack, and the 4 divisions charged forth excitedly over the river water. Now that the river-defying sect was seizing the initiative on the river, the Sky River Court's nascent soul expert who was half a step into the Deva realm shoved back Master Godwind, Frigid Sect, Crimson Soul, and Civ Pill. Waving his sleeve, he pointed toward the dire Skybanian and howled in a mixture of grief and anger, "Protect the sect headquarters. Activate the grand spell formation." As his words echoed out like thunder, a green field of light shot out from the enormous dire Skybanian and exerted a powerful gravitational force. That force locked onto the cultivators of the Sky River Court and, in the blink of an eye, hauled them back toward the tree. That included the Gold Core cultivators and the Foundation establishment experts. With the spell formation activated, this part of the Heavenspan River was completely sealed tight. The river-defying sect would now be forced to expend significant effort to break through, which should have given Sky River Court some breathing room in the already dire situation they were in. Unfortunately for them, the dire Skybanian's spell formation wasn't complete. Astonishingly, there were 2 enormous gaps in the shield, one on the right side and the other on the left. Obviously, the reason they had waited until now to activate the formation was because it was so weak. The spell formation actually had openings. "Abandon the Heavenspan River," said Patriarch Frigid Sect. "It's time for the second offensive. Attack the Sky River Court headquarters through the jungle." In accordance with the previously drafted battle plans, the most powerful division, the Bloodstream Division, teamed up with the weakest division, the Pillstream Division, and headed to the left bank of the river, where they began to pour into the jungle. The Spirit Stream Division and the Profound Stream Division joined forces to head into the jungle on the right bank. This was the jungle offensive. Because the jungle was so cramped and crowded, it wasn't appropriate to use the spell formation giants or the Profound Stream puppets. In the jungle offensive, all of the disciples would rely on their own power to fight. Countless cultivators were attacking from both flanks, fighting their way rapidly toward the Sky River Court's headquarters. The Sky River Court forces had little time to rest. All of their cultivators, even the Gold Core experts, spread out to try to stop the advance of the river-defying sect. Once again, fighting broke out between the nascent soul patriarchs. Before the truly deadly fighting began, the river-defying sect patriarchs made arrangements for the outer and inner sect disciples to retreat to the Heavenspan battleships, where they would be safer. Only Foundation establishment cultivators and higher would participate in this battle. After all, without spell formations to protect them, any injuries the weaker disciples received would likely lead to deaths. That was war. To provide an incentive, the patriarchs had agreed that none of the spoils of war procured in the jungle offensive needed to be offered up to the sect, but could be kept by whoever won them. However, infighting among fellow sect members was strictly prohibited. Everyone was excited, but at the same time, didn't dare to violate the rules. After Bazius Hun's spell formation broke apart, he exchanged glances with his 8 compatriots, then they all clasped hands and bowed to each other. None of them spoke as they shot at top speed into the jungle. Bazius Hun took a deep breath. As he looked at the jungle, what he thought about most was his encounter with the Luotian clan. The surroundings here looked very similar to those mountains back then. Considering I'm so important, there will definitely be someone looking out for me. Even still, he took a deep breath, gritted his teeth, and slapped his bag of holding. Instantly, a big stack of paper talismans appeared. Next, smacking sounds rang out as he began to place them all over his body. Within moments, 100 layers of glowing shields appeared. He limited the number, of course, too many shields would be too eye-catching. Having accomplished that, he sped into motion, drawing upon the explosive power of his fleshly body to speed into the jungle toward the Sky River Court's headquarters, the dire Skybanian. The jungle was very humid, and the occasional miserable scream echoed out here and there. Some of those screams came from the forces of the Sky River Court, others came from the river-defying sect. Bazius Hun was soon panting. After less time passed than it takes half an incense stick to burn, his expression flickered, and he suddenly dodged to the side. As he did, 4 Foundation establishment cultivators appeared. 2 of them unleashed palm strikes that slammed into the ground exactly where Bazius Hun had just been standing. The other 2 attacks landed on Bazius Hun's shields. The shields emitted cracking sounds, but held fast. In fact, they even sent backlash attacks to the 2 Foundation establishment cultivators, instantly destabilizing their chi and blood. As the 2 cultivators staggered backward, Bazius Hun howled and shot forward, smashing into one of the cultivator's chest. A boom could be heard, and the cultivator shrieked. Blood sprayed out of his mouth as his chest caved in, and he tumbled across the ground for several meters before coming to a stop, dead. Even as the other 3 cultivators stared in shock, Bazius Hun's hand flashed with black light as it shot out with lightning speed. A gravitational force erupted, and one of the fleeing Foundation establishment cultivators suddenly found himself flying toward Bazius Hun. Before he could do anything, Bazius Hun's hand had clamped onto his throat. The throat-crushing grasp. Rumbling sounds echoed out as Bazius Hun clenched his fingers together. The Foundation establishment cultivator's eyes bulged, and then he was dead. When the other two cultivators saw what had just occurred, their eyes went wide, and they began to flee in terror. When they had seen him on his own, they had been itching to tangle with him, but never could they have imagined that, even without his spell formation incarnation, he would be completely terrifying. Even as they turned to flee, Bazius Hun extended his right hand, and blood chi swirled into the shape of a 30-meter-long beam of blood-colored light, which then slashed out like the sharpest of blades. The two fleeing cultivators shivered, then looked down in shock to find that they had been cut in half at the waist. Chapter 333, The Scream of the Phoenix. Almost exactly when Bazius Hun cut down the last of the 4 Foundation establishment cultivators who had just ambushed him, a strange cry rose up from the distant Sky River court. Hee hee hee. Hee hee hee. Everyone who heard the bizarre, echoing laughter felt a cold chill spreading out across their body, almost as if they were being frozen. As the laughter rang out, a beam of light rose up from within the Sky River court, which came to a stop high in the air. Visible there was a cloth doll. It was only about a meter tall, and dressed in a ragged garment full of holes. It only had a few tufts of hair on its head, and a bizarre smile on its face. It seemed like something completely ordinary, the type of toy any child might have at hand. But as it hovered there, it emanated a terrifying aura, and let out cackling laughter. Its eyes shone with red light, making it seem viciously bloodthirsty. Almost as soon as it appeared, it flickered, vanishing, to reappear in front of one of the river-defying sect cultivators. The cultivator's eyes went wide, and then his head exploded, sending blood spraying out in all directions, accompanied by mad laughter. Everyone who saw the scene play out gasped. As for Bazius Hun, his scalp was tingling so hard it felt like it might explode. Is that the Sky River Court's reserve power precious treasure? He thought. At the same time, Gong Sunwaner was in another location in the jungle, looking up at the doll with scorn flickering in her eyes. That was when, all of a sudden, another beam of light cut through the air, speeding rapidly toward the cloth doll. Within that beam of light was the Bloodstream Division's reserve power, the Scarecrow. It also wore a bizarre smile, and held a patch of skin in its hand. As it flew along, it threw the patch of skin on as if it were a garment, and then sped toward the doll. Shocking rumbling echoed out as the two bizarre beings slammed into each other and started fighting. The freakish laughter which rang out was bizarre to the extreme. Many of the river-defying sect cultivators breathed sighs of relief. However, Bazius Hun, along with the Gold Core experts and some of the particularly quick-thinking Foundation establishment cultivators, all had anxious looks on their faces. If that doll is the Sky River Court's reserve power, then good. But what if it's not the reserve power, but rather a lower-level precious treasure? If a mere low-level precious treasure requires the Bloodstream Division's reserve power to handle, then what would their true reserve power look like? Based on what Bazius Hun could see, the doll didn't really seem like a reserve power. If the Dire Sky Banyan was considered a reserve power, then Bazius Hun couldn't even imagine what other types of reserve powers the Sky River Court might have. Even as shock gripped his heart, a piercing scream rang out through the air, and something else flew out from the Sky River Court headquarters. It was a shroud, complete with brownish blood stains and a terrifying, indescribable aura. Clearly, this shroud was on the same level of power as the cloth doll. As it screamed through the air, a stream of smoke suddenly rose up from below. Golden light poured out from the smoke, which formed into the shape of a middle-aged Taoist. The Taoist immediately strode forward to intercept the shroud. That projection was the reserve power of the Profound Stream Division. The lands were filled with the rumbling of combat, which caused Bazius Hun to start to pant. He was feeling anything but safe at the moment, so he quickly produced some more talismans. After collecting the 4 bags of holding from his enemies, he cautiously made his way forward across the battlefield. Doing his best to avoid looking up at the fighting in the air above, he focused on his surroundings, trying to move as quickly as possible. At one point, his eyes suddenly flickered, and he performed an incantation gesture with his right hand. Waving his finger, he summoned a violet cauldron, which then smashed down toward the ground. A huge crater opened up. Snorting coldly, Bazius Hun opened his third eye, and immediately saw something standing next to the cauldron that was only visible because of the power of the Heaven's Pandharma Eye. Not pausing for even a moment, he burst forward, clenching his hand into a fist and unleashing a fist strike backed by the power of his azure body. The figure up ahead seemed shocked, and fell back at top speed. However, the force of the blow still slammed into him, causing blood to spray out of his mouth. The figure solidified into a middle-aged man, who was looking at Bazish-hun with shock. "You can see me?" Even as the words left his mouth, he turned to flee. However, a pair of wings sprouted out behind Bazish-hun, and a single flap sent him rocketing forward, his right foot spinning through the air in a powerful, swiping kick. The cultivator tried to defend himself, even pulling out a large collection of defensive magical items. However, a boom rang out as the magical items were easily destroyed by Bazish-hun's kick. The kick then smashed into the cultivator, crushing the life out of him instantly. Bazish-hun didn't stop moving. Grabbing the enemy's bag of holding, he proceeded onward, keeping his Dharma eye open. Any enemies who had concealed themselves in his path were completely incapable of escaping. Soon, Bazish-hun changed his trajectory, taking advantage of his sight to help out any fellow sect members who were in trouble. He saw many corpses along the way. Some were Sky River Court cultivators, others belonged to members of the river-defying sect. Some of them were people he knew, which caused him to sink further into silence. He was unsure of how to express the emotions he was feeling, but he was sure of one thing: his murderous aura was growing more intense by the moment. "So, this is what cultivation brings," he murmured. He understood the truth of matters. He had came to that understanding long ago, based on what he had experienced with the Luotian clan, in the Fallen Sword Abyss, and fighting outside the Profound Stream Sect City. However, whenever he came face to face with reality, it filled him with complex emotions. Even as he sank further into silence, he suddenly heard a shrieking call off in the distance. It was a scream of anxiety and grief, and as soon as he heard it, his heart trembled painfully. Although other people might not be sensitive to that cry, to Bazish-hun, it was like thunder crashing into his mind. He recognized the call. A phoenix? Bazish-hun sped up, heading as fast as he could in the direction of the anxious cries. As he neared, he saw the very same phoenix that had consumed his aphrodisiac pill all those years ago. It seemed to be completely maddened. Despite being injured and soaked with blood, it was doing everything it could to attack a black-robed young woman from the Sky River Court. The young woman's face was grim, and there was a long, ugly scar on it that marred her beauty. Her eyes gleamed with a murderous light, and she radiated a sensation of intense danger. Held in her hand was the severed head of an old man, whose eyes were still filled with the disbelief that had struck him in the moments before death. On the ground at the young woman's feet was a headless body, clad in the robes of the Spirit Stream Division, blood pooling up around it. As soon as Bazish-hun saw the head, his eyes went wide, and he began to tremble. Elder Zhu. The severed head belonged to none other than the Spirit Stream Division's Elder Zhu from Fragrant Cloud Peak, who had taken over as Peak Lord from Li Qingyu. Bazish-hun was shaking visibly, his lips trembling, his mind filled with countless scenes from the past. He remembered back in the ovens when he and Big Fatty Zhong had pilfered the precious materials that had been meant for Elder Zhu. He thought back to when this very phoenix had led Elder Zhu to the medicine-concocting pavilion to accuse him. He thought back to Elder Zhu's enraged howls as he shot off of Fragrant Cloud Peak to chase Bazish-hun, and how he had screamed miserably the entire time. Back in the qualifying round before the North and South Bank chosen battles, he had intended to come in last. However, it had been Elder Zhu's provocation that caused him to flee and take first place. The memories filled his mind, and then shattered in a burst of indescribable grief. That grief filled his heart, until it was ready to explode out like lightning from the heavens. Glaring at the young woman, his hand slowly clenched into fists. When the phoenix saw Bazish-hun, it shrieked in anguish and then began to fly toward him. That was when the young woman slowly raised her hand and pointed at the phoenix. A black stream of light flew out, transforming into a huge mouth that shot toward the phoenix to consume it. "Are you looking to die?" Bazish-hun roared. He took a step forward, and his veins of steel began to pulse. Another step, and he was past the phoenix, where he unleashed a fist strike onto the enormous black mouth. A boom echoed out as the black mouth collapsed, sending black mist pouring out in all directions. However, the mist didn't dissipate. In the blink of an eye, it reformed into the shape of the young woman. The version of her off in the distance was nothing more than an afterimage. Her true body was now right in front of Bazish-hun, sneering with disdain as she stabbed her index finger toward his forehead. Because of how close she was, dodging the move wasn't an option. And yet, Bazish-hun hadn't even considered doing such a thing. His undying live forever technique erupted with power, and his azure body manifested behind him. Instead of retreating, he headbutted her. The young woman's face fell. Never could she have imagined that he would do something so vicious. Before she could react, his head slammed into her finger, causing a cracking sound to ring out. The young woman immediately sped backward, her finger mangled and her eyes shining with a very serious look. "I don't have time to waste tangling with you," she said hoarsely, turning to leave. "Yeah, well, tangling with you is exactly what I feel like doing." Although Bazish-hun's forehead was injured, he didn't seem to notice. His right hand flashed with an incantation gesture, and then he shoved his palm out. Blood annihilation world. Instantly, boundless blood chi erupted out from him, forming sealing marks which then took the shape of a whole world that blocked the young woman's path of retreat. Chapter 334, Completely Crushed. Looking to die? The young woman said with an enraged laugh, the killing intent in her eyes bursting with intensity. Her cultivation base was in the great circle of Foundation establishment, and she was an extremely adept killer. In fact, she had killed quite a few other cultivators in the great circle. Were it not for the fact that she was on a special, urgent mission, and Baziush-hun was clearly beyond ordinary, she would never have just fled. And yet, here he was, blocking her path as if he didn't know what was good for him. Baziush-hun's expression was placid, but his eyes were bloodshot, and he was surrounded by a strong murderous aura that caused the blood annihilation world to ripple and distort. Without the slightest hesitation, he waved his finger in the direction of Elder Zhu's corpse. Instantly, all of the Elder Zhu's shed blood began to merge together and float up into the air, where it turned into a blood-colored sword. Staring at the woman, he said, "Don't get anxious. It will only take a moment for me to cut you down with this sword." In response, the woman's laughter grew louder. And yet, for some reason, perhaps because of the expression on Baziush-hun's face, she felt unease growing inside of her. "Since you have a death wish," she said, "I guess I'll help you get what you want." Eyes flickering with killing intent, she performed a double-handed incantation gesture. Instantly, her body blurred, and 9 streams of black mist erupted out, which began to gobble up the spiritual energy in the area. In the blink of an eye, the 9 streams of mist had become 9 enormous waves, racing toward Baziush-hun from 9 different directions. Apparently, if those 9 waves converged upon each other, they would explode with shocking power. Although all of this takes a bit of time to describe, the young woman attacked with surgical precision and quickness. In the time it takes a spark to fly off of a piece of flint, the 9 waves were locked down on Baziush-hun and closing in rapidly. Baziush-hun's eyes flickered with cold light, and his heart burned with lingering pain. The death of Elder Zhu, and the anguish of the Phoenix, gave him an even clearer understanding about war, and about cultivation. Within the bitterness visible in his eyes, a killing intent erupted out. Instead of backing away from the waves, he lifted his right hand and waved it out in front of him. In response, a surge of violet chi erupted, whizzing through the air to form a huge, 300-meter-wide violet cauldron that settling around him protectively. Boom! A deafening boom rang out as the 9 waves slammed into the huge cauldron. The cauldron began to tremble, the force of each successive wave was greater than the wave before it, and from the look of things, the cauldron was about to collapse. "Die," said the young woman, hovering some distance off in the air. At the same time, she lifted her right hand and viciously stabbed out with her index finger. In response, the 9 waves swirled and transformed into countless black leaves. The leaves began to spin around the enormous cauldron, emitting an incisive aura that slashed at it like countless sharp blades. Rumbling echoed out, and the cauldron shook even more violently than before. Finally, the slashing of the leaves caused the cauldron to shatter, allowing the leaves to speed inside toward Baziush-hun. Baziush-hun watched all of this happen without commenting. The woman's magical techniques were strange, and she was clearly no stranger to magical combat. However, he didn't care about any of that. Taking a deep breath, he slapped his bag of holding and produced a black parasol. It was none other than the eternal parasol. Without any hesitation, he lifted it over his head and opened it. His cultivation base erupted with the power of 9 crystallized spiritual seas. Streams of heaven Dao aura also swirled about, seemingly connecting him to heaven and earth. Strange ripples even appeared in the sky above the battlefield. The huge black parasol almost seemed like the night itself as it spread out to cover Baziush-hun. At the same time, he poured his cultivation base power into it, causing a black glow to spread out. That glow was the black of night. At the same time, an astonishing gravitational force erupted out, causing the young woman's face to flicker. Then she cried out in alarm as her body began to tremble and then wither rapidly. White streams of mist began to pour out from her eyes, ears, nose, and mouth, which were then sucked relentlessly toward the black parasol. Those streams of mist were her life force. "What is that thing?" she shrieked, shaking violently. She tried to back away, but seemed locked in place in midair. No matter how she struggled, she couldn't prevent her life force from streaming out of her. Even as her hair began to turn white, she suddenly bit down on her tongue, unleashing the power of self-detonation. Her right eye exploded, sending blood spraying out in all directions. However, the force of the explosion ripped her free from the gravitational force, shoving her backward by several dozen meters. There, she coughed up more blood, then glared at Baziush-hun with venomous hatred and, at the same time, fear. Of course, most of her terror was because of the eternal parasol. Almost immediately, Her body began to turn translucent as she prepared to fade into the air and make her escape. Her only desire now was to escape the blood annihilation world and then leave this place. Without any hesitation, Baziush-hun put away the eternal parasol and shot after her at top speed. Inwardly, he was bemoaning the fact that his ruse hadn't played out exactly as he'd wished. He'd intentionally provoked her into attacking with the hopes that he could use his eternal parasol to drain her life force. However, this young woman was a chosen of the Sky River Court, on the very cusp of reaching the Gold Core stage. Not only was she more than an ordinary cultivator, but Baziush-hun's current cultivation base made it difficult for him to control the parasol. Because of that, she managed to escape. Even as he bore down on her with lightning speed, she began to fade away, until only ripples were visible in the spot where she had just been. "You're not getting away," he said, his voice filled with an intense coldness that even he didn't realize was there, a coldness like the dead of winter. As the coldness spread out, he opened his heaven-span Dharma eye. As soon as he looked around with his third eye, he unhesitatingly clenched his fist and unleashed a fist strike directly to his left. A boom rang out, and the air distorted. The young woman suddenly became visible, blood oozing out of her mouth, a look of incredulity and terror on her face. How did he find me? The young woman's heart was starting to pound. She had been injured again, and was now incapable of fleeing. Damn it, how could the river-defying sect have a cultivator like this? His cultivation base isn't weak, nor is his fleshly body. His magical techniques are bizarre, and he obviously has a lot of experience fighting. He's actually managed to pin me down. Because of Baziush-hun's strange techniques, she was incapable of fleeing the blood annihilation world. Suddenly, her left eye was shot with blood as she realized that instead of fleeing, she had to risk everything in a fight to the death. Inverse blood sky spirit. She shrieked. Instantly, all of the blood in her body began to flow in reverse, causing an intense energy to rise up from within her. At the same time, a powerful aura of plants and vegetation began to spread out. From a distance, she appeared to be surrounded by scintillating, emerald-colored light. Numerous types of plants and vegetation began to grow around her, almost as if she were becoming one with the jungle around her. Then the plants began to twist and distort as they shot through the air toward Baziush-hun. It was almost as if Baziush-hun wasn't just fighting this young woman, but rather all of the plants in the jungle around him. "Let's see how you handle this," she said, her killing intent surging. Countless leaves, vines, and flowers became a tempest hundreds of meters in diameter. As they swept out, the blood annihilation world began to emit creaking noises as it teetered on the verge of collapse. Cultivators on both sides of the conflict in the area all noticed, and were shocked. "I'll show you exactly how I handle it," Baziush-hun replied, his expression growing even more icy than before. Taking a deep breath, he reached out with both hands and performed an incantation gesture. As the tempest of vegetation closed in, he swept his hands violently through the air, simultaneously uttering 3 words. "Magic plant. Arsenal. Bzzzzzzz." His hair whipped about him as his energy soared, and he drew upon his great circle cultivation base, his heaven Tao aura, and his skill in the Tao of medicine, to use the very magic that Li King had bestowed upon him, the magic plant arsenal. Buzzing sounds filled the air as the vegetation around him suddenly stopped in place and began to tremble. It was almost as if 2 forces of will were battling it out within the tempest, vying for control over the plants and vegetation. "Impossible!" the young woman gasped, her face falling. Chapter 335, Fatality. The black-robed young woman's control over plants and vegetation had to do with her Tao of medicine. Coupled with the technique she cultivated, it created something like an innate divine ability that she could use to communicate with and manipulate all types of plants. Although the Sky River Court was adept with spatial manipulation magic, their ultimate reserve power was the dire Sky Banyan. It was only natural for people who practiced cultivation on the huge tree to develop a connection with plants and vegetation. In fact, all disciples of the Sky River Court eventually formed a bond with a lesser Sky Banyan, which they could use as a weapon in battle. Such an arrangement was less of an external manipulation of the plant, and more of a bonding in which the plant assisted the cultivator. However, Baziush-hun's abilities were completely and utterly different. Using his skill in the Tao of medicine, and the magic plant arsenal, he didn't seek to bond with or gain assistance from the plants, he sought total control. He was skilled with techniques of mutual augmentation and suppression, and was familiar with how to fuse different types of plants and vegetation together. Coupled with his Heaven Tao Foundation establishment cultivation base and 9 crystallized spiritual seas, he was capable of domineering feats that were beyond other Foundation establishment cultivators. This young woman was a chosen from a Middle Reaches sect. Were it not for that, she would have long since been crushed by Baziush-hun. Even still, her struggles were proving useless. "Begone from me," he said, voice echoing like thunder, his eyes shining with strange light. With that, he waved both hands. In response to his berating words, the tempest of plants and vegetation had no choice other than to turn in place and shoot back toward the black-robed young woman. Complete incredulity could be seen in her eyes, and she almost seemed incapable of accepting the situation. By this point, she also realized that she had been tricked into the situation with the black parasol. She was already becoming terrified of Bezish Hun's battle tactics, especially that parasol. However, what was worst of all was that Bezish Hun hadn't given her any chance to effectively utilize her spatial manipulation magic. His third eye made her feel like she was completely and utterly exposed no matter what she did. Without spatial manipulation magic, it was difficult to utilize any assassination techniques, and also impossible to become invisible. It was almost like trying to fight with a limb having suddenly been crippled. She felt weaker than ever. After experiencing so many setbacks, she finally decided to resort to her magic of plants and vegetation to kill Bezish Hun. And yet, contrary to anything she could have imagined, he wrested control over her plants and vegetation as well. I refuse to accept this. She shrieked, her eyes more bloodshot than ever. She was almost on the verge of going crazy. As a chosen of the Sky River Court, she had always been a proud and arrogant person, someone who could easily crush anyone in the same cultivation level as her. In fact, she was only a hair away from gold core. Never before had she ever encountered a situation in which someone in the same stage as her could control her so easily. As the tempest closed in on her, she let out a miserable shriek. Then, she suddenly dropped to the ground and planted both hands down in front of her. Looking up, she shouted, "Tree Soldier Incantation." Suddenly, brown tendrils began to spread out from her feet and bore into the ground, tendrils that almost looked like roots. At the same time, every portion of skin visible on her body was suddenly filled with bulging green veins, to the point where her skin looked like the surface of a plant. As her skin turned green, her life aura suddenly erupted, transforming from that of a cultivator to that of a treant. The Tree Soldier Incantation was a legendary secret magic of the Sky River Court that allowed a cultivator to transform into a treant. "I refuse to believe that you can wrest away my control of plants and vegetation," she yelled hoarsely. As of this point, she had completely transformed into a huge treant. Rootlets spread out from her feet into the ground, causing the energy of the plants and vegetation to surge toward her. In the blink of an eye, she was huge, fully 300 meters tall. From a distance, she almost looked like a true sky banyan. When the tempest of plants and vegetation hit her, it instantly submitted to her, swirling around her before converging onto her right hand, where it formed the shape of a battle axe. It was a green battle axe formed from countless types of plants and vegetation, and it radiated power that caused the surrounding jungle to tremble. By this point, the battle between this young woman and Bezish Hun was starting to attract quite a bit of attention. "Time to die!" she roared in a sonorous voice, her killing intent surging. With that, she lifted her tree-like arm into the air and then slashed the battle axe down toward Bezish Hun. As it descended, the power of plants and vegetation surged and grew, until nearly half of the power of the entire jungle was converged into that deadly blow. An intense sensation of deadly crisis erupted inside of Bezish Hun. By this point, his control over the blood annihilation world had weakened to the point where it had collapsed. The resulting blast caused even more people to take notice of what was happening. "That's Sect Uncle Bay. Elder Sister Dong." As cultivators on both sides of the conflict began to cry out in alarm, Bezish Hun took a deep breath and then closed his eyes. Then he raised his right hand, not to perform an incantation gesture, nor to rotate his cultivation base. Instead, the image of a huge spike appeared in his mind. As that spike appeared, the water vapor in the area began to swirl, growing denser and thicker, filling an entire 50-kilometer area. Within that area, cultivators of both the river-defying sect and the Sky River Court trembled as a sensation of crushing pressure began to weigh down on them. Even the gold core cultivators up in midair looked shocked. The young woman in treant form was also shaken. However, there was no time to ponder the situation at the moment. Instead, she focused fully on sending the battle axe slashing down toward Bezish Hun. Closer and closer it neared. Bezish Hun's clothing and hair were even being destroyed by the power of the incoming battle axe. When the axe was only about 9 meters away from Bezish Hun, his eyes suddenly snapped open, and when they did, a terrifying wind sprang up as the entire 50-kilometer area was filled with a watery swamp. "Water-swamped kingdom," he murmured, almost as if he were calling out to something or someone. Although his words were spoken softly, they caused even nascent soul cultivators to tremble. A roar suddenly echoed out, a roar like that from ancient times, a roar that filled the world with profound ancientness. Heaven and earth trembled as the roar increased in intensity. In the blink of an eye, heaven shaking, earth-shattering rumbling filled all creation. Every cultivator in the area was trembling, and the young woman in treant form had a look of complete and utter incredulity on her face. The moment that look appeared on her face, and even as her battle axe descended, The image of a huge spike suddenly appeared around Baziush-hun. 30 meters. 300 meters. 3,000 meters. 30,000 meters. Rumbling sounds echoed out in all directions as the spike rose higher and higher. Furthermore, after it reached 30,000 meters in length, more rows of spikes became visible beneath it. All light dimmed, and a huge wind screamed across the lands. The young woman had no chance to land a blow on Baziush-hun. The spike stabbed through her, and she screamed as she was pushed higher and higher into the sky. Even as despair washed through her, the young woman reverted from treant form back into human form. Blood sprayed out of her mouth, and her eyes began to grow dim. She was panting on the verge of death. Powerful fluctuations rolled out across the lands. Just barely visible within the dense water vapor were row upon row of spikes, as well as an enormous body. However, even the 50-kilometer-wide swamp wasn't large enough to contain that enormous body, making it impossible for anyone to tell exactly what type of creature it was. In any case, compared to that enormous creature, the young woman impaled on its spikes was almost too small to see. All cultivators in the area looked on with total shock. The process didn't last long, only a few breaths worth of time. Then the water swamp kingdom creature let out a bellow before slowly fading away. The water vapor vanished, and everything returned to normal. The pressure disappeared, and the body of the young woman fell down from the sky and landed in front of Baziush-hun with a thud. Blood was oozing from wounds all over her body. She was now hovering on the brink of death, her eyes filled with bitterness and rage as she stared at Baziush-hun. Using her last bit of energy, she opened her mouth to curse him. However, even as her lips moved, he waved his sleeve, and the blood sword which he had formed from Elder Zhu's blood slashed down and took off her head. Her head tumbled off to the side, her eyes growing dim. She was dead in body and soul. The blood sword slowly faded away. Just as Baziush-hun had said, he used that sword to take her life away. Blood for blood. Without saying a word, he collected her bag of holding, then sighed and turned to leave. However, it was in that very moment that an anguished howl echoed out from off in the distance. Junior Sister Dong. Chapter 336, Battling Core Formation. The voice was completely beyond ordinary, and was accompanied by a gale force wind that shook everything in the area. The ground around Baziush-hun shattered, and many objects in the area exploded. Even Baziush-hun was badly shaken, and found himself staggering backward several steps from the force of the sound. His face flickered as he looked up and saw a young man flying through the air toward him. He had long, wild hair, and his eyes burned red with killing intent as he closed in. Although his speed couldn't be counted for much within the Gold Core stage, it was vastly beyond anything Foundation Establishment cultivators were capable of. The majestic sight caused Foundation Establishment cultivators from both sides of the conflict in the jungle to be completely shaken. Soon, alarmed cries could be heard. A Gold Core cultivator. The river-defying sect had dispatched people to lock down all of the enemy Gold Core experts, to prevent them from attacking the Foundation Establishment cultivators. And yet, for some unknown reason, a Gold Core cultivator had suddenly appeared right here, and was bearing down on Baziush-hun with murderous intentions. Some distance behind him was one of the river-defying sect's Gold Core cultivators, who was racing to block his path. However, even as the river-defying sect Gold Core elder was about to intercept the young man from the Sky River Court, the young man waved his hand, sending a green beam of light shooting backward. Moments later, a huge Sky Banyan Treant emerged from the light. The Sky Banyan Treant was the young man's battle weapon, something that he normally would care for just as much as his own life. However, after summoning the battle weapon, the young man cried out in a frantic voice, "Buy me 10 breaths of time, even if you have to pay for it with your life." A tremor ran through the Sky Banyan Treant, but it didn't hesitate for even a moment. Energy surging, it shot forward and blocked the Gold Core elder from the river-defying sect. The young man's murderous aura surged sky-high as he shot toward Baziush-hun, his eyes so bloodshot they were almost bleeding. He had only been in the Gold Core stage for about half a year, but he was completely and utterly confident that he would only need 10 breaths of time to kill a Foundation Establishment cultivator. The sight of the young woman's severed head tumbling off to the side moments ago had filled him with intense pain. She had been his Taoist partner, his junior sister, and he had already sworn an oath to himself that he would personally kill the one responsible for her death. Die! He howled, smashing his hand toward Baziush-hun. The wave of his hand was backed by an early Gold Core cultivation base, causing a black palm to appear that screamed through the air toward Baziush-hun. It radiated a terrifying aura that no Foundation Establishment cultivator could possibly stand up against, and even caused the air to distort as it sped along. In the face of such a murderous aura, Baziush-hun immediately began to fall back, his pupils constricting. A sense of deadly crisis overtook him, causing his flesh and blood to scream that he was in incredible danger. There was no time to contemplate the situation, and he knew that he couldn't rely on someone to intervene. Although people would come to rescue him eventually, he would have to hold out until that moment. There was only one thought running through his mind at the moment. I can't die here. If I want to stay alive, then I have to fight. Bazish-hun sped backward rapidly, performing a double-handed incantation gesture that summoned 3 huge violet cauldrons, along with numerous spirit-enhanced flying swords, all of which flew to block the enormous hand. Boom. Those 3 cauldrons could be considered astonishingly powerful in the Foundation establishment stage, but the hand summoned by the gold core young man completely destroyed them one after another. As for the spirit-enhanced flying swords, as soon as the hand touched them, they began to fall apart. The hand destroyed them all like a hammer crushing ice cubes, then proceeded on toward Bazish-hun. Intense rumbling sounds could be heard. Blood sprayed out of Bazish-hun's mouth, and his entire body flickered with gold light as his undying skin erupted with power to defend against an early gold core attack. Although he was sent tumbling backward, he was not killed. The killing intent in the young man's eyes grew stronger. Without uttering a single word, he advanced, viciously waving his sleeve to summon a black wind. The black wind quickly transformed into a black dragon, which let out a powerful roar as it shot toward Bazish-hun. There was no time for thought or planning. Roaring, Bazish-hun opened his heaven-span Dharma eye, causing violet light to erupt out. At the same time, his little wooden sword appeared, shining with the dazzling silver light that came from multiple spirit enhancements. Bazish-hun wasn't just defending himself, he was fighting back. When the power of the heaven-span Dharma eye locked onto the black dragon, the dragon roared and began to struggle. Although intense pain stabbed through the eye into Bazish-hun, he continued to unleash its power until the black dragon began to show signs of imminent destruction. Lips twisted into a sneer, the young man said, "Can the light of a tiny firefly dare to contend with the glory of the shining moon?" With that, he advanced again. At the same time, rumbling sounds could be heard as the black dragon began to grow larger, sloughing off the effects of the heaven-span Dharma eye. Bazish-hun coughed up some blood, and blood even began to ooze out of his third eye. The little wooden sword continued to speed through the air, and when it hit the black dragon, a booming sound could be heard. The gold core young man's eyes then went wide as he saw the sword pass completely through the dragon. However, it was merely a stab wound. The difference in cultivation base between Bazish-hun and the young man was too vast. Without even a pause, the black dragon roared and headed toward Bazish-hun. The dragon hadn't even touched him, and yet his entire body was racked with pain. Even his bones felt like they were creaking, and his chi and blood were in chaos. Madness began to rise up in his eyes. Off in the distance, he could see several beams of light racing urgently toward him. Clearly, those were the patriarchs coming to rescue him. Unfortunately, they were too far off. If he couldn't continue to hang on for a little bit longer, the patriarchs wouldn't be able to help him. Although he feared death, he was also aware that such fear would do him no good right now. Azure body. He roared. His undying gold skin was operating at full power, causing golden light to shine out from him in all directions. At the same time, the manifestation of the second volume of the Undying Codex, the Azure Body, appeared. Instantly, his fleshly body power rocketed up as he prepared to face the incoming black dragon. A huge boom filled the air when the dragon slammed into his chest. Blood sprayed out of his mouth, and the dragon collapsed into numerous strands of black mist. Bazish-hun's body trembled on the verge of collapse as he was thrown backward. Even as he did, a shout of rage could be heard from the young man, who burst through the remnants of the black dragon toward Bazish-hun. In the blink of an eye, the young man's palm was bearing down on Bazish-hun's chest. In the moment before it struck, enraged shouts could be heard from the patriarchs. Heaven and earth shook violently, and the gold core youth began to tremble. However, he ignored everything around them, gritting his teeth as he shoved his palm forward. "You're dead." Madness could be seen in Bazish-hun's eyes as well. He knew that there was no way he could avoid this blow. Therefore, he raised his right hand, and black light shimmered from his thumb and index finger as he sent the throat-crushing grasp toward the young man. But then, rumbling echoed out as the young man grabbed Bazish-hun's right hand with his left and twisted it to the side. Cracking sounds could be heard as bones were broken, and pain surged through Bazish-hun. An expression of madness twisted his face. Clearly, he was about to do something completely outrageous. Even as his right arm was wrenched to the side, and a palm strike was about to land on his chest, he used the mountain-shaking bash. It was a case of even if I die, I'm going to make sure you feel some pain. Rumbling sounds could be heard as the mountain-shaking bash was unleashed, and Bazish-hun shot forward. He couldn't prevent his hand from being crushed, nor could he block the incoming palm strike. So, he chose to simply body slam the gold core youth. Even as the destructive palm strike slammed into his chest, a black glow could be seen as the turtle walk appeared to defend him. Blood sprayed out of Bazish-hun's mouth, He had been injured, but not killed. "That's all you've got?" Bazish-hun said, smiling even as blood oozed out of his mouth. His vision was blurred, and he could barely move. Since that was the case, he decided that he might as well use what little energy he had left to force his 9 spiritual seas to merge together. If he did that, he would reach the gold core stage. Normally, such an act would be preceded by much preparation, but as of this moment, Bazish-hun was going to attempt to force it to happen. As for his gold core opponent, after being hit by the mountain-shaking bash, he was flung backward, and coughed up a huge mouthful of blood. Then he looked over at Bazish-hun with complete disbelief and shock. "A Foundation establishment cultivator can actually hurt me? And that walk, it actually blocked my extermination strike?" The young man's killing intent grew stronger than ever when he realized that Bazish-hun was still not dead. Madness gleamed in his eyes, and he gritted his teeth. Despite the fact that people were only moments away from intervening and rescuing his target, he drew upon the full power of his gold core cultivation base and shot toward Bazish-hun. Considering that Bazish-hun was so grievously wounded, he was sure that one final attack would be enough to kill him. This was his last chance to kill Bazish-hun before he himself was killed. "I might die, but you're going to die first," he roared, picking up speed. Chapter 337, Gold Sun. Bazish-hun's consciousness was fading. At the same time, everything around him seemed to slow down. He suddenly found himself thinking about how he used to light incense on Mount Hood, and everything that happened in the Spirit Stream sect, the Bloodstream sect, and then the River-defying sect. As those memories flashed through his mind, he smiled. It was a smile of both bitterness and helplessness. He practiced cultivation in order to live forever, and yet, in pursuit of that goal, he always ended up in deadly crises. The slightest mistake in such a situation could lead to him losing his poor little life. It was somewhat of a paradox. "To live forever," he murmured, "you don't just have to struggle against the heavens, you have to fight other people. It's a narrow, rugged path to walk, a path that most people give up on. Many people meet defeat, or end up losing their way. Living forever. That's the whole reason I started to practice cultivation. To live forever. Live forever. I'm going to live forever." Suddenly, everything became incredibly clear. Although he felt incredibly weak at the moment, he was completely focused on living forever. That one simple thought continued to fill his mind, like the rumblings of thunder. "I can't count on other people all the time. I have to get stronger. Only if I get strong enough can I make sure that nobody interferes with my will to live forever." Bazish-hun trembled as his heart and mind roared, causing his 9 spiritual seas to begin to rage and emit thunderous rumblings. The heaven Dao aura which had built up in his 9 spiritual seas throughout Foundation establishment suddenly erupted out. It was like a string, connecting all of the 9 spiritual seas and drawing them together into one. Bazish-hun had already been in a position to begin the process of reaching gold core. Now, being completely focused on his desire to live forever, and with his life actually being on the line, he was ready to break through. Live forever. Bazish-hun threw his head back and roared, and as he did, his 9 spiritual seas erupted with shocking energy that surged out of him and connected to heaven and earth. The heaven Dao aura caused colors to flash in the sky, and a huge wind to kick up. An enormous, swirling vortex appeared overhead, so large that the entire sky river court was covered. The sudden appearance of the rumbling vortex caused many people look up and then involuntarily gasp. Even as the wind swept around Bazish-hun, bolts of lightning appeared up above, as well as an illusory scene that looked something like 9 seas. It was in that exact moment that his gold core opponent closed in with killing intent surging. Even as he reached out to attack, his face fell, and the energy surging from Bazish-hun battered him backward by over 30 meters. "You!" the young man said, his face a mask of disbelief. What shocked him was not the fact that Bazish-hun was choosing this moment to step into core formation, but rather, that this type of core formation was something completely different than anything he had ever seen before. Never before had he ever seen such strange signs and portents appear in heaven and earth during core formation. Bazish-hun hadn't even actually reached core formation, and yet the mere pressure and aura was so powerful that he couldn't get close. The young gold core cultivator was completely and utterly taken aback. He wasn't the only one. Everyone in the area was shocked beyond belief. That's a Heaven Dao aura. Don't tell me he's going to reach Heaven Dao Gold Core? The nascent soul Taoist masters from the Sky River Court were also shocked, and some of them even had looks of jealousy on their faces. Heaven Dao Gold Core was something out of legend. The term Gold Core was actually a blanket term often applied to different levels. The core formation stage was more properly classified into the Heaven, Earth, and Mortal varieties. The Mortal Dao of men led to Mortal Core. Earth Dao led to Earth Core. And Heaven Dao led to Gold Core. Only Heaven Dao Gold Core could truly be considered Gold Core, The only way to reach Heavendao Gold Core was to start out in Heavendao Foundation establishment. And yet, being in Heavendao Foundation establishment wasn't a guarantee of being able to reach Heavendao Gold Core. Heavendao Gold Core experts were as rare as phoenix feathers or Kylan horns, and not a single one had appeared in the last 10,000 years, not even in the middle reaches. The crushing pressure exerted by the Heavendao Gold Core stage was something that could only be read about in the ancient records. Although the nascent soul patriarchs of the river-defying sect weren't as surprised as everyone else, they were still taken aback. They knew that Bazius Hun was in the Heavendao Foundation establishment stage, but that didn't necessarily mean that he would reach Heavendao Gold Core. There was always a chance that he would fail, but if he succeeded, and formed a Heavendao Gold Core, then it would mean his future potential was almost limitless, and he would also be capable of crushing anyone else in the same stage as him. The battlefield suddenly went quiet. The Heavendao aura which was now crushing down on everyone ensured that all fighting stopped. All eyes were looking in the direction of Bazius Hun. Not even a deva would be able to interfere with the process of Heavendao Gold Core, and if they tried, they would be punished by the heavens. Failure or success would not depend on any outside force, only on the person striving to reach core formation. As everyone watched, the crashing of thunder grew louder and louder in the sky above. At the same time, Bazius Hun's ninth sea began to merge with the eighth, and at the same time, the first sea merged with the second. As the four seas merged together, colors flashed in the sky, the wind screamed, and the pressure grew more intense. Even the nascent soul cultivators were panting. The merging has started. The process of breaking through from foundation establishment into gold core involves merging the spiritual seas. To start out by merging 4 together is the best. Merging 6 spiritual seas at the beginning is rare, and for someone to merge 8 would be rare even in the upper reaches river-sourced sects. Bazius Hun already has 4 of the seas merged together. The gold core and nascent soul cultivators were all looking up at the signs in the sky, and commenting among themselves. However, many of the cultivators from the Sky River Court actually sighed in relief when they saw that Bazius Hun had only merged 4 of the seas. A mere 4 merged spiritual seas means that he will fail to reach Heavendao Gold Core. The Sky River Court cultivators weren't the only ones to realize this. The patriarchs from the river-defying sect were now starting to get nervous. As the junior patriarch of the river-defying sect, the patriarchs viewed him with utmost importance. They had originally planned to do everything in their power to help Bazius Hun reach Heavendao Gold Core after the battle was over. But then, something unexpected had happened, and Bazius Hun was forcing core formation in the middle of the fighting. To the river-defying sect, this unexpected event was turning out to be a big setback. However, it was at this point that, all of a sudden, cries of shock began to rise up. He's not stopping at 4. Another merging is taking place. 2 spiritual seas had merged on the top, and 2 on the bottom. But now, the first 2 spiritual seas were beginning to merge with the third. And that wasn't the end of it. The 8th and 9th spiritual seas were slowly beginning to join together with the 7th. As that happened, the Heavendao aura grew even more intense, suppressing the cultivation bases of all cultivators, and even throwing them into chaos. More and more cries of shock rang out. How could this be happening? The Sky River Court cultivators were completely shocked, especially the young gold core expert who had been trying to kill Bazius Hun moments ago. That young man was trembling, his expression that of complete disbelief, and his heart was filled with regret at the realization that he had provoked a monster. 6 Seas. Patriarch Frigid Sect from the Spirit Stream Division and Master Godwind of the Bloodstream Division were both overjoyed. The other patriarchs had the same reaction, and as for Leaking and the other gold core cultivators, they were watching with wide eyes. And yet, before the uproar could even commence, something else happened up above in the sky. The first 3 spiritual seas began to merge into the 4th. Simultaneously, the 7th through 9th spiritual seas began to connect to the 6th. Everything was changing. The bottom 4 spiritual seas and the top 4 spiritual seas were drawing closer together, and between all of them was the 5th spiritual sea. Although the 5th spiritual sea didn't seem to be doing anything at all, it was obvious that all 9 of the spiritual seas were merging together. The Heavendao pressure grew stronger than ever, exploding out into the entire area with unprecedented intensity. That pressure was almost like a natural protection offered to anyone stepping into the Heavendao Gold Core stage. As the pressure roiled out, something else happened that no one noticed. The ancient Gravekeeper appeared high up in the sky. First, he looked at the spiritual seas, then down at Bazius Hun. Everyone watched as the 9 spiritual seas slowly converged upon each other. As they did, they began to form a shape. Clearly, that shape was a circle. The 9 golden spiritual seas were completely eye-catching. To everyone who was looking at them, they seemed almost like a golden sun. It was a true and authentic gold core. Chapter 338, Heavendao Gold Core. Chi Condensation. Foundation establishment. Core formation. In the lower reaches, the gaps between those three stages were like enormous gorges that separated the cultivators into groups. With the exception of some extreme circumstances, someone in a higher stage could easily crush anyone from a lower stage. During chi condensation, cultivators absorbed the energy of heaven and earth and then transformed it into rivers and lakes. During foundation establishment, those rivers and lakes became spiritual seas, giving the cultivators such strength that chi condensation couldn't even compare to it. Overall, that transformation wasn't so much an improvement in the quality of the power, just the sheer amount. However, core formation was different. After crystallizing the spiritual seas and then merging them together into a core, unprecedented levels of battle prowess could be unleashed. Furthermore, it wasn't just a situation of increasing the amount of power, the quality was also vastly improved. Depending on how many spiritual seas were merged together, different types of cores could be formed: mortal core, earth core, and of course, gold core. If Beziash Hun were not a Heaven Dao Foundation establishment cultivator, but had traveled the more common path of Earthstring Foundation establishment, then at this point he would have formed an earth core. But he was different. He was a Heaven Dao Foundation establishment cultivator, and as such, he walked the path of the Heaven Dao Gold Core. A Heaven Dao aura was spreading out in all directions, causing crushing pressure to weigh down on cultivators of the Sky River Court and the river-defying sect alike. Everyone was forced to stop fighting, and none of them could even emit cultivation-based fluctuations. It was as if some mysterious natural law was at work. Gasps rang out without cease across the field of battle, and countless eyes were all focused on the enormous gold core which hovered in the air above Beziash Hun. Everyone was shocked, but different thoughts were going through the minds of different people. For example, Shangguantan Yu's hands were clenched into fists, and a defiant gleam could be seen in his eyes. Not only was he jealous, he simply refused to admit that he was falling behind. Song Ke was also trembling, and his heart was filled with anything but calm. However, even he wasn't sure exactly what he was feeling as he watched Beziash Hun. It was similar with all the other chosen. Zhu Xingqi, Ghost Fang, Master God Diviner, the three Blood Masters, as well as 9 Isles from the Profound Stream Division, were all people who fully deserved to be called chosen. However, they were now being forced to watch Beziash Hun rise to prominence, the first among their generation to reach core formation. The emotions which rose up in their hearts were complicated and difficult to put into words. Then there was Chen Manyao from the Pill Stream Division. A strange look could be seen in her eyes, and since no one was paying attention to her, no one saw as she slowly lifted her right hand. However, even as she did that, a gaze from afar locked down onto her, a gaze filled with iciness and menace. A tremor ran through Chen Manyao as she suddenly felt extremely cold. Looking around, she realized that the person who was looking at her was one of the disciples of the Spirit Stream Division, the same person she had seen on the Heaven Span River back at the Bloodstream Division headquarters. It was a young woman named Gongsun Wan'er. As various thoughts ran through various minds, a sound suddenly crashed out from within the 9 spiritual seas, a sound that surpassed heavenly thunder. Rumble. All light went dim, and all hearts were shaken. It was as if the heavens were roaring. At the same time, a bolt of golden lightning shot out from the clouds above, filling the air around the 9 spiritual seas and transforming into countless hands that shoved against them. In response, the 9 merged spiritual seas began to shrink down. Among the forces of the Sky River Court, the most powerful cultivator, the old man who was half a step into the Deva realm, suddenly blurted, 9 lightning bolts smelt the core. In almost the exact same moment, the nascent soul patriarchs from the river-defying sect also began to cry out. It really is Heaven Dao Gold Core. In the moment of this type of core formation, the heavens form lightning that assists in the smelting of the core itself. It seems like assistance, but the truth is it's like a tribulation. Only by withstanding 9 strikes of lightning can success be had. Even as the hubbub of conversation echoed out, the 9 spiritual seas shrank down, and Beziash Hun trembled. Blood began to ooze out of his mouth, and a terrifying aura radiated out from him. That aura seemed like an aura of complete madness. If he made the slightest mistake, he would be destroyed. Not only would he fail to succeed at his core formation, but he would be ripped to shreds, destroyed in body and soul. Attempting to reach core formation without being fully prepared was an extremely dangerous task. When the river-defying sect cultivators saw blood oozing out of Beziash Hun's mouth, they started to get even more nervous than before. However, they could do nothing to help him. Outsiders could not interfere during Heaven Dao Gold Core formation. Everything was up to Beziash Hun and Beziash Hun alone. His eyes were completely bloodshot as he looked up into the sky at the spiritual seas, which was also the exact moment when another crackling boom filled the air. Rumble. A second golden lightning bolt appeared, even bigger than the last one. As it descended, it wrapped around the 9 spiritual seas and began to crush them with pressure. Things weren't over yet. though. A third boom came, then a fourth and a fifth. Each golden lightning bolt which appeared was bigger than the last, and the pressure they exerted onto the 9 spiritual seas caused them to shrink down rapidly. Soon, the core formed by the spiritual seas was only about 300 meters wide, and it glittered with golden light. As for Baziush-hun, he was trembling, and blood was pouring out of his eyes, nose, and ears. He truly seemed like he was hovering on the verge of collapse. And yet, the end had not yet been reached. A sixth boom could be heard, then a seventh. More golden lightning appeared, and the 9 spiritual seas seemed to be trembling on the verge of collapse, as if they might explode at any moment. 6 bolts of lightning were difficult enough, but then a seventh appeared, and a heaven Dao aura even more shocking than before spread out. The core formed by the merged spiritual seas began to ripple and distort. By now, the spiritual seas had shrunk from 300 meters to 30, and looked more than ever like they might collapse. Baziush-hun. More than one person among the river-defying sect was calling out Baziush-hun's name. That was especially true of those who were his close friends. They were more nervous than anyone. Hu Yunfei, Big Fatty Zhang, and Li King were all racked with anxiety. Hu Xiaomai and Song Jun seemed completely on edge. In sharp contrast, the cultivators of the Sky River Court were already beginning to sigh with relief now that it seemed that the core formation process was going to fail. That was especially true of the core formation youth who had been fighting Baziush-hun. A vicious smile spread out on his face, and the regret in his heart began to fade. He began to sigh with relief, and killing intent once again rose up in his eyes. So, it seems I won't even need to do anything. I can just watch him die. However, even as the sigh of relief left his mouth, Baziush-hun gritted his teeth and struggled to lift his head, staring up at the 9 spiritual seas as an 8th rumbling sound caused heaven and earth to shake. As the deafening sound spread out, an 8th golden lightning bolt appeared, larger and wider than any of the previous ones. It looked like a golden dragon as it wrapped around the 9 spiritual seas and began to crush them. Heavenly lightning was shaking the sky. The gold core formed from the 9 spiritual seas shrank from 30 meters down to a mere 3. The core rippled and distorted out of shape, and cracks could even be seen on its surface. Baziush-hun was trembling so hard that blood was seeping out of his pores, turning him crimson. His eyes were bloodshot and filled with madness. That was when his undying live forever technique kicked into effect, and golden light spread out from him. Behind him, his azure body manifested. Form! He shouted. Booms like thunder filled him, and his life force power erupted, healing him. After the 8th lightning bolt vanished, the gold core formed from his 9 spiritual seas was still there, and it was no longer misshapen. People gasped loudly in shock, but even as they did, a rumbling crash filled the sky. The 9th. The last lightning bolt, said Master Godwin softly, even as he shook visibly. Either he succeeds, or he dies, said the old man from the Sky River Court, his voice low. As he looked at Baziush-hun, mixed emotions could be seen on his face. He knew that if Baziush-hun successfully reached Heaven Dao Gold Core, then as long as he didn't meet an unexpected end, he would surely reach Nascent Soul, and most likely, the Deva Realm. Chapter 339, Making Contact with the Second Shackle. Intense rumbling sounds could be heard as the 9th bolt of golden lightning shot through the air. It was far larger than any of the preceding lightning bolts, and caused the entire sky to turn the color of gold as it sped toward Baziush-hun's 3-meter gold core. The crushing pressure exuded by that lightning bolt was both the strongest and the final round. Baziush-hun let out a long cry as he released all the power of his cultivation base. His undying techniques were in full swing, and his will, soul, and everything else about him was completely and utterly focused. Nothing else in the world even existed at the moment. His mind was devolving into chaos, and yet, there was one thing that remained. I must form this gold core. I want to live forever. Without even realizing what he was doing, he threw his head back and roared, then shot up into the air toward the gold core. From a distance, it was just possible to see him arriving at the gold core at exactly the same time as the bolt of lightning. As of this moment, heaven and earth were turning blurry, the sky was shaking, and the land was being rocked back and forth. As of this moment, so much golden light filled the world that it became the only color in existence. As of this moment, it was almost impossible to even distinguish Baziush-hun from the lightning, as both merged into the gold core. As of this moment, every person on the battlefield was completely focused on the events playing out above. No longer was the lightning visible, nor Baziush-hun. Not even the gold core itself could be seen. The only thing it was possible to see now was a field of endless gold. No one was able to determine whether Baziush-hun had succeeded. The ancient records didn't contain detailed information about what could happen in a scenario like this. They only contained a general overview. Currently, no one had any idea to judge what was happening. The only thing they could do now was wait. The heaven Dao pressure slowly began to dissipate, and the golden light started to fade. Everyone was looking anxiously up into the sky, countless thoughts running through their minds. However, all of them realized that this would likely be both the first and last time any of them ever saw someone reach Heaven Dao Gold Core. It was the same in both the river-defying sect and the Sky River Court. As for the young man who had been fighting Bazius Hun earlier, he was shaking all over. The idea of Bazius Hun reaching Heaven Dao Gold Core filled him with a level of dread he could never have even imagined before. There's no way he's going to succeed. He shouted to himself, his expression distorting with rage. There's no way. However, even as the young man shouted to himself, the gold light faded away completely, and everyone caught sight of Bazius Hun. There he hovered, his eyes closed, his hair floating around him, his arms outstretched. Golden light shone from him, making him look like a celestial being. Everyone was completely shaken. That was when his eyes suddenly snapped open. Instantly, rumblings like thunder echoed out in all directions, and at the same time, terrifying cultivation base fluctuations rolled out. That was something that a foundation establishment cultivator could not accomplish. That was something that came only with the power of a gold core. Impossible. The young man cried, his mind spinning. Cries of alarm rang out from the Sky River Court, whereas cheering could be heard from the river-defying sect. Did it work? Junior Patriarch. Bazius Hun. Even as the cheers rang out, Bazius Hun hovered there, somewhat in a daze. He could sense the cultivation base power coursing through him, and felt his previous injuries and wounds vanishing. The power he was experiencing was not just from his fleshly body, it was a comprehensive power that gave him the feeling that a mere wave of his hand could crush everything around him. So, this is Gold Core, huh? He murmured. He could clearly sense that the 9 spiritual seas inside of him were gone, and had been replaced by a spinning gold core. This was true Heaven Dao Gold Core. Every time the gold core spun, it released more power than the last time. As the cultivation base power poured through him, his body underwent a heaven-shaking, earth-toppling transformation. It wasn't just an addition to his longevity, he was ascending to a higher form of life. Everything around him now looked different than before. There were more colors, everything was more crisp and detailed, and he seemed closer to everything. Furthermore, a Heaven Dao aura erupted out from him that far surpassed the aura from his days in Heaven Dao Foundation establishment. It connected him to heaven and earth in such a way that he almost felt as if he had the power to summon heavenly lightning. There was another indescribable feeling that existed inside of him, something like what he had experienced in the world of the Blood Ancestor. It was almost as if he were being doted upon by heaven and earth. When he looked up into the sky, it seemed strangely familiar to him. Gold Core. Clenching his hands into fists, he threw his head back and let loose a long cry. Everything around him shook, and the cultivators of the river-defying sect began to cheer even more loudly than before. I think I can keep going, he thought. Taking a deep breath, he sent his undying live forever technique into motion. Shockingly, an Azura appeared behind him, then a second, a third, and a fourth. One Azura after another appeared, causing his energy to skyrocket. By this point, he was already far beyond the ordinary early core formation level. Everyone, especially the Chosen, were completely shocked. He's going to keep going? How is this possible? ? That's fleshly body power. Don't tell me he's going to form a fleshly body gold core? ? Numerous onlookers were crying out in shock. Stepping into core formation in the middle of a battlefield was a shocking thing in and of itself. But then he actually reached Heaven Dao Gold Core, and after that, continued to increase his fleshly body power. The cultivators of both the river-defying sect and the Sky River Court were so shocked that they were going into a daze. Even as they went silent, a 5th, 6th, 7th, 8th, and finally, a 9th Azura appeared behind him. Rumbling sounds filled heaven and earth as the energy of 9 Azuras caused everything to shake violently. Bazius Hun's breakthrough was not limited to his cultivation base, he was actually making progress with his undying Azura body. The 9 Azuras were like 9 Dharma idols, surrounding Bazius Hun and roaring into the heavens just like he was. It was a sound that surpassed heavenly thunder, and caused everyone to be shaken to the core. Even the plants in the jungle were trembling, and all chi condensation, foundation establishment, and ordinary core formation cultivators felt their cultivation bases teetering unstably. Gasps and cries of astonishment could be heard everywhere. But then, a 10th Azura appeared next to the 9th one, and a massive tremor ran through Bazius Hun. It was in that moment that he could sense a shackle inside of him. The 5 great shackles. He murmured to himself. He had already broken through the first shackle back when he had mastered the undying skin. Now, the second shackle had appeared. Although he couldn't break through it at the moment, he could at least make contact. To him, it felt as if 4 enormous mountains were weighing down onto him. It was something he couldn't detect before, but now his senses were heightened, and the feeling couldn't be clearer. He suddenly had the urge to destroy those mountains, to break free and truly rise up. I'm almost at the point of achieving the Undying Heavenly King body. Once that happens, I can form an Undying Heavenly King core. As he thought back to the details of the second volume of the Undying Codex, his eyes shone with anticipation, and his heart thumped with excitement. At that point, he looked down at the young man he had been fighting before, who was now trembling with terror. Almost as soon as their gazes met, the Heaven Dao aura vanished, and the pressure faded away. The young man's hair began to stand on end, and he started to back up. He really had no choice other than to give up on the fight. As of this moment, Bezia's Hun filled him with indescribable terror. The fact that Bezia's Hun was looking directly at him caused his heart to pound wildly. That gaze was like two sharp swords stabbing into his heart and mind, causing his earth core to shake. In the same moment that the young man turned to flee, several streams of divine sense, as well as a group of cultivators, began to race toward him from the Sky River Court to save him. However, Bezia's Hun was much closer to him than they were. He already had shocking speed back in Foundation Establishment, and now that he was in Heaven Dao Gold Core, he was even faster. "You're not getting away," he said, his voice as cold as ice. The young man had forced him to take the dangerous and potentially deadly choice of forcing core formation early. As a result, Bezia's Hun's killing intent surged with complete intensity. He took a step forward, and wings sprouted behind him. The mountain-shaking dash gave him an explosive burst of speed, causing him to leave behind after images and a series of sonic booms. In the blink of an eye, he was right in front of the young core formation cultivator. "You just hit me with a palm strike. Now it's my turn." His voice echoed out like the winter wind as he reached his hand back and then sent his palm flying toward the young man. Chapter 340, One Palm Eradicates Core Formation. The palm strike caused an illusory golden wave to sweep through the air, and thunder to boom up above. It contained the power of Bezia's Hun's Heaven Dao Gold Core, as well as fleshly body power that had already made contact with the second shackle. It was a domineering power that no one in the same cultivation stage as him could possibly stand up to. The young core formation cultivator let out a howl like a caged animal. The sensation of deadly crisis he felt caused his heart to tremble. In his madness, he realized that he couldn't flee, and that his only chance to get out of the situation alive was to withstand this palm strike. Suddenly, he was in almost the exact opposite situation as before. There was little time to consider the situation at the moment. Howling, he slapped his bag of holding to produce a vast array of magical items. Then he performed an incantation gesture, and stabbed his finger toward Bezia's Hun. He even went to the lengths of spitting his own earth core out of his mouth. "I refuse to believe that you can kill me right after you stepped into core formation," he shrieked. Bezia's Hun's eyes shone with intense coldness as his hand shot forward with lightning-like speed. When it made contact with the magical items, they couldn't stand up to the power for even a moment. They were destroyed like dry twigs as Bezia's Hun's palm sped forward to the young man. Then the palm made contact with the young man's extended finger, and it was almost instantly blotted out of existence. As the golden Heaven Dao power reduced it to ashes, the young man screamed miserably. However, Bezia's Hun didn't pause for even a moment. His palm continued forward, smashing into the young man's earth core. Instantly, rumbling sounds filled heaven and earth, and the earth core collapsed into nothing more than fragments. Blood sprayed out of the young man's mouth, and a look of despair filled his eyes as Bezia's Hun's palm made contact with his chest. "You want me dead? How about I kill you first?" Bezia's Hun's words were spoken softly, but they were filled with a ferocity that could chill the soul. Even before he finished speaking, his words were drowned out by a blood-curdling scream. The young man was shoved backward, tumbling through the air. Before he could come to a stop, his body exploded, sending a rain of blood spattering all over the Sky River Court core formation cultivators who had come to aid him. From the moment Bezia's Hun began to strike out until the end of the fight, only a moment had passed. Quick and efficient. The core formation cultivators who had just arrived were clearly shocked. Only now did they understand how truly frightening a Heaven Dao Gold Core expert was. He had only just stepped into core formation, and could already cut down someone in the same level. Furthermore, he had completely dominated his opponent. How could these other core formation cultivators be anything other than astonished? Everything went silent for a moment, after which the river-defying sect cultivators began to cheer again as their fighting spirits rose. As for Bezia's Hun, he hovered there, looking up at the nascent soul cultivators some distance off. For the first time, he felt that he wasn't so far removed from them after all. Master Godwin from the Bloodstream Division threw his head back and laughed uproariously. "Children of the river-defying sect," he cried, "attack with full force. Storm the Sky River Court." In response, the river-defying sect cultivators located in the jungle on either side of the river all roared and began to attack. Bezia's Hun took a deep breath, and then caused a blood-colored light to explode out from him that vastly exceeded what he was capable of in Foundation establishment. As it spread out, the cultivators of the Bloodstream Division yet again found their battle prowess increasing. Rumbling could be heard as the fighting resumed in full force, and in never more bitter and deadly fashion than before. From high up in the air, it was possible to see river-defying sect cultivators swarming through the jungle on both banks of the river. They were like two sharp blades, slicing toward the Sky River Court headquarters with deadly abandon. The Sky River Court couldn't fight back for much longer. They were being pushed back relentlessly, and the signs of imminent defeat were clear. That was when an emerald green lantern suddenly flew out from the Sky River Court. As it rose into the air, it grew larger and larger, until it was fully 300 meters tall, and emanated shocking pressure. Surrounding the lantern were countless vengeful spirits, who let out vicious screams as they flew with the lantern toward the left bank of the river. That lantern was none other than one of the Sky River Court's precious treasures. Before the lantern could fly very far, a black sun shot up from the right bank of the river. Inside of the sun was a white raven, whose opened eyes emanated intensely cold light. It let out a cry that could shake the soul as it shot toward the lantern. As the pace of the battle increased, the time had arrived for the river-defying sect to release their reserve powers. Of course, a reserve power like the Black Sun was little more than a precious treasure to the Sky River Court. When the precious treasure and the reserve power closed in on each other, a huge gravestone, hundreds of meters tall, appeared in the air above the right bank. It instantly began to smash down toward the ground, emanating a profoundly archaic air. As it descended, the ground down below began to bulge up, as if it were forming a grave. Then, a withered hand shot up from the dirt, and a hoarse howl echoed out over the right bank. How could the river-defying sect not be prepared for something like this, though? As soon as the gravestone appeared, a white sun shot up over the right bank, within which was a black raven. It let out a piercing cry as it shot toward the gravestone. As it neared, the hand which had emerged from the dirt dissolved into ash, and a face floated out from the gravestone. Howling, the face shot toward the white sun as if to consume it. The fighting was proceeding with utter intensity as reserve powers and precious treasures were unleashed. Cultivators fought fiercely with other cultivators. Slowly but surely, the river-defying sect was pushing the Sky River Court back, and getting closer and closer to the Sky River Court headquarters itself. The time had come for the third offensive, the assault on the headquarters. As the offensive proceeded, large numbers of river-defying sect cultivators poured out of the jungle and began to fight on the dire sky banyan itself. Booms rang out. The light of magical techniques rose up into the air. Bitter screams echoed here and there. The battle between the patriarchs was growing more intense. People on both sides were receiving grievous injuries, and yet none of them were willing to back down, and instead, began to fight with even more madness. Battles were going on between the gold core cultivators everywhere, both on the river banks and within the sect headquarters itself. Bazish Hun was no longer tangling with the Foundation establishment cultivators. Instead, he was higher up, battling the core formation cultivators from the Sky River Court. The river-defying sect had already had the upper hand in that regard, so there was little danger involved for him. Furthermore, it was giving him valuable experience in fighting other core formation cultivators. As his battle prowess continued to climb, the core formation cultivators of the Sky River Court were increasingly shocked. Meanwhile, on a towering mountain some distance away from the Sky River Court, three figures materialized. Despite the distance, they were able to clearly see everything that was happening on the field of battle. Two of those figures were men, and one was a woman. The woman was beautiful, and emanated an aura that resembled the starry sky itself. She was there in illusory form, sometimes taking clear shape, sometimes blurring visibly. Anyone who stared at her too long would feel themselves growing dizzy. Of the other two men, one was middle-aged, and emanated a pulsing black mist that formed into the shape of numerous black skulls. The grass near the man was all dead, and even the rocks were beginning to decay. Clearly, that black mist contained shocking power, and closely resembled devil chi. Finally, there was an old man wearing a Taoist robe. He bore the demeanor of a transcendent being, and possessed a profound and mysterious aura. Anyone who got close to him would be able to hear a faint sound like the music of a Tao. These three people came from the other three great sects in the Middle Reaches, the Starry River Court, the Polarity River Court, and the Tao River Court. The woman who was phasing in and out of visibility, she came from the Starry River Court, which was widely known to wield the power of the starry sky. The man with the devil chi came from the Polarity River Court, which was widely regarded as a devilish sect. As for the old man, he came from the top sect in the Middle Reaches, the Tao River Court. The Sky River Court will be defeated this day. Interesting. It seems our new neighbors aren't weaklings, either. That will make things a bit more fun. They even have a Heaven Tao Gold Core cultivator. The Starry Sky Tao Polarity sect will surely take note of that. You know, Since the Sky River Court is going to meet defeat, their shares will need to be redistributed. The three of them exchanged slight, knowing smiles. Apparently, their true hope was that neither side came out truly victorious. Chapter 341, The True Spirit Awakens. The fighting was getting more bitter than ever. Of course, the casualties on the Sky River Court side far outmatched those of the river-defying sect. People were being injured or killed almost every moment, leading to taciturn silence within the Sky River Court itself. In the very center of the Sky River Court was a tree growing upon the larger tree. At the crown of that smaller tree was a log cabin, outside of which stood an old man in a white robe, who was looking out at the fighting. The booms and screams of battle were clearly audible from his position. He seemed completely exhausted, and if one were to look closely at him, an aura of death could be detected. He seemed to be on the verge of breathing his last breath. Next to the old man was a handsome boy with rosy lips and white teeth. He was almost pretty, and even emanated a fragrant aroma. He wore fresh, clean clothes, and almost looked like a celestial creature of some sort. He had his hands clasped behind his back as he studied the battlefield. He seemed particularly interested in Baziush-hun. After a long moment passed, the old man spoke in a voice hoarse from exhaustion. "Fellow Taoist Lee, haven't things gone on long enough?" The boy smiled and looked over at the old man. "Oh no, not quite yet." He sighed. "Fellow Taoist Chen, if you had known things would turn out this way, would you have repented of your sins earlier?" The old man stood there quietly for a moment. Then his eyes went a bit dimmer, and he said, "When will enough be enough? Plenty of people have died already." After a moment of thought, the boy smiled and said, "Fine, fine. How about this, produce your Sky River Court reserve power. Once it's destroyed, we can end the punishment." The old man seemed to tire even further. Many people had actually came to assume that he was dead already. However, as a true patriarch of the Sky River Court, this old man was in the Deva realm, and had numerous means by which to prolong his life, even after receiving a grievous injury. Despite being like an oil lamp about to wink out, he was still able to continue living. The Starry Sky Tao Polarity sect didn't want to completely eradicate the Sky River Court. Rather, they wanted this old man to watch it being destroyed. They wanted him to understand that this was his punishment. Only after enough cultivators had died could the remaining disciples have a chance to keep on living. The old man sighed, and then reached out and tapped the tree trunk next to him. The tree shivered, and the effect rapidly spread out. In the blink of an eye, the entire dire sky banyan was shaking. Then, countless white insects began to crawl out from inside of the tree. Each insect was only about the size of a finger, but they let out piercing cries, along with powerful auras. As soon as they appeared, they began to fly up into the sky. This development caused an immediate stir. The fighting stopped momentarily as swarms of the creatures flew up out of the dire sky banyan. It only took moments before they blotted out the sky. It was a completely hair-raising sight. Among the cultivators of the Sky River Court, only a few recognized what those insects were, and when they did, looks of terror appeared on their faces. The entire sect was filled with white insects, and the droning sound they caused as they flew up. Everyone looked on in shock as the countless bugs flew up, creating a sea of insects. If a sea of insects were all there were to it, it might not be a big deal. But these bugs were clumping together, and before long, they had created the shape of a vicious, gargantuan beetle. Upon forming, the beetle wasn't white, but rather, bright red. It was fully 3,000 meters long, and covered with countless vicious spikes that emanated the black glow of deadly poison. After forming, the enormous beetle let out a terrifying screech that caused numerous cultivators to cough up mouthfuls of blood. That included cultivators from the Sky River Court as well as the river-defying sect. The terrifyingly ferocious nature of this beetle cast cold shock into the hearts of all present. Even Baziush-hun was trembling at the sight of the beetle. Despite his recent step into core formation, the beetle's aura left him shaking in utter terror. A death beetle. One of the Sky River Court's two reserve powers. A death beetle. The numerous nascent soul cultivators of the river-defying sect were visibly taken aback. Frigid Sect and Master Godwind exchanged a look, and each could see the serious expressions on the other's faces. After letting out a powerful roar, the beetle lunged forward, spitting out a huge stream of green fluid that sprayed about like rainwater. Everything it touched began to dissolve, even the ground. Instantly, miserable cries began to ring out, even the Sky River Court cultivators were being affected. The corrosive power of the acid raid went far beyond anything Baziush-hun had created in his pill concocting. Terrified, he began to back up. What is that freakish thing? Even as everyone was reeling in shock, the death beetle burst into motion, sending a shower of spikes out in all directions. Then, it opened its mouth, snatched up a core formation cultivator and swallowed him down. Next, it landed hard on the ground, where it curled up into a ball and began to roll about, crushing everything in its path into a bloody pulp. Not even attacks from the nascent soul cultivators could do anything to hinder its path. Even when some particularly powerful attacks were successful, the huge bug would simply break up into countless smaller white insects, then reform moments later. Inside the log cabin, the boy began to clap his hands slowly. Smiling, he said, "Ah, a death beetle. An excellent mid-grade spirit treasure." The old man didn't respond. This river-defying sect has quite a few reserve powers at their disposal, but they're all mortal-tier spirit treasures. Although, they do have that extraordinary blood ancestor of theirs. What a pity that the patriarchs issued orders not to touch it. The boy shook his head sadly. "I did hear that their spirit stream division has a very mysterious origin. Perhaps they have a spirit treasure that can broaden our horizons." The boy was only getting more interested by what was happening. As he looked out at the battlefield, the death beetle was smashing back and forth, inflicting serious damage on the river-defying sect. If the situation wasn't resolved, the deaths involved would be serious. The patriarchs of the river-defying sect all looked over at Frigid Sect. Master Godwin sounded quite anxious as he said, "Brother Frigid Sect, didn't you say that you would take care of the death beetle?" Frigid Sect hesitated for a moment. Then he looked at the huge beetle, and gritted his teeth. Without saying a word, he shot through the air toward the Spirit Stream Division's Heavenspan battleship out on the river. After 10 breaths of time passed, the death beetle spat out another rain of acid, and sent another wave of spikes shooting out. More screams echoed out, despite how the nascent soul cultivators of the river-defying sect were doing their best to block the attacks. That was when a shocking aura suddenly rose up from the river, specifically, from the Spirit Stream Division's Heavenspan battleship. In response to the aura, the death beetle shivered. It wasn't the only one. All cultivators on the battlefield, from the chi condensation stage to nascent soul, were shaking uncontrollably. Their faces began to fall, and their cultivation bases began to spin out of control. Even the boy in the log cabin was visibly shocked. Then, a look of unprecedented solemnity appeared on his face as he looked over at the Heavenspan battleship. "That's..." The old man's face fell, and a look of complete incredulity appeared on his face. "A high-grade spirit treasure?" Somewhere on the battlefield was Gong Sunwaner, who moments ago had worn a carefree expression on her face. Suddenly, she stopped in place, and a mysterious gleam rose up in her eyes as she looked over at the Heavenspan battleship. The entire battlefield went still. Even the dire Skybinyan, which up to this moment had been continuously attempting to free itself from the grip of the blood ancestor, suddenly stopped moving. In the Heavenspan battleship, in a heavily guarded secret chamber, Frigid Sect was kneeling down in front of a coffin. Inside of the coffin was the corpse of a baby girl, whose eyes had just opened. The terrifying aura that had just appeared came in the moment that she opened her eyes. Trembling, Frigid Sect raised his voice and said, "True Spirit, please exterminate this death beetle." The instant the words left his mouth, the corpse of the baby girl vanished from within the coffin. When she reappeared, she was in the air above the Heavenspan battleship. The baby girl hovered there, silently looking up into the sky, an expression of confused curiosity in her eyes, almost as if she were thinking about the past. As she floated there silently, all eyes were focused upon her, everyone felt their hearts and minds trembling, and were filled with the urge to drop down in worship. As for the boy in the log cabin, he was shaking visibly. That's... A look of complete and utter disbelief filled his face. Chapter 342, Undying Heavenly King Core. The boy wasn't the only one to react in such a way. The old man's eyes shone with strange light as he stood there panting. Outside of the Sky River Court headquarters, the 3 observers from the other sects all had looks of complete shock on their faces. Who was that? Her aura. I've never felt so shaken, not even when facing a Deva-level patriarch. Who could ever have imagined that the river-defying sect would have reserve powers like this? Even the other 3 divisions of the river-defying sect were completely and utterly shocked. Master Godwin's eyes were wide as he was yet again impressed with how well the Spirit Stream Division kept their true strength hidden. Never in all eternity could he have imagined that they would have power such as this at their disposal. Bazius Hun's eyes were wide as he looked at the baby girl. Although there were other people who might know more about the girl than he did, he still was more familiar with her than most. In fact, back when he'd laid eyes on her for the first time, he'd even heard her voice. Now that the baby girl had emerged from the coffin, allowing Bazius Hun to directly sense the indescribably terrifying fluctuations rolling off of her, he couldn't help but pant. All of this takes a bit of time to describe, but from the moment she opened her eyes until the instant she appeared in midair, only the briefest of moments passed. Before anyone could even react, the baby girl looked away from the sky, taking in everyone in the world with her gaze, including the enormous beetle. Then she simply lifted her hand and pointed at the bug. In that instant, the death beetle began to shiver, and then seemed to lose any ability to fight back. No one could even see any ripples of a magical technique, and yet, The death beetle began to shake violently. A moment later, the beetle was nothing more than ash dissolving in the air. The wave of the baby girl's finger had stirred natural law, and completely wiped the beetle out of existence. The response to the scene which had just played out was complete silence. The eyes of the river-defying sect cultivators were wide, and the Sky River Court cultivators' minds were reeling. Bazius Hun hovered there in midair, eyes wide with shock. He had just witnessed something that no one else had noticed. With the power of his Heaven Dao Gold Core, he had noticed that the wave of the baby girl's finger had caused a vibration on something that looked like a thin thread. That slight fluctuation gave rise to transformations that he didn't understand, but the result was that the death beetle was blotted out of existence. What had just occurred was something that could not be explained with an understanding of magical techniques and divine abilities. As for the three people from the other sects, their scalps were tingling, and they were shaking visibly. In fact, they weren't even capable of imagining what kind of power could simply wipe away a mid-grade spirit treasure like that death beetle. However, they could imagine what would happen if that power were turned upon them. They would be instantly turned into nothing more than ash. Back in the Sky River Court, the young boy gasped and murmured, "An outsider. I can't believe the Spirit Stream Division has an outsider." The look in his eyes as he observed that baby girl couldn't have been more serious. The old man suddenly chuckled. Outsiders are inauspicious. Everyone in the Heavens Pan realm knows that. Furthermore, any sect that has dealings with outsiders also becomes polluted and inauspicious. A gleam of anticipation could be seen deep within the old man's eyes. The boy maintained his silence. He was one of the 5 devas of the Starry Sky Dao Polarity sect, and had a very profound understanding of the world around him. He was well aware that outsiders truly were incredibly inauspicious. However, at the same time, the Starry Sky Dao Polarity sect's stance toward them was to stay hands off and simply ignore them. Damn, thought the boy. There must be someone very powerful in the Spirit Stream Division. The point of revealing that outsider wasn't just to kill the death beetle, it was to put on a little show for me. Well, I can do the same thing. Gaze flickering across the battlefield, he suddenly performed an incantation gesture with his right hand, then pushed his hand down onto the tree trunk next to him. The old man's face fell as if he wished to stop the boy, and yet, was unable to. Almost as soon as the boy pushed down onto the tree trunk, the ancient dire sky banyan that was the home of the Sky River Court suddenly surged with life force, and began to struggle mightily. Powerful roaring could be heard as countless branches flew out onto the battlefield and began to wrap around the Sky River Court cultivators, even the Nasan soul experts. Then the branches lurched back, dragging the cultivators into the dire sky banyan. As the cultivators were swallowed up, they became nutrients for the dire sky banyan, causing its life force to surge. That in turn caused the enormous palm print on the dire sky banyan's trunk to heal up. Countless branches spread out over it, and leaves sprouted. More intense roars could be heard, and then the enormous tree jerked, snapping the 2 main branches which had been pinned down by the blood ancestor. With that, the gigantic tree reared up to its full height. The tree let out a bellow that shook heaven and earth, and then, its eyes opened, bright red eyes which stared at the baby girl up in the air. The baby girl only had 10 breaths of time to be awake. Although everything almost seemed to be happening in slow motion, the truth was that those 10 breaths of time still hadn't passed yet, only about 8 or 9. The baby girl was already starting to wither up, and the light was fading from her eyes. And yet, she didn't even bother to glance at the roaring tree. Instead, she turned her head to look at the shocked Bazius Hun. Bazius Hun's mind instantly began to spin as a familiar yet mysterious voice spoke to him. "I'll give you a bit of my chi and blood. I hope that you can concoct the river-defying pill sooner rather than later." The baby girl waved her right index finger, and a drop of blood flew out of the tip, which shot with lightning-like speed toward Bazius Hun's forehead. In the blink of an eye, it had fused into him. Having accomplished this, the baby girl vanished. A moment later, she reappeared back inside of the Heavens Pan battleship, in the coffin, her eyes closed, once again nothing but a desiccated corpse. A tremor ran through Bazius Hun, and his chi and blood began to seethe. That drop of blood which had just been absorbed into his body apparently contained boundless power. As the power spread out, Bazius Hun let out a long, piercing cry. At the same time, 9 Azuras appeared behind him. Then, with the stimulation of the blood drop, a 10th Azura came into being. As the 10th Azura appeared, Bazius Hun's eyes turned bright red. Throwing his head back, he let out a howl that caused heaven and earth to shake. Everyone in the river-defying sect was completely shocked. His fleshly body power instantly began to rocket up, and he suddenly felt as if he were pushing against the second shackle. It seemed that just a bit more power would break through it. Undying Heavenly King body. Blue veins bulged out on his face and neck as a shockwave blasted out from him. At the same time, the 10 Azuras behind him began to merge together. When they became one, A terrifying fleshly body power instantly exploded out of Bazia's Hun. Bursts of golden light shone out from the single Uchiha as golden armor fell down upon it. Its physical appearance was changing rapidly. No longer did it have 3 heads and 6 arms. It was now an enraged heavenly king, enormous, fully 300 meters tall. It was an undying heavenly king. To the appearance of the undying heavenly king indicated that Bazia's Hun was finally breaking through the second shackle. As he did, he threw his head back and roared. He suddenly felt freer. His fleshly body power was skyrocketing, and at the same time, something became visible inside of the projection of the undying heavenly king. It was a golden core. It was none other than an undying heavenly king core. Bazia's Hun took a deep breathing, causing the undying heavenly king and the core within it to fly toward him. In the blink of an eye, it merged into him, causing an energy that was even more terrifying than before to explode out. That was the power of 2 cores. At the same time, the drop of blood from the baby girl instantly gave Bazia's Hun deeper enlightenment of the river-defying pill. As of this moment, he had new ideas, and was slightly more confident in being able to concoct the pill. Meanwhile, the dire sky banyan was still rising up into the air, and countless river-defying sect cultivators were fleeing from it at top speed. As for the cultivators of the Bloodstream Division, they were following the directions of Master Godwin to head back toward the Blood Ancestor. Although everyone was shaken by what was happening with Bazia's Hun, there was no time to ponder the situation. Master Godwin immediately roared, "Night Crypt, my boy, take control of the Blood Ancestor. Kill that dire sky banyan." Chapter 343, No More Sky River Court, Welcome the Honorable River-Defying Sect. It was a critical juncture. In order to test out the true spirit, the young boy gave new life to the dire sky banyan, which had previously been panting on the verge of death. However, the price which had been paid was enormous, the lives of all of the cultivators of the Sky River Court. It was an unforeseen turn of events that caught the river-defying sect unprepared. According to any estimation, after the death beetle was destroyed, the Sky River Court should have surrendered. After all, the death of that beetle was supposed to signify the end of the punishment. But now everything had changed. The dire sky banyan roared as its enormous frame rose up over the heaven-span river. Countless roots were connected to either side of the river bank, making it look almost like a giant. Outside of the log cabin, the boy frowned. He didn't care at all about the deaths of the Sky River Court, nor about what the river-defying sect was doing. He only cared about that baby girl. So, she can only remain active for 10 breaths of time, huh? The boy shook his head sadly. After a moment, a look of sadness appeared in the eyes of the old man, and even pain. He almost seemed to be hesitating over some decision. As for all of the other cultivator clans and sects that had come to observe the fighting, they were completely shaken by what they had seen, and could hardly control their own breathing. That was especially true considering that they had seen the powerful death beetle wiped out with the single wave of a finger. Then the dire sky banyan suddenly surged with life force. Everyone began to back up, trembling. Most of the river-defying sect cultivators had managed to flee successfully. Although a few had been wounded or killed in the process, most were now back in the heaven-span battleships, whose shields had been raised. As for the Bloodstream Division, most of them were on the banks of the river. Bazia's Hun had no time to think about the matter at the moment. He was surging with incredible power, and his skin was the color of gold. The feeling of being at the peak of the undying skin and undying flesh left him with the sensation that he could hurl mountains and drain seas. As soon as Master Godwin called out to him, he blurred into motion. He could now move even more quickly than when he had just stepped into the Heavendao Gold Core stage. Although the waters of the Heavenspan River were very dangerous to most people, they wouldn't harm Bazia's Hun at all. Thus, he dove into the water and shot downward toward the Blood Ancestor. It only took a few breaths of time before the Blood Ancestor's eyes opened and began to shine with golden light. Slowly but surely, the Blood Ancestor rose to his feet. Before, something like this wouldn't have been possible. Bazia's Hun needed the combined strength of countless other Bloodstream Division cultivators to take control of the Blood Ancestor. But now, with effort, he was able to do it single-handedly. As the Blood Ancestor rose up from within the waters of the Heavenspan River, the Bloodstream Division cultivators flew into the air and quickly disappeared inside. Then, the Blood Ancestor began to radiate even more incredible power than last time. Under the control of Bazia's Hun, the blood-colored giant leaped up into the air. It was in that moment that the dire sky banyan turned its gaze to the Blood Ancestor. Hatred and animosity burned inside of it as it sent countless branches and vines swirling together to form a huge hand, which then shot toward the Blood Ancestor in the form of a fist. Instead of retreating in the face of such an attack, the Blood Ancestor continued to fly through the air, even higher than last time. In a flash, he appeared directly in front of the dire sky banyan, whereupon he reached out and grabbed a hold of the incoming hand, then unleashed the mountain-shaking bash. Boundless golden light glittered as the blood ancestor bashed into the dire sky banyan, ripping it up by the roots and sending it flying backward several thousand meters. Everyone who was watching could scarcely believe their own eyes. The events which were playing out this day completely surpassed the imaginations of anyone present, to the point where they almost felt as if they were suffocating. The blood ancestor and the dire sky banyan were both gargantuan giants, large enough to be the headquarters of a huge sect. And here they were fighting at close quarters. Each blow unleashed contained the power to destroy heaven and earth. Shockwaves blasted out in all directions, sending earth and vegetation flying everywhere. Even the waters of the Heavenspan River were affected. The giant and the tree fought back and forth relentlessly across the landscape, felling mountains and hewing massive craters into the earth. Of course, the dire sky banyan hadn't truly recovered, it had only been aided by being fed the life force of the entire Sky River Court. The tree had long since been doomed to die. Considering the intensity of the fighting, it wouldn't be long before its injuries flared out of control, and it slipped away into death. The enormous tree let out roars of rage as it was battered backward and backward. Because of the unrelenting attacks of the blood ancestor, the dire sky banyan was unable to seize the initiative. Baziushun had already become very comfortable in his control over the gigantic body. His Heavendao Gold Core surged with energy, releasing constant power. His undying Heavenly King Core also seethed, unleashing boundless fleshly body power. With the increase of his cultivation base, Baziushun could also send his consciousness to greater limits. His mind now filled the blood ancestor, and at the same time, his fleshly body formed a resonance, giving him an unheard-of level of control. Sometimes, he even forgot that he was actually inside of the blood ancestor. It was almost as if he truly were the blood ancestor. Die! He howled. However, his voice came out of the blood ancestor's mouth, rumbling like thunder. The dire sky banyan was shoved backward again, and yet, before it could get very far, Baziushun reached out and grabbed it by the arm, flinging it through the air. The dire sky banyan slammed into the ground some distance away, then struggled to rise up again. Meanwhile, the log cabin inside the huge tree hadn't been affected at all. The boy still stood outside of it, a thoughtful expression on his face. As for the old man, a look of determination had finally solidified in his eyes. Taking a deep breath, he reached out and pushed his hand down onto the trunk of the tree. In that instant, his body withered, and a powerful aura of death completely surrounded him. The boy looked over at him. "Fellow Taoist," he said coolly, "please pardon my actions from moments ago. I got caught up in the heat of the moment, and my desire to interact with an outsider. That was unfair to you, and it also made things hard for the river-defying sect. Ah well. If this is the choice you wish to make, so be it. With new life breathed into the sky banyan, your mark will be left behind for all time. It will also serve as a bit of recompense to the river-defying sect on my part." With that, he waved his sleeve behind him, stepped out into the air, and vanished. The old man didn't say anything when the boy disappeared. He looked at the huge struggling giant, and at the same time, his body withered. Everyone in the Sky River Court was dead, and he didn't have much longer to live either. Therefore, he was choosing to sacrifice himself to give the dire sky banyan a chance to live. At the same time, some of his own will and life force would remain behind within the tree. "Henceforth," he murmured, "I acknowledge allegiance to the river-defying sect. I will protect it, just as you protected the Sky River Court." With that, he withered up, fusing into the dire sky banyan. The dire sky banyan shivered, and then the red glow in its eyes faded away. Even as that happened, the blood ancestor sailed toward it, fist held back in preparation to launch a blow. That was when the dire sky banyan prostrated itself and said in a deep voice, "I acknowledge allegiance." Even as the words echoed out, a scintillating light flew out from inside of the huge tree. The light shrank down until it revealed a green crystal, which was the heart of the dire sky banyan. Whoever controlled that crystal would have the dire sky banyan's life in their hands. Under Baziushun's control, the blood ancestor stopped moving right in front of the dire sky banyan. Everything went silent, and all of the cultivators of the river-defying sect looked over at the blood ancestor. It wasn't just them. The surrounding cultivator clans and smaller sects were also waiting to see what the blood ancestor would do. No one could interfere. The choice was up to Baziushun. Not even the nascent soul patriarchs could do anything. Baziushun hesitated for a moment, then smiled and reached out to grab the green crystal. Instantly, a heaven-shaking, earth-shattering swell of cheering rose up from the three Heavenspan battleships. Victory! From now on, our river-defying sect is a Middle Reaches sect. We won, we won. Within the cheering could be heard crying, whistling, and shouts of excitement. Everyone in the river-defying sect was boiling with elation. Moments later, a beam of bright light became visible, shooting through the sky. As it neared, a stone stele could be seen inside. The stone stele slammed into the ground, burying itself halfway into the earth. Visible on the top half were 3 characters. River-defying sect. Beneath those 3 characters was another smaller line of characters. Subdivision of the Starry Sky Dao Polarity sect. That stone seal was a sign of the approval of the Starry Sky Dao Polarity sect, and as soon as the cultivators of the river-defying sect saw it, their excitement grew even more intense. This was everything they had worked hard for, and at long last, they had confirmation. Many of them began to think back to all the fighting that had been involved in becoming a Middle Reaches sect, and it left them sighing. The surrounding cultivator clans and small-scale sects all began dropping to their knees to kowtow. Greetings, river-defying sect. More and more voices joined together, creating a cacophony of sound. As for the 3 representatives from the other sects, they took deep breaths as they recovered their composure. With a final look at the blood ancestor, they turned and left. Everyone knew that from this day on, the Eastern Middle Reaches was no longer controlled by the Sky River Court, but rather, the Honorable River-defying sect. Chapter 344, Getting to Work. The River-defying sect had taken control over the Middle Reaches. All of the cultivator clans and smaller sects were completely shaken, as were the representatives of the 3 other major sects. The entire structure of the Middle Reaches would change, and it also meant that one of the 4 major overlords had been replaced. That was even more meaningful considering that the river-defying sect had come from the lower reaches. To the sects subservient to the other 3 major sects, new doors had suddenly been opened. At the same time, the river-defying sect was now busier than it had ever been before. Regardless of the level of their cultivation bases, the disciples of all 4 divisions were mobilized to aid in the construction of a new sect headquarters. That new river-defying sect headquarters was being built on the former location of the Sky River Court itself. The patriarchs of the 4 divisions had long since discussed and came to an agreement regarding how it would be laid out and what it would look like. Not only did their plan fulfill the requirements of each of the 4 divisions, it put the sect in the perfect position to both defend and attack. After all, this new headquarters would need to stand for thousands upon thousands of years, and would be a source of glory and honor for the entire sect. The nucleus of the headquarters was to be an enormous mountain, half of which rested beneath the surface of the Heavenspan River, and the other half of which rose high into the heavens. Although one might think that such a mountain would impede the flow of the Heavenspan River water, various magical means would be used to ensure that the river continued to flow just as before. The mountain would stretch high into the clouds, so tall that it was impossible to see the summit. As for the name of the mountain, it would be called Mount River Defiance. That mountain would be the nucleus of the sect, where all the important decisions would be made. The patriarchs would live there, and the reserve powers would be held there as well. Mount River Defiance would form the center of the sect, with 4 majestic mountain ranges stretching out from it in 4 directions. Transported into the area by powerful magics, each one would stretch out for 500 kilometers, and would feature 8 peaks that, despite being impressively tall, did not rival Mount River Defiance. Those 4 mountain ranges would be assigned to the 4 divisions of the river-defying sect, the Spirit, Blood, Profound, and Pillstream divisions. The main gate of the river-defying sect would face the Heavenspan River, and would be guarded by 2 enormous figures. On the left there would be a towering giant that thrummed with powerful blood chi, and yet appeared to be sleeping, which would be none other than the blood ancestor. On the right side would be the dire Skybunyan, standing guard over the river-defying sect just like the giant. The towering tree and the enormous giant would cause all other smaller sects in the Middle Reaches to cower in fear and terror. The planned layout of the river-defying sect seemed simple, but the truth was that much thought had been put into it. For example, a grand spell formation would be erected to defend the sect, a spell formation that was 10 times larger than the one the Spirit Stream sect had created years ago in the Laotian Mountains. This was the type of enormous sect that deserved to occupy the Middle Reaches, a sect that was clearly so powerful that none of the other forces in the region would dare to trifle with it. The river-defying sect sent emissaries back to the lower reaches with new regulations for the 4 sects which had risen up in their absence. The old customs were reinstated. In the past, the 4 great sects of the lower reaches had sent tribute upriver every year. The same arrangement would continue into the future. The river-defying sect also locked down the borders of the lower reaches, ensuring that the new sects would have time to fully establish themselves and not face any outside invaders. While the shocking memory of the destruction of the Sky River Court was still fresh in the minds of all, this first Dharmic decree issued by the river-defying sect was something that no one was willing to defy, not even the other 3 major Middle Reaches sects. No one wanted to incur the ill will of the river-defying sect. Although the river-defying sect was weaker than the other 3 major sects, they had received approval from the presiding sect upriver. As such, the other sects couldn't very well offend them before they even had a chance to establish themselves. Because of that, the river-defying sect's territory was peaceful and calm, although the population was filled with both excitement and nervousness. The river-defying sect had many important affairs to attend to. Whether it was the construction of their new headquarters, the pacification of the lower reaches, or the task of bringing their new territory under control. There were countless tasks that required careful attention. The first matter to take care of was to assign a mountain range to each of the 4 divisions. Once each division had a mountain range, they could go about setting it up according to their own styles and requirements. Because of Beziashun, the Spirit Stream Division took the East Mountain Range. There were few changes to their division. The same 7 mountain peaks remained that had once been on the north and south banks of the river. The only difference was that the 8th mountain now belonged to the core formation cultivators. The mountain range occupied by the Bloodstream Division was the one closest to the Blood Ancestor, which would ensure that the cultivators there were able to practice their techniques with the least interference possible. Another new rule was instituted: in order to become a Blood Master of one of their 8 mountain peaks, a cultivator had to reach core formation first. As for the Profound and Pill Stream divisions, they had similar rules as before. The Profound Stream division specialized in spell formations and clone cultivation, whereas the Pill Stream division focused on the Tao of medicine. When all was said and done, the river-defying sect had a strong foundation in virtually all aspects. They truly met the requirements for a large sect. The construction efforts all proceeded with great fanfare. There was also much work to be done on what had once been the battlefield surrounding the Sky River Court. The corpses of many river-defying sect cultivators who had died in battle needed to be cleared away. Those cultivators were given proper burials, and their names were inscribed to be remembered for all time. They were brave heroes of the river-defying sect whose names would be sung in songs for generation to come. There were many, many tasks to accomplish. Now that the fighting was done, one of the main matters at hand was to select a new sect leader. Thankfully, such matters were the responsibility of the patriarchs. Beziashun didn't have to worry about them. Days passed, and soon Beziashun realized that everyone around him was busy in some way or another. Whenever he walked around, the disciples of the river-defying sect would cast reverent gazes in his direction, and offer formal greetings. At first, it felt wonderful, but soon, the thrill began to fade. "This is so boring," he murmured. "I think I'll go chat with Zeomai." It took a bit of searching, but he soon found her. She was with a team of fellow cultivators operating a spell formation giant to clear away rubble. As soon as he saw her, he called out, "Zeomai, don't bother me now, big bro Zeashun," she called out, wiping the sweat from her brow. "I'm busy." With that, she continued on with her work. Beziashun stood there awkwardly for a moment before catching sight of Big Fatty Jong. Eldest brother Big Fatty Jong looked over with a serious expression, then said, "Can you save it for later, Zeashun? I have a bunch of spirit enhancing to do." With that, he went back to his work with Zumixian and the other spirit enhancers. Beziashun smiled, but inside he felt embarrassed and even crestfallen. Just when he was about to leave, he noticed Hu Yunfei flying in his direction. "Big bro, who no time to chat, Zeashun. Master sent me to work on the magic pavilion." Hu Yunfei flew by without even stopping. Smiling wryly, Beziashun looked around at the people bustling about, and then decided to head to the Bloodstream Division. As soon as he set foot on the mountains, he saw Song Jung commanding a group of Middle Peak disciples as they constructed a new Middle Peak. "Big sis Song, go hang out somewhere else, Night Crypt," she barked, flicking her sleeve. Then she issued some more orders to the Middle Peak disciples. Beziashun's jaw dropped. Even as he was trying to decide how to respond, a quavering voice reached his ears from behind. "Junior Patriarch, do you mind just leaving? You're making me nervous." Beziashun felt like he was about to go mad. Sighing, he turned and moped off. Everyone he knew was ignoring him because of the various tasks they had been assigned. Even Bruiser had been given an assignment, and was overseeing some of the battle beasts. Beziashun felt like he was the only idle person in the entire river-defying sect. The only people who qualified to give him orders were the nascent soul patriarchs, and they were all busy with important matters. In fact, it was even possible to occasionally catch wind of the sounds of arguing and discussion coming from Mount River Defiance. The elites usually do the most work, but apparently a person as incredible as me, a junior patriarch, actually ends up with nothing to do. Completely incapable of thinking of any important tasks to attend to, he could only sigh. "Ah, whatever. I guess I should go concoct some medicine." After finding his way to the bank of the Heavenspan River, he found a good location, sat down cross-legged, and began to think back to what he had learned from the true spirit about the river-defying pill. "She gave me some good fortune, so I should definitely try to concoct that pill." Gradually, he sank down into the calm that came with seeking enlightenment, and began to analyze the formula for the river-defying pill. Time passed. Soon, night had fallen. Although the river-defying sect cultivators were all very busy, it was customary to rest at night, so soon, all heaven and earth grew quiet. Most of the corpses on the battlefield had been cleared away, although a few remained here and there. At the moment, the moon hung high in the sky, illuminating all of the lands down below. But then, a dark cloud appeared, which slowly spread out, casting darkness everywhere. Then, a white-robed figure appeared out of thin air. Chapter 345, Unclean Thing. Heaven and earth were nothing but a vast swath of darkness. As the white-robed figure appeared, a sinister coldness swept out. Because of the darkness which surrounded the figure, it was only just barely possible to identify her as a woman. Her long hair flowed about her as she strolled across the battlefield through the darkness of night. Wherever she went, everything around her grew so cold it seemed to hover on the verge of becoming ice. The plants and vegetation withered as though the white-robed woman was sucking away their life force. At the same time, her own life force rapidly grew stronger. Before long, she was next to a pile of corpses belonging to former cultivators of the Sky River Court. Looking down at them, she chuckled, then sucked in a breath which caused the corpses to begin to wither up. In the briefest of moments, the corpses became nothing more than skeletons that looked like they had been dead for years. The young woman didn't stop there. She proceeded along through the battlefield, causing numerous corpses to transform into skeletons. As this occurred, her body grew increasingly distinct. In the end, she stretched her neck a bit to loosen it, then floated over to another location where a large amount of Sky River Court cultivators' corpses lay. This location belonged to the Bloodstream Division, and these corpses had been set aside for them to use in their corpse refining. The entire area was sealed tight with spell formations, and yet, they posed no obstacle to the young woman. She floated right through them until she was right above the corpses. Then, a strange gleam could be seen in her eyes as she yet again breathed in deeply. Instantly, the vast quantity of corpses began to wither. In the blink of an eye, the more than 10,000 corpses turned into nothing more than bones. Some of those bones even dissolved into ashes. By this point, the young woman's features were even clearer. After a moment passed, she burped lightly, then slowly looked up into the sky. The dark clouds began to fade away, and a shaft of moonlight fell down to reveal her face. Shockingly, that young woman was Gongsun. Well, I'm not starving anymore, but what a pity that they were all dead. If only I could eat something living. Covering her mouth, she chuckled, then turned and vanished into thin air. With her departure, the dark clouds disappeared completely, allowing the moonlight to shine down onto a field of pale white bones. No one detected Gongsun that night, not even the nascent soul patriarchs. Baziush suddenly sneezed as a cold feeling swept over him. Emerging from his meditative trance, he looked around for a moment, then, after seeing nothing out of the ordinary, closed his eyes again. The next morning at dawn, the disciples responsible for the corpses suddenly realized that the corpses were now nothing more than dried-up bones. Their jaws dropped, and soon cries of alarm rose up into the air. The matter instantly caused a huge stir in the river-defying sect. What? What could have happened? Heavens, how could all the corpses here have dried up overnight? There's not even any flesh or blood left at all. They look like they've been dead for ages. They definitely didn't look like that yesterday. As the news spread, everyone was completely and utterly shaken. Even the patriarch's meeting regarding the sect rules was thrown into chaos. Baziush was eventually disturbed by the racket, and quickly went to see what was going on. As he hovered in the air, he heard the various discussions, and then looked over at the corpses on the battlefield. What happened? He thought, shocked. The fact that all of the flesh and blood had vanished from the corpses left him with a very bad feeling. It was in that exact moment that more than 10 beams of light shot off of Mount River Defiance. It was the patriarchs of the 4 divisions, who had very serious expressions on their faces as they sped in the direction of the Bloodstream Division's corpse refining district. Behind them were a large number of core formation cultivators. Seeing what was happening, Baziush quickly flew up to join them. A large group of cultivators had already gathered in the area, and were discussing the situation. When they saw the patriarchs and the core formation experts, they quickly quieted down. However, curious expressions could be seen on their faces. They could tell that the events of the previous night were clearly no small matter. Obviously, the fact that the corpse's flesh and blood had been drained away meant that someone or something had done the deed. If that news spread, it could definitely cause problems. The nascent soul patriarchs soon arrived at the corpse refining district and began to investigate. Before long, their expressions began to flicker. That was especially true of the 3 most powerful of the patriarchs, the Great Circle Nascent Soul Experts Frigid Sect, Master Godwind, and Crimson Soul. They could sense a lingering aura in the area that caused their expressions to turn very grim. After exchanging glances, Master Godwind of the Bloodstream Division said, when the dire sky banyan was uprooted, it created rifts for earth chi to seep through. That's what caused this event. There's no need for anyone to panic. I'll set up some spell formations to keep the earth chi sealed. Next, Frigid Sect and Crimson Soul also made similar statements. Considering their reputations in the sect, such words quickly eased the hearts of most of the disciples. However, Hun wasn't too far off from the nascent soul cultivators, and when he looked around, he instantly sensed the cold aura in the area. There were even streams of frigid chi which entered his body and caused his life force to grow sluggish. He didn't quite believe the Patriarch's explanation, but hesitated for a moment and looked over at Frigid Sect. Frigid Sect gave him a meaningful look that indicated he should hold his tongue. The matter was quickly swept under the rug. All 4 divisions entrusted key disciples to guide the flow of conversation in the sect. This, coupled with the fact that everyone was so busy, and that no living cultivators had been affected, ensured that discussion of the matter faded away quickly. Although a few people harbored some suspicions, no one attempted to dig for more information. However, that very night, there was a secret meeting on Mount River Defiance between the Patriarchs and the Core Formation cultivators. Hun was present. Master Godwind of the Bloodstream Division looked over the gathered Core Formation cultivators, then slowly began to explain. The strangest thing is that none of us Patriarchs detected anything unusual during last night's odd events. Those corpses were completely drained of all flesh and blood, and although they didn't contain any true life force, they would have contained other strange powers. Even more odd was that the corpses originally had a strong aura of death. However, my inspections earlier didn't reveal even a trace of such an aura. The only aura remaining in the area was something extremely sinister, something akin to the power of the 9 Serenities underworld. I can only hope that we Patriarch's conclusion in the matter is not mistaken. From what we could tell, something visited the river-defying sect last night, something that shouldn't even exist in the world of the living, the powerful ghost of some dead entity. Only the ghosts of the dead thrive on auras of death. Furthermore, after reaching a certain level of power, such ghosts require life force from living beings. Considering that Master Godwind was a nascent soul Taoist master, everyone simply listened to his words and took them to heart. The Core Formation cultivators were completely shocked. As for Hun, his face drained of blood. A ghost, he thought, shivering, his hair standing on end. It was Patriarch Crimson Soul who spoke next, his voice hoarse, a strange light gleaming in his eyes. There isn't any need for anxiety. We're giving you this information so that you can be on guard. The other Patriarchs and I will set up an airtight spell formation. If that ghost appears again, we'll make sure it is completely destroyed. As his gaze swept over the Core Formation cultivators, it lingered for a moment on Hun, who was currently trembling and scowling on the verge of tears. It was with complete and utter terror that Hun left Mount River Defiance. His thoughts were in utter chaos, and he couldn't stop thinking about how he had suddenly been dragged out of meditation the previous night. At that point, his skin began to crawl. Don't tell me that some unclean thing was out looking for me last night? Having reached this point in his train of thought, Hun almost screamed. Not daring to return to the place he had been concocting pills the previous day, he decided to stay on Mount River Defiance. As far as he was concerned, staying close to the Patriarchs would obviously be the safest thing to do. Because he was the junior Patriarch of the sect, he was able to lay claim to a small area of his own on Mount River Defiance, where he personally dug out the simple Immortal's Cave. Then he thought about the unclean thing from the previous night, and again, his skin began to crawl. Gritting his teeth, he went to find some Profound Stream Division disciples to help him set up some defensive spell formations. Most cultivators in the sect would be content with one spell formation, but Hun was terrified at the moment, so he tracked down dozens of top experts from the Profound Stream Division. With their help, he set up dozens of spell formations, most of them designed to ward off evil spirits. The experts from the Profound Stream sect had very odd expressions on their faces when they left. And yet, Hun still didn't feel safe. Gritting his teeth, he spent a huge sum of merit points to purchase a vast quantity of paper talismans, most of them designed to ward off or suppress evil spirits. After plastering so many talismans onto himself that he looked like a boiled sticky rice dumpling, he finally felt at ease. Humph. That unclean thing won't dare to cause trouble for me now. I'm close to the Patriarchs. I have tons of spell formations set up, and all kinds of talismans ready. I refuse to believe that ghost would set foot in my direction. Breathing a sigh of relief, he strolled out of the front door of his Immortal's Cave. Chapter 346, The Mysterious Power Appears Again. A few days later, the work on the sect headquarters continued. No more incidents occurred, and everyone would have quickly forgotten about it were it not for the fact that Hun only appeared in the open blanketed with paper talismans. Zubekai and some of his other friends were very curious about the situation, and Hun couldn't simply refuse to tell them the truth of the matter. Therefore, he used a variety of vague wording to explain that the river-defying sect was being haunted by a ghost. Zubekai and the others were quite frightened, and soon started imitating Hun, plastering all sorts of paper talismans on themselves to ward off evil spirits. Of course, they didn't quite use as many as Hun did. Bazius Hun's talismans covered virtually every inch of his body other than his face. When he went out and about, jaws would drop, and eyes would go wide. Whether it was Zhuzinki or Ghost Fang, Sankei or Nine Isles, all of them were completely taken aback. One evening when Bazius Hun was strutting about festooned with talismans, he happened to run into Gong Sunwaner. Even she was shocked by Bazius Hun's appearance. Jaw-dropping, she blurted, "Elder brother Ziush Hun, what are you?" "Well, if it isn't junior sister Gongsun." Bazius Hun looked her up and down, then glanced around furtively, stepped closer, and whispered, "Look, I'm gonna tell you something that you have to keep secret. The river-defying sect is haunted by a ghost. That's why I have all these paper talismans on, to ward off evil spirits." Gong Sunwaner's eyes went even wider. A moment passed, and she jokingly looked him up and down, then reached out and rubbed some of the talismans. Finally, she forced a smile onto her face, promised that she wouldn't tell anyone else, and left. Feeling very pleased with himself, Bazius Hun continued on his way. Eventually, everyone was talking about the matter of the sect being haunted. By the time the patriarchs of the 4 divisions realized what was happening, it was too late to quell the rumors. Bazius Hun's eye-catching appearance left them frustrated and shaking their heads wryly. He's at Gold Core, and he's still scared of ghosts. Besides, that ghost is so terrifyingly powerful that those paper talismans he's wearing would be completely useless against it. Chuckling dryly, the patriarchs decided to just ignore the matter. A few more days passed, and when Bazius Hun realized that no further incidents were forthcoming, he finally started to feel more at ease. Sighing emotionally, he said, "It doesn't matter what demons or devils or ghosts come around, with my special anti-evil clothing, they'll all be turned into nothing but ash. Yet again, I've saved the sect. Nobody even knows the true extent of what I, the junior patriarch of the river-defying sect, have done to help out all my other fellow disciples." It was currently late at the night, and he was sitting cross-legged in his immortal's cave, meditating. However, even as the words left his mouth, ripples spread out across the floor. They were strange ripples that seemed to be separating the area from the world outside, and they were accompanied by a frigid coldness. The sudden development caused Bazius Hun's eyes to widen, and a shrill shriek to escape his lips. He leapt to his feet, slapping his bag of holding and producing a huge stack of evil-warding paper talismans. "Get out of here. Stay away. I'm dangerous. I'm wearing hundreds of evil-warding talismans." However, even as he backed up, trembling, a red beam of light shot out of his bag of holding, which was none other than the mask he had worn during his time as Night Crypt. The mask was vibrating, and emanating ripples, and soon, the voice of an old man began to speak from within the mask. You who?" Bazius Hun shrieked. Without any hesitation, he threw the entire stack of paper talismans at the mask, and then poured all of the Heavendao Gold Core power he could into it. Within that stack were talismans of sealing, crushing, and warding, and once the power hit them, they virtually exploded. Rumbling filled the air, and the mask trembled as countless paper talismans slapped down onto it. Whatever connection it had with the ground was severed, and the mask fell down. In that same moment, the fluctuations vanished, and everything went back to normal. Beads of sweat covered Bazius Hun's forehead. Even in the heat of the moment, he knew that the voice which had spoken was not the ghost he feared, but rather, the mysterious group that was behind the mask. A moment later, the soul of imposter Night Crypt flew out of the mask, trembling with fear. Looking at Bazius Hun, he cried, "They came. They really came. We're finished, Bazius Hun, finished. You took the relic of eternal invincibility, and now the mysterious power is after us. We're dead for sure. There's no way they'll show leniency to betrayers. They'll probably skin us alive and turn us into fertilizer." "Shut up!" Bazius Hun barked, annoyed and surprised at the same time. However, he also felt somewhat guilty. After all, he really had taken away the little turtle. Damn it. I'm not even wearing the mask. How could they have tracked me down anyway? He thought about simply throwing the mask away, but couldn't quite bring himself to get rid of something so precious. Besides, the soul of imposter Night Crypt was still stuck inside, so if he threw it away, he would be screwing him over too. What do we do, Bazius Hun? If imposter Night Crypt weren't a soul body, he would definitely have been leaking tears. Bazius Hun looked anxiously at imposter Night Crypt, then took a moment to think about the situation. Despite some consideration, he couldn't come up with any solution other than to hand the mask over to the patriarchs. What a pity to get rid of a treasure like this that can change your appearance. Bazius Hun wasn't sure about what to do. Another half a month went by, and when nothing else happened with the mask, he finally started to calm down. The work on the sect headquarters was approaching its conclusion. The patriarchs were also reaching the end of their discussions about how to handle the situation in the lower reaches, as well as the territory currently under the control of the river-defying sect. Most importantly, they were finalizing all the official sect rules. According to the new arrangement, one of the 4 divisions would be formally in charge of the sect for a 200-year period. After those 200 years, the sect affairs would pass to the next division. The same arrangement would determine who the sect leader was. The first division to wield leadership power in the sect was the Spirit Stream Division. No longer was Zhenyu Ondong to be the leader of the Spirit Stream Division, he was to be the sect leader of the entire river-defying sect. Although his cultivation base was a bit lacking, he was more than qualified to handle the responsibilities. In fact, with the agreement and help of the patriarchs, Zhenyu Ondong decided to sacrifice his potential for future growth to make an immediate breakthrough into core formation. Furthermore, he made arrangements for Li Qing to succeed him as the second sect leader, 100 years later. At the end of the Spirit Stream Division's 200 years of leadership, the Blood Stream Division would take over. After that would come the Profound Stream Division, and then finally the Pill Stream Division. None of the patriarchs were opposed to the arrangement. Soon, the sect headquarters was completed. The Blood Ancestor and the Dire Sky Banyan stood tall, and the 4 mountain ranges spread out in all directions. The last step was to activate the Grand Spell Formation, and then everything would be finished. The cheering was deafening. A month before, the 3 Heavenspan battleships had been sent downriver to the lower reaches, and had returned with the disciples who had been unable to fight in the war for various reasons. With all the disciples present, the river-defying sect now had well over 1 million members. It was quite a bustling place. A grand ceremony was held to commemorate the occasion, and numerous invitations were sent out into the middle reaches to the other 3 great sects, as well as certain ancient cultivator clans. The formalities lasted for 7 days. The Starry River Court, Dao River Court and Polarity River Court all sent people to offer formal congratulations. Not a single one of the cultivator clans failed to send representatives. As for the 4 major sects who had risen up in the lower reaches, they also sent representatives with congratulations and gifts. During that 7-day period, the river-defying sect was the talk of the entire middle reaches. As the junior patriarch of the sect, Baziashun obviously had a very high standing, and was the subject of much attention. He made public appearances every day, wearing ceremonial clothing and showing off his veins of steel. He could not have glittered with any greater glory than he did. Baziashun quickly fell in love with his role. However, the patriarchs, as well as Li Qing, only got more nervous, fearing that he would reveal his true nature in front of all the crowds. However, no one noticed any such clues. He chatted with people wittily, and was definitely the center of attention. Whenever he intentionally unleashed his murderous aura, everyone in the area was shocked. The patriarchs were very pleased with his performance, and Baziashun was quite proud of himself. To him, it was actually a very simple matter to put on such an act. 7 days later, the ceremonies ended, the visitors left, and the sect quieted down. At the moment, the biggest problem facing the river-defying sect was they had no Deva Realm cultivator. The other 3 great sects in the middle reaches all had a Deva Realm patriarch to oversee the sect. That was the only way to truly be a great sect, and it was a fatal weakness for the river-defying sect. Chapter 347, When the Talking Rabbit Stops Repeating. It was only now that Baziashun was learning about how the higher levels of the cultivation system in the Heavenspan realm worked. After Chi condensation, foundation establishment, core formation, and nascent soul came the Deva realm. The Deva realm was completely terrifying. It was like a complete fusion with heaven and earth, in which the cultivator didn't unleash his own power, but rather, the power of all creation around him. He drew upon the energy of heaven and earth to emit crushing pressure and utilize divine abilities that went beyond the imaginations of even nascent soul cultivators. For many years, there had only ever been 4 Deva realm cultivators in the eastern middle reaches of the Heavenspan River. However, one of them, the Deva from the Sky River Court, had been killed, leaving only 3 behind. Deva realm experts were powerful enough to be able to destroy entire sects, which meant that if one of them attacked the river-defying sect, it would most certainly be destroyed. Even with Baziashun controlling the Blood Ancestor, and the assistance of the Dire Sky Banyan, they would still be defeated. Only by calling upon the assistance of the True Spirit would they be able to survive, and unfortunately, they had already used their one and only river-defying pill. Although the river-defying sect currently seemed very powerful, they were lacking the highest level of power they needed. One of the driving forces in the Patriarch's ability to reach a decision regarding the sect rules, and in fact, one of the reasons they had all agreed to fight together into the middle reaches to begin with, was that the spiritual energy and resources there were such that reaching the Deva realm was a distinct possibility. At the moment, the 3 people most likely of being able to reach the Deva realm were Master Godwind, Frigid Sect, and Crimson Soul. After the ceremonies were over, Master Godwind and Crimson Soul chose to go into secluded meditation. The other patriarchs did the same. Each and every nascent soul cultivator hoped to eventually reach the point of becoming a Deva. In all of the Eastern Heavenspan River, there were no more than 10 devas total, and that included the Starry Sky Dao Polarity sect. From that, it was easy to see not only how powerful they were, but also how rare. In a grand hall on Mount River Defiance, the founding patriarch of the Spirit Stream Division, Frigid Sect, had called Bazius Hun to explain to him certain matters regarding the sect and devas. Although you can't quite say that in the Deva realm it's possible to live as long as heaven and earth, with the energy at your disposal, you can remain unwithered for almost all eternity. Your battle prowess would be such that you could dominate the entire cultivation world. Therefore, I will be going into secluded meditation to strive for my chance to break through into the Deva realm. This was actually Bazius Hun's first time hearing about the Deva realm, and he already wished he could reach it. What's after the Deva realm? He asked. Frigid Sect remained silent for a moment, but his eyes were already shining brightly. After that is the demigod realm. Unexpectedly, the moment he said the word demigod, a peal of thunder rang out in the sky above. The sudden crack of thunder startled Bazius Hun. Even saying the name can cause fluctuations to appear in heaven and earth. The demigod realm defies description. Perhaps people like that really are just as the name describes, part god. The truth was that not even Frigid Sect knew much about the demigod realm. In all of the Eastern cultivation world, there is only one demigod, and he is the living reserve power of the Starry Sky Dao Polarity sect. That patriarch is the only reason why the Starry Sky Dao Polarity sect became a river-sourced sect. This was Bazius Hun's first time hearing such things, and his eyes were as wide as saucers. Without even thinking about it, he asked, "What's after demigod?" "I don't know," Frigid Sect replied, shaking his head. Having finished his explanation of cultivation, he extended his right hand, and 3 glowing motes of light appeared. Within those motes of light could be seen a scroll painting, a reptilian scale, and a dagger. The scroll painting possessed the air of something that had existed for many years, and pulsed with an ancient aura. As for the scale, Bazius Hun's first impression was that it was beginning to rot. He couldn't even tell what kind of creature it came from. And then there was the dagger, which actually looked less like a dagger and more like a black horn. The landscape of 9 provinces is an earth-tier precious treasure, capable of storing a vast quantity of items. Anything that gets sucked in can be refined, and then sealed with an enslaving branding mark. It can provide an incredible boost to speed, and is even capable of short-range teleportation. The ancient devil scale is also an earth-tier precious treasure. Not even a nascent soul expert could break through it. Unfortunately, I only have this one scale. With more, a full suit of armor could be forged, which would make it even more difficult for nascent soul cultivators to deal with you. Last is this dagger, which is also an earth-tier precious treasure. It can summon a rebel dragon of incredible power. You're giving all of these to me? Bazius Hun said, his heart starting to pound as he eyed the motes of light. Any one of the objects in front of him would be enough to arouse his excitement, let alone all of them. He swallowed hard. As the junior patriarch of the river-defying sect, you will represent the sect when you go out into the world. It's only natural that these 3 precious treasures should go to you. Take some time to get used to them. In the future, it will be up to you to make a name for the river-defying sect. Frigid Sect smiled. Bazius Hun was incredibly important to the river-defying sect, and the patriarchs had all agreed that since they were going into secluded meditation, Bazius Hun should be given 3 precious treasures to use for his own protection. Bazius Hun was visibly excited, and quickly offered profuse thanks. Then he took the 3 precious treasure and began to fondle them lovingly. Frigid Sect cleared his throat. "I'm going to enter into secluded meditation now. In a moment, someone from the senior generation will come to pay you a visit, so please wait for him. Finally, take this jade slip. It's an arcane cultivation technique for you now that you're reached core formation, a secret magic of the former Frigid school." A strange expression could be seen on Frigid Sect's face, but before Bazius Hun could look up to notice, Frigid Sect tossed him a jade slip, turned, and vanished. "Someone from the senior generation?" Bazius Hun asked, catching the jade slip. "But who?" However, Frigid Sect was gone. As the moments ticked by, though, Bazius Hun's anticipation grew. "Maybe they're going to give me some more rewards," he thought, getting more excited. As time went on, he was coming to find that, as a junior patriarch of the river-defying sect, he was treated very well. Someone from the senior generation was even coming to give him a gift. Taking a deep breath, he rose to his feet and stood there straight and tall, trying to look as somber as possible. Inside, he was already feeling pleased with himself. He knew that this pose was one that the older generation would definitely be pleased with. After waiting for a bit, Bazius Hun was starting to lose patience. But then, he suddenly got the very strange feeling, as if someone were watching him. Without even thinking about it, he turned around, and when he saw what was right there in front of him, his eyes went wide. At some indeterminable point, a rabbit had appeared right behind him. The rabbit didn't walk around on all fours like a normal rabbit. It stood on its hind legs. It had its hands clasped behind its back much like a person would do, and it was staring at Baziashun with its red eyes. Its ears stuck straight up above its head, and although it looked somewhat comical, there was something ancient in its eyes that made the rabbit seem completely beyond the ordinary. "You!" Baziashun said. Gasping, he backed up. Then he clasped his hands over his mouth. Perhaps other people might not recognize this rabbit, but Baziashun did. He would probably recognize it even if it were transformed into a pile of ash. This was none other than that damnable talking rabbit. The truth was that way back in the fight outside the Profound Stream Sex City, when he saw the rabbit and the monkey together, he'd begun to suspect that something strange was going on. Now that the rabbit had appeared again, he began to pant. However, he quickly plastered a smile onto his face, and then cautiously clasped his hands in greeting. Disciple offers greetings, senior. The rabbit snorted coldly as it looked Baziashun up and down. For some reason, the rabbit wasn't repeating his words like it usually did, and although that should have made Baziashun happy, he was only left with a dark premonition. Getting more nervous, he backed up a few paces and said, "Senior, you looked quite pleased with yourself when you tried to chase me down last time," the rabbit said, his voice cracking with ancientness. "However, I won't lower myself to your level." Baziashun immediately started to get more nervous. "I've come here today to perform a little test. Let's see if those precious treasures of yours will really work." As he glared at Baziashun, his mouth widened into a smile that filled Baziashun's heart with terror. Letting out a shriek, he didn't hesitate at all to turn and flee. However, in the moment he started to move, the rabbit blurred into motion, raising his right foot and kicking Baziashun hard on the back. A rumbling sound echoed out, mixing with Baziashun's scream as he flew through the air. However, even as he flew, he righted himself and then shot forward with greater speed. "Help! He's trying to kill me! A killer rabbit! Patriarchs, save me! Save me!" Baziashun sped along frantically, his shrieks echoing out in all directions. Many disciples heard, and immediately looked up to see what was happening. What they saw was a rabbit flying through the air, slamming into Baziashun and sending him spinning. Then the rabbit began to cackle with laughter. "Scream! The louder the better. Remember how you tried to blow me up during our last chase? Damn it! I went to hide Indiana 10000 Snakes Valley, and yet you suddenly showed up looking for me. I even went all the way to the Bloodstream sect to hide from you. Why you? You little bastard. I can't believe you tracked me down to the Bloodstream sect." The rabbit's eyes were bright red as it chased after Baziashun. Baziashun's screams echoed out into the sky. Soon, certain cultivators from the Blood and Spirit Stream divisions recognized the rabbit, and began to cry out in alarm. Heavens, that's the talking rabbit. What's that rabbit doing here? And why isn't it repeating things? Chapter 348, The Rabbit's Weakness. Baziashun felt more than ever that he was being unjustly accused. He instantly drew upon the full power of his Heavendao Gold Core, and even his undying Heavenly King body. Although that pushed him forward with incredible speed, it didn't make him faster than the rabbit. Furthermore, the rabbit was a very crafty character, and knew just where to kick him for it to hurt the most. Scowling on the verge of tears, he considered calling upon the 3 precious treasures he had just been given. But before he could, the rabbit shot forward with blinding speed, causing a series of sonic booms to echo out as he kicked Baziashun over and over again. Most outrageous of all was that the rabbit actually chose to kick him in the face. Baziashun felt like he was going to go crazy. The rabbit was obviously refusing to give him a chance to use the precious treasures, all in its attempt to bully its way to revenge. "You can't blame me for everything. You're the one who loves to repeat everything. Why you're a total bully." Behind him, the rabbit roared, "You think I want to repeat what everybody says? Damn it. Nobody asked you to bring up that topic. This is all your fault." The rabbit unleashed more kicks at Baziashun. "All your fault. Especially the last time. I can't believe you only said half a sentence. Do you know that you almost drove me literally insane? Listen to me, you little punk. The next time I'm repeating what people say, you had better finish your sentences." The angrier the rabbit got, the harder and more viciously it kicked Baziashun. Baziashun was sore all over, and was being driven to the point of rage. "He's trying to kill me," he howled. "He's trying to kill me. Somebody save me. I'm the junior patriarch of the river-defying sect. I've spilled my own blood for the river-defying sect. Save me, patriarchs." However, no matter how loudly he shouted, the nascent soul Taoist masters didn't respond at all. Baziashun felt completely maligned. "You're pushing things too far, rabbit. So what if I only said half a sentence? If I had said any more, and you repeated it, I would have lost my poor little life. I said half a sentence back then, and I'll say half a sentence next time too. In fact, I'll do it now. What comes after I, Bazish-hun? Tell me. Hurry up, spit it out. What comes after I, Bazish-hun? Question mark. As the words left his mouth, a tremor suddenly ran through the rabbit. A blank look appeared in his eyes, and he suddenly lurched to a halt in midair. I, Bazish-hun. In response, Bazish-hun's jaw dropped, and it was the same with the other disciples who had came to see what was going on. Everyone was looking at the rabbit, which now looked completely different from before. Instead of keeping his hands clasped behind his back, he dropped down on all fours, like a normal rabbit. Ears sticking straight up, he began to repeat the same words over and over again. Bazish-hun's heart was already pounding, but instead of continuing to flee, he cried, "Come on, tell me. What words come after I, Bazish-hun?" Equally nervous, the rabbit howled, "I, Bazish-hun. Come on, tell me. Spit it out." Looking excited, Bazish-hun took a few steps forward toward the rabbit. Now that he had found what appeared to be the rabbit's weakness, he was eager to take advantage of it. "I, Bazish-hun." The rabbit's eyes were so red that they looked like they might start bleeding. His fur was standing on end, and the pressure being put on him from Bazish-hun made him tremble on the verge of collapse. With that, he let out a bellow like a crack of thunder, then turned and began to flee for his life. At the same time, it began to cry out all sorts of gossip, a large amount of it having to do with Patriarch Crimson Soul. Incensed, Crimson Soul himself appeared and tried to chase down the rabbit, but it soon disappeared. At long last, Bazish-hun realized that the rabbit clearly wasn't stable mentally. Sometimes it was clear-headed, other times not. Only when it was clear-headed did it act like an old bastard. The most important thing was that their last encounter had left a deep impression on him. The matter of saying only half a sentence could drive the rabbit nearly to collapse. So that's how it is. Ha ha ha. Trifling little rabbit. How dare you try to tangle with Bazish-hun? Let's see if you ever dare to mess with me again in the future. He breathed a sigh of relief, and was just about to continue to boast when suddenly he realized that Patriarch Crimson Soul had given up on chasing the rabbit, and was currently glaring at him. Then he thought back to some of the things the rabbit had said, and quickly ducked his head and hurried back to his immortal's cave. "It wasn't my fault," he muttered. "Nobody did anything to help me. Everyone just watched the poor junior patriarch getting beaten up by that rabbit." Rubbing his face discontentedly, he decided that it would be best not to go out very often. After all, if he ended up chasing the rabbit again, who knew what the thing might say? "Hey, what about Bruiser? Where did he get off to? I haven't seen him for days now. I bet he's off messing around with some female beast." Because of the special connection between the two of them, he could tell that Bruiser was safe, though, so he didn't give it much more thought. Whatever. I never took the time to rest and recover after reaching Heavendao Gold Core. I might as well take advantage of the time now to go into secluded meditation. With that, he made his decision. He immediately sealed his immortal's cave up tight and began to focus on cultivation. Time passed. A month later, he opened his eyes, and found that his cultivation base was much more stable than before, and had even made a bit of progress. With that, he slapped his bag of holding and produced a jade slip. It was pitch black, and didn't seem very impressive. However, as soon as he put his hand on it, a sensation of intense coldness filled him. This was none other than the technique that Frigid Sect had given him. After scanning the jade slip with divine sense, Bazish-hun's expression flickered with surprise. Frigid School will evolving incantation. The cultivation of this technique requires Heaven's Pan River water. However, instead of consuming it, you alter its structure into two types, frigid and will. Use the technique to form the frigid, use the frigid to evolve the will. If one masters it, one's will can freeze everything in the area with frigid coldness. What's the will it talks about? As he continued to study the jade slip, his surprise grew. Eventually, he put the slip down. So, will is the ultimate level of control power, something completely and utterly bizarre. Essentially, it comes by fusing control power with one's own thoughts. The Violet Chi Cauldron control art develops control power, and the Violet Chi Heavenspan incantation uses that control power to create the Heavenspan Dharma Eye. That's only the initial step toward fusing control power with one's thoughts. The Frigid School will evolving incantation involves a complete fusion of one's thoughts with control power. Then, true willpower can be developed and grown. Bazish-hun took a long, deep breath, and slowly picked up the jade slip again. Finally, he understood the truth. The Spirit Stream Sect techniques were all steps in a ladder leading to the ultimate form of power, will. In that case, I can definitely succeed with my human controlling grand magic. In fact, by using will, I can also complete my work with the powers of gravity and repulsion. Will. he murmured. Looking over at a rock in the corner of the Immortal's cave, he tried to use nothing but his own thoughts to get it to fly up into the air. Almost immediately, the little rock trembled in place. Although it didn't fly up, Baziush-hun was already delighted. He had just moved that rock without any magic, without any cultivation-based power, without any divine abilities. He had used only his own thoughts. After a bit of time passed, he suppressed his excitement and began to think about going to get a huge bucket of Heaven's Pan River water to start cultivating. All of a sudden, he thought about his Undying Live Forever technique. Closing his eyes, he began to review the information he had received from the Legacy of the Blood Ancestor, the third volume of Undying Muscles. Muscles were the source of speed, and the power of muscles could make a person strong and tough. When you combine such levels of speed and power into a fist strike, the shocking results would surpass anything that had come before it. Even more fantastic was that the ultimate combination of speed and power in the Undying Muscles technique led to an incredible divine ability, a hexing magic that could be unleashed with every punch or kick. It was a hexing magic that could seal anything and everything. The first 2 volumes of the Undying technique provided miraculous divine abilities in addition to the ultimately powerful fleshly body improvements, and this one was no different. The Undying Hex. Baziush-hun's eyes shone with bright light. That was the divine ability that came with the 3rd volume, something similar to the throat-crushing grasp and the mountain-shaking bash. Unlike the other 2 volumes, the Undying Muscles were not divided into different levels. Instead, the goal was to apply the technique to every part of the body. It was divided up into the 4 limbs, the torso, and the head. The only way to master the technique was to apply it to each and every one of those body parts. Chapter 349, A Love Letter. After delving into the frigid school will evolving incantation and the Undying Muscles, Baziush-hun was filled with anticipation regarding what was to come in the future. That was especially true after sensing his own flourishing life force. Although he wasn't completely sure of the limits of his longevity, he had the feeling that it was at least 1,000 years or so. Many people found cultivation to be dull and boring, but he didn't mind it at all, and quickly immersed himself in the frigid school will evolving incantation and the Undying Muscles. After some consideration, he decided that he would begin cultivating the Undying Muscles with the big toe on his left foot. I'll go 1 toe at a time, he thought. That will be the most stable way to go about it. He was fully convinced that this was the right course. He could already imagine the screams of pain from his enemies when they were completely caught off guard by the power of his toe. Only an idiot would start with the fingers. What good are fingers? Everyone is prepared for someone to attack with the hands. Besides, in a critical moment, how could your fingers help you to escape? But toes are different. Not only can they catch people off guard in a sudden attack, they can also be used to run away at full speed. As long as I have my poor little life, I have everything. Having reached this point in his train of thought, Baziush-hun was convinced that he was the epitome of wisdom, intelligence and courage. He was so pleased that he started looking around for a copper mirror to admire himself in, only to discover that there were no mirrors in his Immortal's cave. That won't do, he thought. I can't believe there's not a single mirror in here. He was feeling more than a little disappointed. However, it was at that point that he thought back to the young woman from the Sky River Court whom he had killed in battle. When he'd scanned her bag of holding, he remembered seeing a mirror. He quickly opened his bag of holding and began rifling through its contents until he found a round, palm-sized copper mirror. He also looked for the little turtle, but didn't find even a trace of him. However, he was used to the turtle's mysterious vanishing acts, and thus wasn't very surprised. After examining the mirror for a bit, Baziush-hun was delighted to discover that it wasn't just an ordinary mirror, it was actually a useful magical item. Although it wasn't as extraordinary as his 3 precious treasures, it was still quite impressive. It could form a magical clone. However, it wasn't the type of clone that could be used for fighting, and was more for distracting the enemy. Back when he had been fighting the young woman, he had completely dominated the fight. Plus, his use of the Heaven's Pandharma I had made the use of such a clone useless. Not bad at all, actually, he said as he fiddled with the mirror. A moment later, he decided to study the mirror with his 3rd eye. As soon as it opened, he said, Violet light flickered within the Immortal's cave, then disappeared a moment later when he closed his 3rd eye. It seems that young woman didn't even know the true function of this mirror. Not only can it form magical clones, it can also keep souls alive. Another surprise was that the fluctuations of this mirror were very similar to the fluctuations of the mysterious mask. Although they weren't exactly the same, they were very close. After playing with it for a bit longer, he finally put it off to the side and resumed his cultivation. Time passed. Before long, half a month had gone by. One night when he was in the middle of a session of cultivation, all of the hair on his body suddenly stood on end. Opening his eyes, he noticed that the floor was rippling wildly, and a cold air was building up in the Immortal's cave, as if it were being separated from the wider world around him. At the same time, a red beam of light flew out from his bag of holding, and the mask appeared. Then, an ancient voice spoke, seemingly trembling with anxiety. "Don't," Baziushan gasped. Before the voice could say more than a single word, he produced a stack of paper talismans even larger than before, poured his Heaven Dao Gold Core cultivation base power into them, and then threw them at the mask. Smacking sounds rang out again, along with a roar of rage from within the mask. Then the mask clattered to the floor, and the ripples vanished. Only then did Imposter Nightcrypt's soul float out, trembling. "Finished!" he screamed. "We're finished." They came again. "What do we do? What are we supposed to do?" Baziushan was also terrified, and was convinced that if he'd acted any slower, he would have been placed in extreme danger. "Damned evil spirit," Baziushan said, grinding his teeth. Then he looked over thoughtfully at Imposter Nightcrypt's soul. After a moment, a gleam of determination appeared in his eyes. "Imposter Nightcrypt, I'm going to give you a new home, and you need to cooperate. Otherwise I'll have to throw you into the Heavenspan River along with the mask to feed the fishes." Imposter Nightcrypt began trembling again, and it seemed like he wanted to say something. However, considering how bloodshot Baziushan's eyes were, he didn't even dare to open his mouth. He simply nodded, eyes shining with terror. "I can mop the floor with that old rabbit," Baziushan said with a growl, "so I refuse to believe that I can't handle this wimpy little mask." Snorting coldly, he pulled the mirror out and studied it a bit further. Then he performed an incantation gesture with both hands and pointed at the mask. Imposter Nightcrypt immediately began screaming, but then Baziushan glared at him and he quickly shut his mouth. Baziushan slipped into complete focus as he unleashed his Heaven Dao aura. His gold core seethed as his cultivation base erupted with power. As a result, his right hand turned completely golden. At the same time, his Heaven's Pandharma eye opened, shining with intense violet light. A terrifying shockwave blasted out from Baziushan. The violet light shining from his Heaven's Pandharma eye was now tinged with gold as a stream of Heaven Dao aura raced through it to landed onto the mask. Almost instantly, Baziushan was able to see the areas where Imposter Nightcrypt's soul was connected to the mask itself. As soon as he saw the connections, he didn't hesitate for even a moment to chop his hand through the air, causing golden light to flicker brightly. "Sever!" he growled. Rumbling sounds echoed out as his hand chopped into the connections. The connections trembled, although they were tough. They were now being assaulted by a Heaven Dao aura, and could only hold firm for a short moment. Then they melted away. Imposter Nightcrypt immediately let out a blood-curdling scream as his soul shot out of the mask. Unexpectedly, as soon as he appeared in the open, some powerful force seemed to grab a hold of him as if to drag him away. Imposter Nightcrypt screamed in terror, and Baziushan's jaw dropped. Thankfully, he already had the mirror ready to go. He quickly waved his sleeve, sending the mirror flying toward Imposter Nightcrypt. In the blink of an eye, Nightcrypt was sucked inside. After everything was over, Baziushan was left gasping for breath. Although the events which had just occurred had seemed simple enough, they had actually been incredibly draining. A quick check confirmed that Imposter Nightcrypt was now in the mirror. His soul seemed to have been weakened significantly, and he was unconscious, but not seriously injured. Baziushan breathed a sigh of relief. Then, he turned his gaze to the mask. Snorting coldly, he pulled out more paper talismans, which he slapped onto the surface of the mask. In the end, even he wasn't sure how many restrictive spells were sealing the mask, but there were layers upon layers of them. Finally, Baziushan felt a bit more at ease. "Let's see if you manage to misbehave again now that you're in that state." Feeling very pleased with himself, he put the mask away, and then continued with his cultivation. Another half a month went by, during which time the mask didn't act up again. Baziushan was starting to get a bit distracted, and even found himself pondering the issue of the river-defying pill. Half a month later, he couldn't sit still any longer. "I'm already in the gold core stage," he thought, "which is already pretty awesome. I need to strike a good balance between hard work and leisure. I can't just sit around cultivating all the time." The more he reasoned on the subject, the more it made sense to leave secluded meditation. With that, he opened his Immortal's cave and stepped out into the open. After taking in a deep breath of fresh air, he looked around at the river-defying sect, and deep in his heart, a sense of intense pride rose up. Clasping his hands behind his back, he began to stroll through the sect, appreciating the sights as he went. "It's been a long time since I saw Big Sis Song," he thought. "Man, I miss her." Whenever he thought about Song Jun's scorchingly sexy appearance, his heart surged with warm feelings. After blinking a few times, he decided that he should go find her and say some loving things. As he walked along, the leaves in the trees rustled, and the birds sang. The spiritual energy in the river-defying sect was abundant, and the entire place seemed like a celestial paradise. He encountered many river-defying sect disciples, including young men and young women, all of whom gazed at him with looks of awe and reverence. Because of his status as junior patriarch, he had almost one of the highest positions in the entire sect. Such looks of awe were especially noticeable on the faces of the disciples from the Profound and Pillstream divisions, who didn't actually know very much about him. After all, his pure and fair appearance was quite pleasing to the eye. Plus, he enjoyed putting on a good show in public. The truth was that there were quite a few young female disciples who had taken a liking to him. At the moment, he was passing through the Profound Stream division, and ran into some disciples who were offering him greetings. Suddenly, a female disciple flew out from one of the mountains. She was quite a beauty, but was blushing furiously as she hurried over to Baziush-hun. To his shock, she bit her bottom lip and averted her gaze as she quickly handed him an envelope. Before he could say anything to her, she turned and hurried away. Cultivators usually used jade slips to communicate with each other, making handwritten letters somewhat of a rarity. Baziush-hun gaped in shock for a moment, and then looked down at the envelope to discover that a heart was drawn on its surface. "Is this?" His eyes went wide, and he gasped. Then he began to shiver in excitement. A love letter. Chapter 350, You're Lying. All of the disciples in the area had stopped walking, and were now looking at Baziush-hun. The envelope he was holding in his hand was most certainly a love letter. Of course, Baziush-hun didn't have much experience getting love letters. As for the surrounding disciples, from the looks in their eyes, they all seemed to be wishing him well over the matter, and some of the male disciples even seemed a bit jealous. Baziush-hun's hands were trembling as he held the envelope, and his heart surged with emotions. Then, his eyes widened, filling with excitement. "This is the first time in my entire life that I've been given a love letter. The only letters I got in the past were fighting notices." He was so moved that tears began to seep out of the corners of his eyes. Taking a deep breath, he looked up at the young woman who'd given him the letter, who was fleeing as quickly as a frightened bunny. "Although I don't even know your name," he murmured, "I will definitely cherish this love letter, the first one that has ever been given to me in my entire life. Years from now, I'll show it to my descendants so they can appreciate how charming their patriarch was in his youth." Even as he sighed deeply in his heart, he realized that all of the surrounding river-defying sect disciples were looking at him, and he felt even more wonderful than before. "I love the river-defying sect," he thought, "and I love all of my fellow disciples." It was with some difficulty that he collected himself and then oh so carefully placed the love letter into his bag of holding. With that, he stuck his chin up, flicked his sleeve, and prepared to make a little speech. But then, another female disciple of the Profound Stream division bit her lip as she made a big decision. Without any more hesitation, she hurried over to Baziush-hun, head lowered and cheeks flushed as she pressed an envelope into his hand and then rushed off. Baziush-hun's jaw dropped at the sight of this second love letter resting there in his hands. Instead of a heart drawn onto the surface of the envelope, it showed two little clasped hands. Baziush-hun wasn't the only shocked one. The other disciples who'd begun to gather to see what was happening all began to cry out in shock. "There's nothing strange about the junior patriarch getting a love letter. But I can't believe he actually got two of them. Everybody knows that I, Zuzio-shan, am one of the most handsome guys in the sect. How come nobody's ever given me a love letter?" Even as the discussions broke out, Baziush-hun's hands began to shake, and then he threw his head back and let loose a long cry of joy. His eyes were sparkling, and he was trembling visibly. At the same time, he was deeply and profoundly moved, down to the core of his being. "This is only the second love letter I've ever received in my entire life. I never could have imagined that I would actually receive two love letters." Baziush-hun couldn't be more excited, and he was virtually panting as he looked at the retreating form of the young woman who'd just given him the letter. After carefully putting the love letter away, his eyes began to gleam with unprecedented determination. "I shouldn't be so selfish as to just worry about my own affairs. Ever since I became the junior patriarch, I've become the complete center of attention. All of the disciples are watching me, and that includes the female disciples." Brimming with righteousness, and eyes glittering, he decided that now wasn't the best time to go visit Songjun. Instead, he began to stroll through the mountains of the Profound Stream division. Before he'd gone very far, a third female disciple hurried over to him and shyly handed him an envelope. Then there was a fourth, a fifth, and a sixth. Over the course of the following hours, Baziush-hun continued to feel more and more moved. He had received dozens of love letters, all of them handwritten. He was now filled with deep and profound emotions. In response, the disciples who had begun to follow him devolved into pandemonium. Heavens, another one. How could this be happening? He's gotten so many love letters. This. Are those girls all blind or something? He might be the junior patriarch, But I'm a chosen too. Bazius-hun was already in a bit of a daze. The first few love letters had left him moved, but now he had dozens of them, and almost couldn't believe it. The sight of so many blushing female disciples caused waves of emotion to batter his heart. Am I really so outstanding? He thought giddily. Eventually, he left the Profound Stream Division's mountains and headed into the Pill Stream Division. Unexpectedly, the first thing that happened was that a female disciple ran over bashfully and handed him a love letter. In fact, one of the particularly creative female disciples had concocted a medicinal pill which she had carved with countless lines of text. It was evening before he returned to Mount River Defiance. Never could he have been prepared for the events of the day, and they left him feeling more blessed than ever. I guess I really am just too outstanding. Ha ha ha. I guess that's what happens when you're dashing like me. Well, like I've always said, only dashing people can get special treatment like this. Bazius-hun's giggling laughter filled his immortal's cave as he sat down cross-legged, pulled out all of the love letters he'd received, and spread them out in front of him. It was almost as if a whole group of attractive female disciples were all standing there, bashfully expressing their love to him. After studying the drawings on the envelopes, he began to open and read each letter. Bazius-hun was left trembling, and his face was even a bit flushed. That night, his heart burst with emotion over and over again. By the time he finished reading all of the letters, the light of dawn was rising up over the horizon. After the sun was up, Bazius-hun rose to his feet, straightened up his garments, and then hurried out of his immortal's cave, a broad smile covering his face. However, even as he stepped into the open, he stopped, then went back inside to change into his official junior patriarch's robe. It was a very ornate Taoist robe, ocean blue and seemingly filled with rippling waves. It had 5 golden dragons embroidered on it, all of them very vivid and lifelike. Every move he made in the robe caused mysterious light to ripple around him, making him look even more heroic and impressive than before. This particular Taoist robe had been prepared for him specifically for the grand ceremony earlier, and he'd only worn it for those 7 days. Back then, he'd believed it to be a bit too uncomfortable. But now, he quickly donned the robe, and then examined himself in the mirror. Pleased with how incredibly handsome he looked, he threw his head back and laughed uproariously, then finally opened the door and stepped outside. As the day went on, he strolled through the 4 divisions of the sect, his chin stuck up as high as ever. Of course, his attire instantly attracted the attention of the river-defying sect disciples. During the night, the news about the love letters had spread, and was now the subject of much discussion. As of now, many people were looking over at Bazius-hun with odd expressions on their faces. Of course, most of those odd expressions could be seen on the faces of the male disciples. On the other hand, the female disciples' eyes shone brighter than ever when they saw Bazius-hun in his junior patriarch's robe. In one short hour, Bazius-hun was delighted to find that more girls were giving him love letters. They came from the Profound Stream Division, the Pill Stream Division, and even from the Blood Stream Division. Yet again, the onlookers were completely taken aback, and the male disciples began to cry out in distress. What? What exactly is going on here? Heavens, the junior patriarch must have received over 100 love letters between today and yesterday. Crazy. This is just completely crazy. Bazius-hun struggled to keep himself under control. Maintaining a soft and warm expression, he accepted the love letters, and then gave slight smiles to the female disciples who delivered them. When he heard the cries of shock and the exclamations of envy, his heart burst with joy. That was how he spent the following days. During the night, he would spend his time reading the love letters. The matter quickly became the talk of the entire sect. Everyone had different perspectives on what it meant for Bazius-hun to have garnered the affections of almost all the female disciples. The gossip in the sect was almost all about Bazius-hun. Everyone was talking about him. People like Zubakai and Big Fatty Zhang were fairly jealous. As for Hu Xiaomai and Song Jun, when they heard the news, grim expressions appeared on their faces, and their anger began to burn. 371 letters. Ha ha ha. That's only in the past couple of days. I can't believe I actually got 371 love letters. Even as the sect was in an uproar, Bazius-hun was sitting in his immortal's cave, looking at his piled-up collection of love letters. Am I really so outstanding? Bazius-hun was nearly drunk with pride. Waving his right hand, he produced his little copper mirror and began to examine himself. Sighing emotionally, he realized that he needed someone to share this moment with. Copper mirror, what do you think? Who is the most outstanding person in the entire river-defying sect? Of course, Imposter Nightcrypt was inside the copper mirror. As soon as he heard Bazius-hun talking, he promptly continued to pretend to be unconscious. He had heard such words uttered by Bazius-hun numerous times in the past few days. Considering how terrified he was of Bazius-hun, he didn't dare to respond, fearful that if he bungled his response, he would be punished. Bezius Hun's eyes widened into a glare. You think I don't know you're awake, Copper Mirror? He barked. Answer the question. Terrified, Imposter Night Grip opened his eyes and then fawningly said, Master, you are definitely the most outstanding person in the entire river-defying sect. You're lying. Bezius Hun said angrily. Imposter Night Crypt was so frightened by Bezius Hun's response that he nearly passed out. That was especially true considering how bloodshot Bezius Hun's eyes were. He seemed to be brimming with anger. Imposter Night Crypt immediately gave a piteous cry and then said, I'm not lying. I hereby swear an oath. I swear I'm not lying at all. You're not just one of the most outstanding persons in all the lands of Heavenspan, you're the most outstanding. Really? Bezius Hun asked suspiciously. Imposter Night Crypt knew what Bezius Hun was trying to do. Therefore, it was with decisiveness that could sever nails and chop iron that he quickly replied, absolutely. Positively. It's true from many points of view. Bezius Hun sighed. Looking very pleased, he put the mirror away, and then began to organize the love letters. Well, since you put it that way, I guess I understand. No wonder so many junior sisters love me. So that's how it is. Chapter 351, Come hang out in my immortal's cave. Seeing that Bezius Hun had been placated, Imposter Night Crypt was both howling in frustration, and at the same time, sighing in relief. Even still, his terror regarding Bezius Hun only continued to grow. What worried him most was that he had no idea what things might happen in the future. Sighing in contentment, Bezius Hun put the copper mirror away, then organized the love letters and slowly put them away into his bag of holding. By this point, he was completely determined to show the love letters to his descendants so that they too could bask in his glory. Feeling wonderful, Bezius Hun went on to cultivate the frigid school will evolving incantation, and then work on his big toe with the undying muscles. Glancing outside, he realized that it wasn't dawn yet, and he got a bit irritated. What's taking the sun so long to rise? He muttered. Having nothing else to do, he decided to ponder the issue of the river-defying pill again. Time slipped by, and soon it was the fourth watch. Outside, everything was quiet. Suddenly Bezius Hun's face sank as a cold sensation washed over him, and ripples began to spread out on the floor beneath him. In the blink of an eye, they had filled the entire immortal's cave. Although no one on the outside could hear anything, inside the immortal cave, some powerful force seemed to be trying to cut the immortal's cave away from the world around it. At the same time, the sealed mask in his bag of holding erupted with brilliant red light. Apparently, the mysterious group behind the mask were paying a huge price to try to break the seals and try to communicate with Bezius Hun. The mask flew out of his bag of holding, and the ancient voice began to speak urgently. Listen to what I this time the voice managed to speak a bit more than the previous time, leaving Bezius Hun petrified. Screaming, he waved his right hand viciously through the air, sending a huge stack of paper talismans slamming into the mask. At the same time, he sent cultivation base power surging out, completely suppressing it. Despite all of that, the mask was still struggling, and the ancient voice was still speaking. However, despite how viciously the voice struggled, it wasn't possible to tell what it was saying. You're forcing me to do this. Bezius Hun said, his eyes bright red, his heart pulsing with fear. After using all of the paper talismans he had at his disposal, he raced out of his immortal's cave, heading at top speed toward the Heavenspan River at the bottom of Mount River Defiance. Upon his arrival, he sent a fist strike in the direction of the river, causing a huge wave to roll out across its surface, then scooped up a bunch of the water into a large jade bucket. He had originally intended to use that bucket to collect water for cultivation purposes, but things were different now. After racing back to his immortal's cave, he saw the mask, still struggling, a muffled voice echoing out from inside of it. This time, the words were more coherent. You don't need to refuse. I refuse, dumbass. Bezius Hun roared, shoving the mask down into the bucket of Heavenspan River water. In that instant, the conversation ended, and everything went silent. After looking cautiously at the bucket for a moment, Bezius Hun finally breathed a sigh of relief, then gave a slight harumph. Did you really think Lord Bay wouldn't be able to come up with a solution? Now, let's see how you act up this time. Sighing proudly, Bezius Hun sealed the bucket of Heavenspan River water and then put it in his bag of holding. If the mask had been submerged in Heavenspan River water with Imposter Night Crypt inside, then his soul would have been negatively affected. That was why Bezius Hun had chosen to move Imposter Night Crypt into the copper mirror. Now that the incident with the mask was over, Bezius Hun felt as if a huge weight had been lifted off of his shoulders. Not only did he wish to avoid officially offending the mysterious organization, he also wanted to avoid dragging the river-defying sect into the matter. After all, the entire situation was his doing, so unless he was left with absolutely no other options, He didn't want to hand the mask over to the sect to handle. At this moment, he was almost weak with relief that the situation had been resolved. In the following days, he continued to go out every morning to receive love letters. Eventually, Big Fatty Jong and Zubakai came to Baziush-hun and expressed their desire to accompany him during his daily excursions to receive love letters. Baziush-hun was naturally unable to refuse them. When they personally witnessed the female disciples rushing over to give Baziush-hun love letters, their eyes went wide with open envy. 9th Fatty, I've lost a lot of weight, haven't I? Why don't any of the girls give me a love letter? Big Fatty Jong was a bit depressed. The truth was that despite having lost so much weight, he still had a bit of a belly. Zubakai was equally downtrodden. Of course, he had already recorded the details of the legendary love letter incident into his little notebook. At the moment, he felt like he had ants crawling around in his heart. In response to Big Fatty Jong's question, Baziush-hun stuck his chin up and cleared his throat. To be honest, it takes skill. There's no need for you two to get anxious. Just be patient, and I'll explain everything. Even as Baziush-hun was preparing to dazzle them with his insights, he noticed that Zubakai's eyes had gone wide, and that Big Fatty Jong was staring at something behind him. Baziush-hun's jaw dropped as he realized that it wasn't just Big Fatty Jong and Zubakai who were acting in such a way. He quickly looked over his shoulder and saw a young woman gliding up the path toward him. She appeared to about 18 or 19 years of age, with large black eyes and plump rosy red lips. She was charming and graceful as she swayed toward him, refined and beautiful in a way that defied description. Her garments were simple yet elegant, and covered her slender frame in just the right way. Her skin was as pure as a lotus, and she had long legs that looked like they had been carved by a master craftsman. Her face was so beautiful it was like a work of art. She was clearly a peerless beauty among women. She was none other than Chen Manyao. Zubakai gasped. The #1 hottest girl in all of the river-defying sect. Actually, he was the one who had proclaimed her to be the so-called #1 hottest girl. Not only had he officially recorded it in his notebook, he had also spread word about the matter personally. He had even dreamed about her on more than one occasion. As soon as he laid eyes on her, he subconsciously puffed his chest out and stood straighter. In the past, he had often come off a bit awkward in front of pretty girls, but as of this moment, he actually seemed a bit heroic. Big Fatty Jong subconsciously sucked in his stomach, and his eyes began to sparkle. Baziush-hun heard all of the gasps around him, and noted the reactions of Zubakai and Big Fatty Jong. You must be exaggerating, he said. With that, he proceeded to look Chen Manyao up and down. Although he had to admit that she was pretty, he didn't think that she was so shockingly good-looking as to leave one dumbstruck. Humphrey, he thought. She's definitely not received as many love letters as I have. Sticking his chin up, he couldn't help but muse to himself that this Chen Manyao was far too pretentious. Just when he was about to stalk off impatiently, Chen Manyao suddenly spoke in a voice that sounded like 100 spirit creatures singing in a choir. Elder Brother Bei, please wait a moment. Baziush-hun's jaw dropped. This was the first time Chen Manyao had ever greeted him. Turning his head, he watched her approach. When his gaze fell upon her, she blushed slightly. Looking somewhat embarrassed, she bowed her head, and then pulled a pink handkerchief out of her sleeve, which she quickly placed into his hand. Seemingly mustering her courage, she said, if you have time, Elder Brother Bei, why don't you come to my mortal's cave tonight at the 3rd watch? We can hang out a bit. As the words left her mouth, the flush on her spectacularly beautiful face deepened. Giving him a dazzlingly bewitching look, she turned to leave. As she did, the turn of her head revealed that her fair neck was just as red as her face. Ducking her head, she hurried off into the distance. Baziush-hun was completely taken aback as he looked down at the handkerchief. Considering how many love letters he had received, he was no stranger to receiving them in the form of a handkerchief. However, this was the first time that any girl had been so bold as to actually set a time and place for a date with him. Baziush-hun looked back at Big Fatty Jong and Zubakai and said, what exactly does she mean by hang out in her immortal's cave? Big Fatty Jong simply stood there with his mouth hanging open. Zubakai was as shocked as a wooden chicken, and although he was still standing there as heroically as possible, a look of incredulity could be seen on his face, and his mind was spinning. He had already been jealous of Baziush-hun receiving so many love letters, but just now, he had personally witnessed him getting one from Chen Manyao. Of course, in recent days, Chen Manyao had become the dream girl of many male disciples in the sect. She was completely famous, and existed on a different level than any other female disciple. She was widely known as the #1 hottest girl in the sect. And yet here she had taken the initiative to invite Baziush-hun to hang out in her immortal's cave. Zubakai forced himself to exhale slowly. Jealousy burning in his heart, he said, how should I know what she means? Chapter 352, come on in, Elder Brother Bei. Baziush-hun looked over at Zubakai, and could see that he was clearly a bit irritated. Bazius-hun blinked a few times, then glanced at Big Fatty Zhang, whose eyes were glowing with admiration. Big Fatty Zhang even reached out and clasped Bazius-hun's shoulder. "Go on, Ziush-hun. Afterward, you'll truly have grown up." Coughing dryly, Bazius-hun tossed the handkerchief into his bag of holding, then swished his sleeve and grandly announced, "You think I'll go just because she wants me to? Hell no." That only seemed to make all the surrounding onlookers admire him even more. However, what no one noticed was that, even as he threw the handkerchief into his bag of holding, a profound light flickered deep in his eyes. Zubakai was in a bad mood for the rest of the day. Sometime in the afternoon, after Bazius-hun returned to his immortal's cave, Zubakai finally started to spread the news about Chen Manyao's amorous state proposal to Bazius-hun. The gossip spread even faster than before, like a tempest that swept through all 4 divisions. The matter with the love letters was like a mere ticking time bomb, whereas Chen Manyao was the spark that caused it to explode. The 4 divisions were thrown into a complete uproar. Cries of shock and astonishment filled the air everywhere. "What? I can't believe Chen Manyao is wooing Bazius-hun. This is just crazy. Who cares if all those other girls gave him love letters? Why did my beloved junior sister Chin have to go and do the same thing? This can't be true. What? They're going to hang out in her immortal's cave tonight during the 3rd watch? What exactly are they planning to do together? Word spread through the entire river-defying sect, until even the sect leader and the core formation elders heard. There were also a few patriarchs who weren't in secluded meditation at the moment who also caught wind of the matter. However, whether it was the old news about the love letters, or this new development, none of them took the matter too seriously. In fact, some of them even joked about it a bit. As for Li King, he had a serious discussion with Zhu Mixiang about what type of person Chen Manyao was. 2 of the patriarchs who happened to be out of their secluded meditation were nascent soul patriarchs from the Pill Stream division, and they were actually very pleased with this development. The Profound Stream division nascent soul experts were also fairly excited. They knew how important Bazius-hun was to the sect. If one of the disciples from their division became Bazius-hun's Taoist partner, it would be of incredible benefit to them. However, the patriarchs of the Spirit Stream division, as well as sect leader Zhenyu Ondong, all felt headaches coming on. That was especially true of Zhenyu Ondong, who knew Bazius-hun better than most. This new development, coupled with the way Bazius-hun had been strolling around the sect every day recently, accepting love letters, caused him to let out a long sigh. When is Ziush-hun going to grow up a little bit more? He thought. He's already reached Gold Core. Maybe by the time he reaches Nascent Soul he'll be a bit better? In the end, he simply shook his head. By this point, he had actually given up on the hope that Bazius-hun's personality would change much. Considering the entire sect was talking about the matter, it didn't take long before Song Jun and Hu Xiaomai heard about what was happening. Both of them immediately started to get anxious. Although they had been angered by the love letter situation, they hadn't viewed it as a serious threat. This was different. This latest deadly intrusion by Chen Manyao left both young women filled with sensations of intense crisis. Slut. Completely shameless. Both of them sat in their immortal's cave, stewing in rage. Song Jun had an explosive temper, and Hu Xiaomai was as fiery as a hot pepper sometimes. Both of them seemed on the verge of erupting. For the first time ever, they dropped their differences and met together to discuss the situation. After hashing things out, they made an agreement, that very day when evening fell, they would strike. Bazius-hun was currently sitting in his immortal's cave, looking at Chen Manyao's handkerchief, a strange light flickering in his eyes as he thought about the situation. Suddenly, his face fell as he detected a killing aura just outside of his immortal's cave. Looking over his shoulder, he realized that Song Jun and Hu Xiaomai were standing outside. Shivering with fear, he quickly put the handkerchief away, then opened the door, a warm smile on his face. Big sis Song, Xiaomai, what are you two doing here? The two of you have completely occupied my thoughts lately. I've missed you so much. Song Jun's eyes went wide, and she snorted coldly. Completely ignoring Bazius-hun, she stalked into the immortal's cave and inspected every inch of it. Then she gave Bazius-hun another glare before leaving. Even as Bazius-hun's jaw dropped in surprise, Hu Xiaomai stepped forward and grabbed him by the arm. I've missed you too, big bro Ziush-hun. I'm going to stay here with you tonight. Huh? Bazius-hun said, stunned. What's wrong, big bro Ziush-hun? She said, tears welling up in her eyes as she looked up at him. You don't want to spend time with me? Bazius-hun shook his head. Slapping his chest, he said, of course I want to spend time with you. How about before he could finish speaking, Hu Xiaomai smiled and dragged him into the immortal's cave. Once inside, she sat down and started talking, and didn't stop for the entire night. Bazius-hun could only watch as time passed by. When the 3rd watch came, He let out a long sigh. Hueco's eyes narrowed. What's wrong, big bro Ziashan? Are you thinking about your date with elder sister Chen Manyao that I heard about? Ziashan's heart trembled. Making himself the picture of righteousness, he said, who cares if she asked me on a date? I'm not going to go just because she wants me to. I'm Ziashan, the junior patriarch of the sect. No way would I go. The following morning at dawn, Hueco left, and Ziashan finally breathed a sigh of relief. But then, Songjun arrived. And that was how the next day and night went. For the following month, Songjun and Hueco took turns standing guard over Ziashan, giving him no chance to accept any love letters and no chance to go on any dates. Thankfully for Ziashan, the sect had just been established, and there were many tasks at hand. Eventually, both Hueco and Songjun were called away on various assignments. At long last, he was able to breathe a sigh of relief. However, during the month which had passed, the matter of the love letter, as well as the situation with Chen Manyao, had become a thing of the past. Furthermore, the actions of Songjun and Hueco had put an end to the aspirations of the other female disciples. By the time Ziashan was finally free to walk around in the sect, he was very disappointed to discover that not a single person approached to hand him a love letter. I should have known this would happen, he thought, crestfallen. Not willing to accept the situation, he strolled around the entire sect a few times over the following days, until he was completely convinced that there were no love letters to be had. Sighing dejectedly, he returned to his immortal's cave where he slumped in a daze. Finally, late in the night, he looked out at the darkness and his eyes narrowed. As a junior patriarch of the sect, it wouldn't be very appropriate to simply ignore Chen Manyao's request for a date. I think I should go over and see exactly what she has planned. Eyes flickering, he decided that he really had to make a decision based on the overall situation, especially considering his status in the sect. Clearing his throat, he cautiously made his way through the sect, being careful to avoid notice. Soon, he found himself outside of Chen Manyao's immortal's cave. The mountains of the Pillstream division were quiet this night. Ziashan scouted the immediate vicinity to make sure there was nobody lying in wait, and then, he inspected the area surrounding the cave. He even went so far as to use his Heaven-Span Dharma eye, which allowed him to see the form of a young woman sitting in meditation inside the cave. Seeing that there didn't appear to be any traps, Ziashan finally felt a bit more at ease. It was a very quiet and peaceful location. A narrow path led up to the Immortal's cave, next to which was a small cistern filled with lotuses. Milky moonlight cascaded down onto the violet lotuses, which cast a lovely fragrance out into the night. Ziashan clasped his hands behind his back, looked up at the moon, and then cleared his throat. Junior Sister Chen, are you asleep? It's me, the Junior Patriarch. I've come for our date. Almost instantly, a shocked voice responded from within the Immortal's cave. Is that you, Elder Brother Bei? Even as Chen Manyao's soft voice could be heard, the door to the Immortal's cave swung open, and she appeared in the open. She was wearing a tight-fitting blouse that completely revealed her curvaceous figure, and looked especially attractive because of the moonlight. Elder Brother Bei, please come in, she said, flashing a smile that made flowers look dull. She turned and gestured for him to enter. Ziashan looked her up and down, but didn't take a step forward. An enigmatic smile appeared on his face, as well as something fierce and a bit domineering. Chapter 353, The So-Called Wildlands. The flush on Chen Manyao's face deepened. At the moment, she almost felt like she was standing there naked in front of Ziashan. Stepping back, she angrily said, Elder Brother Bei. Ziashan shook his head, his eyes shining intimidatingly. Very amusing. Unfortunately, your acting skills aren't up to par, Chen Manyao. You gave me a handkerchief for absolutely no reason. You asked me to come at the third watch, without any explanation. I sat around for an entire month, and you never sent me a message. Chen Manyao, do you really think that the junior patriarch of the sect has the intelligence of a 3-year-old child? Or did you take me for one of those idiots who nearly passes out as soon as he sees a pretty woman? Did you secretly arrange for that whole love letter situation, all to give yourself a chance to launch a sneak attack during the chaos? Every word Ziashan spoke was as cold as ice, and in the end, he unleashed the power of his Heaven Dao Gold Core cultivation base, causing intense pressure to weigh down. A powerful wind even swept through the area, causing Chen Manyao's face to fall, and her knees to tremble. After all, she was only in the foundation establishment stage. Ziashan clasped his hands behind his back and stuck his chin up. He looked more somber than ever, with a powerfully murderous aura and a gaze as sharp as a blade. I didn't really need to come here, but as the junior patriarch, how could I not notice all the clues? Naturally, I had no other choice than to come and see what your true purpose in all of this is. Chen Manyao started backing up. Elder Brother Bei, Before she could continue, Bazius-hun's eyes flashed with cold light, and he waved his hand, sending a dagger-shaped horn flying out to hover above him, which instantly began to radiate the pressure of a precious treasure. In combination with the Heaven Dao Gold Core cultivation base fluctuations, it caused an intensely murderous air to begin to crush down onto Chen Manyao. That dagger-shaped horn was none other than Bazius-hun's renegade dragon horn. "Don't move even a muscle," he said casually. "You have 3 chances to explain yourself properly, and what you just said counts as one of those chances. Don't forget that, as the junior patriarch, I have the authority to execute any disciple I wish." Although he spoke the words as if he were having an ordinary conversation, he had actually pushed the big toe of his left foot down into the ground, and had prepared it to unleash explosive force. If anything happened, he would instantly leave the area. His landscape of 9 provinces was also ready to be used at a moment's notice. Chen Manyao stopped moving, and gave Bazius-hun a deep look. She didn't fail to notice that Bazius-hun had stopped right on the edge of the spell formation she'd set up. Clearly, he had come well prepared. For the first time, fear of Bazius-hun was beginning to take hold in her heart. Finally, she chuckled, and dropped the bashful act she had put on from before. Now, a mysterious light gleamed in her eyes. Smiling, she said, "No wonder those old fogies care so much about you. Bazius-hun, I bear you no ill will. Of that I can swear an oath. The reason I wanted you to come here was so that you could meet a certain person. You still have 1 chance left," Bazius-hun said coolly. The renegade dragon horn hovering above him began to emit a cold light. Chen Manyao's face twitched. After a moment of silence, she gritted her teeth and said, "Night Crypt. Mask. Bazius-hun. Mysterious group. Spy. Relic of eternal indestructibility." A grim expression overtook Bazius-hun's face, and his eyes widened. Mind reeling, he didn't hesitate for even a moment to send the renegade dragon horn flying forward toward Chen Manyao. At the same time, he pushed down with his big toe, causing rumbling sounds to echo out as he shot backward. Simultaneously, he produced the landscape of 9 provinces. Currently, his heart was pounding. Although he had noticed that there was something suspicious about Chen Manyao, never could he have imagined that she actually worked for that same mysterious group he'd been in contact with for so long. In the exact same moment that he took action, a black vortex appeared on Chen Manyao's forehead, from within which shot streams of black energy that wrapped up the renegade dragon horn. Despite the fact that the horn was backed by Bazius-hun's gold core power, it instantly lurched to a stop. At the same time, an ancient voice echoed out from within the black strands. "Fellow Taoist, please just trust me this once. I had no choice but to use this method to make contact. I even revealed the secret identity of my apprentice Yaoer. I'm willing to risk her life to get the chance to talk with you. Please, can't you just trust me? You can leave at any time you wish. Just let me say a few things. If you don't like what you hear, I won't try to stop you from leaving." Even as the words echoed out, the black strands formed together into the vague image of an old man. Within that old man's eyes could be seen complex emotions, profound secrets, and even more surprising, respect and politeness toward Bazius-hun. Bazius-hun forced his breathing under control. By this point, he was high up in the air. Furthermore, the fluctuations rolling out from the area had been noticed by others in the river-defying sect, and some of the nearby cultivators on patrol flew over, including a late core formation elder. "Junior Patriarch, what's wrong? What happened?" The patrolling cultivators looked around suspiciously, and yet strangely, didn't seem to notice the old man formed from black strands of energy. The only thing they could see was Bazius-hun, hovering there in midair, cultivation base power rippling out from him. Everything down below was invisible to them. The old man quickly said, "The only way for anyone to see or even detect me would be if a Deva Realm expert were in the river-defying sect. However, you are not within the cloaked area, so they can see you." Of course, Bazius-hun was the only one who heard him speaking. Bazius-hun's face was grim as he first looked over at the suspicious cultivators who'd flown over, then looked back down at the image of the old man. Seeing Bazius-hun's reticence, the old man hurriedly continued, "The lands of Heavenspan are vast. The Heavenspan Sea is in the middle, and 4 great rivers spread out in the 4 directions from that sea. Those are the eastern, western, southern and northern cultivation worlds. Each of the 4 major rivers splits up into 4 smaller rivers, which in turn become 4 streams. Beyond the streams are countless deltas that stretch further than the imagination can process. Although it seems like the spiritual energy of the Heavenspan rivers is infinite, the truth is that when compared with the lands of Heavenspan as a whole, that spiritual energy is negligible. In fact, it's not even enough to fill half of the realm. The rest of the lands of Heavenspan are places that the spiritual energy of the Heavenspan rivers don't touch, places that have came to be known as the Wildlands." As soon as Bazius-hun heard the man's explanation, his mind began to spin. In the past, he had wondered about this very subject. The only explanation he had ever been given was that the places without the aura of the Heavenspan River were restricted areas where cultivators couldn't survive. The words being spoken crashed like thunder in his mind. Based on what he could tell, it didn't seem like this old man was lying. Tone serious, the old man continued, by way of illustration, the areas with the spiritual energy of the Heavenspan River, the 4 major rivers and the river source sects, are like the countries that exist in the mortal world. As for the people who live in the wildlands, we are like defectors or even rebels. I am from the wildlands, and the bloodstream sect's blood ancestor also came from the wildlands. It is only because of some unique matters pertaining to karma that the blood ancestor's corpse stayed in the Heavenspan River. Bazius Hun's pupils constricted. He had long wondered why the mysterious organization was so interested in the relic of eternal indestructibility that was located on the blood ancestor. Based on the old man's explanation, it now started to make more sense. We don't really need the relic of eternal indestructibility. If you want it, then go ahead and keep it. The reason for my change in attitude, and the reason I'm telling these things to you, is that because of the legacy of the blood ancestor, you have become the 2nd-generation blood ancestor. In the final analysis, you have sown karma with us in the wildlands. The old man was already starting to calm down. As long as Bazius Hun didn't immediately leave, he would have his chance to explain things, and maybe even discuss matters. What he feared the most was that Bazius Hun would do the same thing he'd done before, and refuse to even listen to him. I tried to communicate with you via the mask, but you were too cautious. Therefore, I took a great risk, and expended significant resources, to have Yaoer enact the plan to get you over here. I represent an alliance of cities within the wildlands, and we hope to keep in contact with you long-term. An arrangement like that would benefit you because we have agents in virtually all of the sects in all the 4 major rivers. We can provide you help in many ways, and we can also keep you informed about anything important happening in the world. However, you would also need to do things for us. With that, the old man clasped hands and bowed deeply to Bazius Hun. Bazius Hun was completely shaken, and was almost on the verge of leaving. However, he couldn't find fault with anything the old man had said, and in fact, many of his own questions had been answered. It was also true that revealing Chen Manyao's secret identity was in fact a show of good faith. That was especially true considering that the old man had even admitted to setting up the situation with the love letters. It seemed that the old man was willing to explain the answer to any question he had. Having reached this point in his train of thought, Bazius Hun turned his attention to the patrolling cultivators, who, having checked the area and found nothing amiss, were looking at him hesitantly. "You may take your leave," he said, "all of you. I just had a bad feeling a few moments ago. Sorry for the trouble." With that, he clasped hands and bowed to them. The Gold Core Elder looked deeply at Bazius Hun for a moment, but didn't ask any further questions. Nodding, he led his men off. Soon, everything was quiet again. "So," Bazius Hun suddenly said, "you can answer any question that I have?" Chapter 354, Starry Sky Dao Polarity Sect. Seeing that Bazius Hun had sent away the patrolling cultivators, the old man finally breathed a deep sigh of relief. He knew that he had struck a chord, and now the two of them could truly interact. "I can't guarantee that I'll be able to tell you anything. But there are very few things the wildlands don't know about. We have agents all over the lands of Heavenspan. And by that, I mean the lower reaches, the middle reaches, and even at the sources of the rivers. We have people everywhere." After hearing this first question of Bazius Hun's, the old man had been a bit hesitant. However, after a moment of careful thought, he had decided that the best thing would be to tell the truth. There was even a certain pride to his tone. After all, he was very confident in his ability to generate intelligence reports. Bazius Hun was silent for a moment, and then he said, "Fine. I want information about a person." "What level of cultivation base?" The old man replied immediately. Bazius Hun thought about it, then said, "Should be Foundation Establishment." "Foundation Establishment cultivation base?" "Simple. Since this is our first time working together, how about I provide the information for free? No cost whatsoever. Just tell me the person's surname and given name, and what specifically you want to know." The old man was immediately relieved. Although there were a lot of Foundation Establishment cultivators in the lands of Heavenspan, it was a simple matter for the wildlands to get information about them. Furthermore, there was virtually no risk involved. Bazius Hun had been a bit skeptical at first, but after seeing how confident the old man was, hope started to rise up in his heart. "Her name is Duling Fai. At least, she started out at the Spirit Stream sect with that name. Then I ran into her again in the Bloodstream sect's trial by fire for the Blood Master position. I want to know who she really is. Find out her true identity? Even if those are the only things you know about her, that's enough for us to uncover her identity." Please wait a moment. Smiling confidently, the old man faded away, having returned to the wildlands to carry out the search. Chen Manyao was sitting off to the side cross-legged, her eyes closed. Apparently, the old man had sent her into a trance and sealed her, in order to prevent damage to her soul while he used her as a medium. Baziush-hun took a deep breath and waited silently. Time passed. An hour flew by. The old man had not returned, and Baziush-hun was starting to get nervous. More time went by, enough for half an incense stick to burn. Suddenly, a tremor passed through Chen Manyao, and black strands flew out of her forehead again, which then took shape into the image of the old man. However, this time, he seemed a bit ashen-faced. A strange light could be seen in his eyes as he looked at Baziush-hun, and even confusion. "Well?" Baziush-hun quickly asked. "What information do you have?" The old man hesitated, then said, "Why don't you ask about someone else?" "Huh?" Baziush-hun said, both shocked and angry. "Didn't you say it would be a simple task? It's just information about a person. What happened? You couldn't find her?" The old man smiled wryly. Along with the confusion in his eyes was a gleam of terror. After a moment passed, he shook his head. "We really couldn't find any information." Baziush-hun's eyes widened. After looking at the old man for a moment, he suddenly pulled his bag of holding out and threw it onto the ground. "The little turtle is in there. I can't find him, but I know he's there, and you guys should be able to find him. Take the bag and tell me who Du Lingfei is." The man looked deeply at Baziush-hun, then smiled and decided not to hold anything back. "Really, why don't you ask about someone else? I can't get any information about this Du Lingfei. Just moments ago, I sent people to investigate, and the entire city started shaking. Signs and portents were seen in heaven and earth. Most terrifying of all was that in the briefest of moments, a large portion of my agents out in the world suddenly died. Does it sound to you like I can keep investigating? Whoever this person is, she's either profoundly mysterious or backed by a power too incredible to imagine. I would suggest you refrain from provoking her, and it would probably be best if you never ran into her again." Everything he had just said was the truth. The investigation he had just ordered had resulted in a cataclysmic response. He almost couldn't believe that a casual question on the part of Baziush-hun could lead to such drastic upheavals. It also left him even more amazed and intrigued by Baziush-hun's own secrets. Baziush-hun stood there silently for a moment, his mind and heart battered by huge waves of shock. He could tell that the man hadn't been lying to him. After a moment passed, he said, "You didn't turn up even the slightest clue?" Seeing how determined Baziush-hun was, the old man hesitated. Considering that he wanted to maintain a long-term relationship with him, he finally gritted his teeth and said, "There is only one clue. Most of my agents who were just killed met their deaths in the Starry Sky Dao Polarity sect. As for what that indicates, you can be the judge for yourself." With that, the old man clasped hands and bowed. "If you want to contact me, you can do so at any time via the mask. If you'd rather not use the mask, then you can make use of Yaoer. She might be my agent, but she bears no ill will toward the river-defying sect. I hope you can show her some kindness." With that, the man broke up into countless black strands that flew back into Chen Manyao's forehead. Chen Manyao shivered, then opened her eyes. When she saw Baziush-hun standing there, it seemed like she wanted to say something. However, after a moment, she simply gave a curtsying bow, then went back inside her immortal's cave. Baziush-hun hovered in midair, looking up at the starry sky and the moon. Many thoughts ran through his head. The fact that most of the casualties among his agents were in the Starry Sky Dao Polarity sect indicates that I should be able to find more clues about Du Lingfei there. Just who exactly are you, Du Lingfei? Trying to track you down like this is really exhausting. He shook his head slowly. He had long since come to believe that the matter of Du Lingfei was a thing of the past. However, there had always been questions in his heart that he couldn't quite forget about. With that, he turned and headed back to Mount River Defiance. However, instead of going to his immortal's cave, he paid a visit to sect leader Zhenyu Ondong. By now, Baziush-hun knew that he couldn't keep so many secrets from the sect. Therefore, he explained everything about Chen Manyao, the wildlands, and the mask. He left at dawn, having revealed everything to his elder brother sect leader. As for what would happen next, he didn't even want to think about it. However the sect chose to deal with the situation, he would support the decision. Of course, Zhenyu Ondong couldn't make a decision about something so weighty by himself, so he consulted with the patriarchs of the 4 divisions. The patriarchs summoned Chen Manyao, and in the end, nothing much happened. Everything soon went back to normal. Chen Manyao remained in the river-defying sect, the celestial goddess to many of the male disciples. She was still a chosen, and only Baziush-hun and the patriarchs, as well as Zhenyu Ondong, knew where she truly came from. Apparently, Some sort of agreement had been reached. With that matter having been handled, Bazius-hun returned his focus to cultivation. Whether it was the frigid school will evolving incantation or the undying muscles, he made progress with all of them. He was in the middle reaches now, in one of the four great sects. The spiritual power of heaven and earth was strong here, much stronger than in the lower reaches. Therefore, his speed of progress improved. Of course, he wasn't the only one to benefit. Juzinki and the other chosen like her were all in secluded meditation, gradually making their way toward the great circle of foundation establishment. After that came core formation, although none of them would dare to do what Bazius-hun had done, and reach for core formation in the heat of the moment. Most of them would take at least half a 60-year cycle to prepare before attempting the critical breakthrough. As was to be expected, many of them were competing to see who could reach core formation first. Furthermore, not all of them got along, and thus were waiting until core formation to try to settle their differences. Only people like Songjun, who had long since reached the Great Circle, could attempt to step into core formation with only a few years of preparation. As for people like Big Fatty Zhang, Zubake, Huziomai, Third Fatty Hai, and others, the improved spiritual energy in the middle reaches also helped them in their cultivation. That was especially true of Big Fatty Zhang, who made the most startling progress of all. He was already in mid-foundation establishment. Everyone in the river-defying sect was making progress. In fact, the first wave of chi condensation cultivators had already been sent to locations set aside by the river-defying sect for the Earth String Foundation establishment trials by fire. Middle reaches sects had trials by fire that were beyond compare with those in the lower reaches. As the sect seethed with activity, Bruiser finally returned. He appeared out of the blue, and as soon as he stopped in front of the Immortals' Cave, Bazius-hun rushed out to meet him. Bruiser was covered with wounds and scars, many of which seemed to run very deep. However, he seemed to be in a very good mood, and his eyes were shining brightly. Unexpectedly, the aura of an imminent breakthrough was strong upon him. Bruiser had gone missing almost as soon as the construction work on the new sect headquarters had begun. Bazius-hun had been able to sense that he was alive, and had assumed that he'd gone off to look for some female beasts to spend time with. It was only now that he realized his assumption had been incorrect. As Bazius-hun's eyes met Bruiser's, he realized that the reason Bruiser had gone missing was that he'd left for deadly training. Bruiser had come to view himself as a bit useless. On numerous occasions in which Bazius-hun had faced deadly crises, he had been completely unable to help. Chapter 355, Bruiser's Tribulation. Bazius-hun felt a lump forming in his throat. "Don't do this kind of thing again, okay?" he said loudly. "I'm your father. Are kids supposed to protect their dad?" "No. I'm supposed to protect you. Wait until I'm old and feeble, then you can protect me. Also, don't just disappear next time. If you want to go do something, say something to me first." Eyes glittering, Bruiser nudged Bazius-hun with his head, then dropped down, rolled over onto his back, and stuck his tongue out. He looked very charming, causing the warm feelings inside of Bazius-hun to grow even stronger. Reaching out, he sent some of his Heavendao gold core aura into Bruiser, straightening out his chi passageways. Bruiser hummed contentedly, and even reached his head up and licked Bazius-hun's face. After healing Bruiser's internal injuries, Bazius-hun looked at the wounds on his body, then produced a large quantity of medicinal pill for him to consume. Each and every one of those pills could be sold for quite a few spirit stones, but when it came to Bruiser, Bazius-hun wasn't stingy at all. The main thing he was worried about was making sure that Bruiser's injuries didn't worsen. After consuming the medicinal pills, Bruiser bared his teeth in a fond smile. As of this moment, Bruiser and Bazius-hun looked very much like family. Bazius-hun went on to scold Bruiser a bit more, and Bruiser wagged his tail and continued to rub up against Bazius-hun. Eventually, Bazius-hun didn't have the heart to reprimand him anymore. After they went back into the Immortals' Cave, Bruiser's wounds continued to fade away, and the breakthrough aura on him grew even stronger. Bazius-hun could tell that Bruiser was definitely on the verge of breaking through to core formation. Core formation was of great significance to battle beasts. Although battle beasts' tribulations weren't like cultivators, they were still dangerous. Furthermore, Bruiser was a beast king, so his tribulation would be different from that of ordinary battle beasts. Worried, Bazius-hun went to seek the counsel of Zhenyu Ondong. After all, Bruiser was very important to the river-defying sect as a whole, and especially the Spirit Stream Division. Zhenyu Ondong immediately issued a dharmic decree, identifying the peak of Mount River Defiance as the location where Bruiser would attempt to step into core formation. A large number of spell formations were set up, and work went underway to gather the spiritual energy of heaven and earth in that location. In addition, a large number of core formation cultivators were called upon to stand as Dharma protectors. Even Patriarch Li Zimo, at Bazius-hun's request, ended his session of secluded meditation to also stand as Dharma protector. Hun paid visits to the other 3 divisions as well, and as a result, they all offered assistance. The Bloodstream Division provided several precious treasures designed for transcending tribulation, and the Pillstream Division assigned over 1,000 disciples to concoct pills. As for the Profound Stream Division, they were the ones tasked with creating special spell formations on the mountain peak. The power of all 4 divisions had been called on for this special occasion of core formation. It was enough to make any ordinary disciple envious. Of course, some of that had to do with Bruiser being a Beast King, but more of it was because of Hun's status. 7 days later, when Bruiser was completely healed, and the aura of an imminent breakthrough was strong, rumbling sounds echoed out from the summit of Mount River Defiance. Heaven and earth shook, and the clouds converged, along with intense, thunderous rumblings. Bruiser took his place on the altar at the mountain's summit, throwing his head back and roaring into the heavens, a roar that seemed capable of piercing the clouds. The cultivators of the river-defying sept were shaken, and quite a few people flew up to see what was happening. Bruiser's reaching core formation. Beast King core formation is so impressive. Beast Kings are rare enough, and Bruiser is like a Beast King among Beast Kings. Of course this is going to be extraordinary. As the discussions raged, the battle beasts in the Spirit Stream Division began to howl in support of Bruiser. The Heaven Horn Ink Dragon appeared, looking up into the sky, and then over at Bruiser, nervousness and anticipation gleaming in its eyes. Hun stood next to Bruiser, eyes sparkling. Of course, he was standing as Bruiser's primary Dharma protector. Suddenly, the clouds converged together, and a black lightning bolt appeared, which immediately began to descend toward the altar on Mount River Defiance. Roaring, Bruiser launched into the air, refusing to draw help from the spell formations or the surrounding core formation Dharma protectors. As he closed in, he viciously headbutted the lightning bolt. Boom! Heaven and earth trembled as the lightning bolt shattered into countless sparks which rained down in all directions. Bruiser howled in delight, turning to look proudly at Hun before looking back up into the sky. In response to Bruiser's smug behavior, Hun cleared his throat. After all, it almost seemed like something he would do. Inside, his anxiety was mounting. Stay focused. He called out. If things get out of hand, get back down here. Don't worry, it won't be a loss of face. In almost the exact same instant that the words left his mouth, a second lightning bolt began to fall. Even as Bruiser bashed into it, destroying it, a third lightning bolt appeared, then a fourth and a fifth. Each of the lightning bolts was larger than the one before it, and they descended toward Bruiser with incredible speed. Trembling, Bruiser roared and continued to face them head-on. The third lightning bolt sent Bruiser tumbling back down to the ground, where he landed inside the spell formation. Just when Hun was about to hurry forward to help, Bruiser gobbled up some of the medicinal pills that had been placed nearby. Eyes blazing red, he threw his head back and let out an enraged roar, then shot back up into the air, rocketing up with incredible speed, a beam of light surrounded by shocking violet flames. Then, astonishingly, he actually slammed into the tribulation clouds up above. Hun took a deep breath. Bruiser seemed even crazier than he himself. Even Patriarch Li Zimo was surprised to see what was happening, and the core formation cultivators who flanked him in midair were also shocked by Bruiser's valiance. Disciples from the other 4 divisions who were observing the event were crying out in shock. This is incredible. Heavens! Is Bruiser going to destroy the tribulation clouds? Even as their voices rose up, the clouds ceased as a 7th, 8th, and 9th lightning bolt began to build up power. Then, gasps rang out as Bruiser yet again slammed into the cloud layer. The clouds collapsed, and the 3 bolts of tribulation lightning exploded, sending out a powerful shockwave that left all the onlookers astonished. Amidst the collapsing clouds, Bruiser rapidly grew in size until he was 600 meters long, a sea of violet flames surrounding his feet as he threw his head back and let loose a long cry. As his cry echoed out, he continued to grow larger, his body radiating intense energy of heaven and earth. It was as if he were experiencing a baptism of sorts, and as a result, an aura spread out from him the likes of which was the subject of ultimate respect. It was the aura of a Beast King. It grew stronger and more powerful until all hearts trembled in response. As for Hun, his excitement was continuing to mount. As the Beast King aura raged, and the energy of heaven and earth converged, a violet-colored core could be seen forming above Bruiser. It radiated scintillating light, sending out a medicinal aura that left everyone in the area feeling refreshed and energized. Hun was getting even more nervous. 7 days earlier, he had consulted the ancient records, as well as Patriarch Li Zimo, and had came to find that Battle Beast core formation usually didn't involve tribulation lightning. That only came with Beast King tribulation. After the tribulation lightning was when heaven and earth formed the core, which Bruiser would then consume. That was actually the most dangerous part of the process. Because the Beast King aura formed a natural core of heaven and earth, it could be used by other cultivators or beasts for numerous purposes. Whether it was for cultivators to concoct spirit medicines, or for other beasts for use as a second core, it was something intrinsically attractive to many. In fact, if another beast managed to wrest it away, they could refine their own blood and gain a chance to rise up to the level of a Beast King. Even as Bezish-hun looked on nervously, and the violet core was moments away from condensing completely, a cry echoed out that could shake heaven and earth. It seemed capable of piercing metal, of stabbing directly into the heart and mind. Off in the distance, a flying snake could be seen, fully 3,000 meters long. It shot through the air toward Bruiser's violet core, eyes radiating sinister light. Shockingly, this snake had an aura similar to Bruiser's. This flying snake was another Beast King. Chapter 356, Beast King Violet Core. The flying snake was roughly 3,000 meters long and 30 meters thick. It almost looked like a flood dragon as opposed to a serpent, especially considering that it had 2 long, curved horns, and 3 clawed talons. Its scales reflected dazzling sunlight, and if one examined it closely, they would detect a holy air to it. The Beast King aura which roiled out from it made it seem like the monarch of all beasts, and caused all of the river-defying sex battle beasts to tremble. The pressure weighing down on their blood made it such that none of them dared to even think about fighting back against the huge snake. The only exception was the Heavenhorn Ink Dragon, whose scales stood on end as it howled in defiance. Heaven and earth went dim, and a huge wind kicked up. Down below, the cultivators of the river-defying sect were completely astonished, and began to cry out in surprise. That's another Beast King. In the cultivation world of the lower reaches, Beast Kings were rare, and few people even had a chance to see a single one in their entire lives. Bruiser's birth had been unexpected and quite coincidental. In the middle reaches, Beast Kings were also rare. However, considering how vast of a territory the middle reaches covered, they were not impossible to find. In fact, quite a few roamed the depths of the mountains and jungles. In the moment that the flying snake Beast King appeared, Lee Zimo's face flickered, and he rose to his feet, brilliant light shining in his eyes. His nascent soul aura erupted out, and he flicked his sleeve, sending a powerful gale force wind shooting toward the flying snake. Behind him, Bruiser threw his head back and howled, causing his own Beast King aura to surge, almost as if he wished to outshine the flying snake. However, it was obvious that whether it was in terms of aura or cultivation base, the flying snake far surpassed Bruiser. Bruiser was like a baby, and the flying snake was like an adult. Behind Lee Zimo and Bruiser, there was another aura that rumbled out, which transformed into a beam of blood-colored chi that shot up into the clouds. It was Bezish-hun. That pillar was formed from the power of Bezish-hun's chi and blood, and because of his Heaven Dao gold core cultivation base, it was even tinged with golden light. "How dare you!" Bezish-hun shouted, his eyes crimson. Flying up into the air, he performed an incantation gesture with his right hand, sending a black light flying out of his bag of holding. It was none other than the renegade dragon horn, which shot toward the flying snake, fueled by the full power of Bezish-hun's cultivation base. At the same time, he opened his third eye, causing violet light to spill out onto the creature. Rumbling sounds filled heaven and earth as Lee Zimo's tempest bore down on the flying snake. A moment later, Bezish-hun's renegade dragon horn also closed in, bursting with a Heaven Dao aura. The flying snake's eyes widened, and it quickly coiled up, apparently relying only on its fleshly body power to defend itself. Incredible rumbling echoed out as the tempest collapsed, and the renegade dragon horn was sent spinning off to the side. At the same time, the flying snake was shoved backward by a full 300 meters. Bruiser let out another roar of rage, turning to glare at the flying snake with a look of utter ferocity. However, he also had his misgivings. He was currently at a critical juncture as his violet core continued to form. The flying snake was a big threat, and made Bruiser very, very uneasy. In that moment, a tiny figure suddenly appeared next to him, reached out, and placed a hand on his side. Bruiser was currently 300 meters tall, so that figure was minuscule in comparison. However, the hand which reached out to him seemed powerful enough to shake mountains, and as soon as it touched him, all of his anxiety and nervousness vanished. That figure was none other than Bezish-hun. "Focus on your core formation," he said. "I'll take care of everything else." As he spoke, his gaze fell upon the greedy flying snake some distance away. Moments later, Lee Zimo appeared next to Bezish-hun, and the core formation Dharma protectors flew up into the air as well. At the same time, the profound stream division spell formation erupted with power, materializing 9 great swords which immediately locked onto the flying snake. The flying snake's cold eyes widened. It was a Beast King, and in the nascent soul level at that. However, this was the river-defying sect, one of the 4 great sects of the middle reaches, and the flying snake wouldn't intentionally provoke them unless it was absolutely necessary. Bruiser's core formation had been so enticing that it simply followed its feelings and tried to grab the violet core. With Bruiser's Beast King core, a breakthrough from nascent soul into the Deva realm would have been much more possible. The cultivators of the river-defying sect were equally leery of the snake. Even Lee Zimo didn't wish to tangle with a fully developed Beast King unless absolutely necessary. Beast Kings were capable of summoning countless lesser beasts to fight for them, and if that happened, it would put the river-defying sect in a very unfavorable situation. The two sides were in somewhat of a deadlock as they stared at each other. However, that was when even more streams of nascent soul divine sense flew out and locked onto the flying snake. Although the river-defying sect didn't want to tangle with a Beast King, if it truly attempted to attack the sect, then they wouldn't hold back in the fighting. They would kill the beast no matter the cost. Lee Zimo's eyes narrowed, and he began to speak in a voice as cold as ice. Considering you've practiced cultivation all the way to your current level, Your Excellency, it's only appropriate to address you as a fellow Taoist. Today, the river-defying sect's champion battle beast is stepping into core formation. In order to prevent any misunderstandings, fellow Taoist, would you kindly take your leave? The snake's eyes glittered defiantly, and it looked over at Bruiser. By the time, the violet core above Bruiser was shining with dazzling light. The strange aroma continued to billow out in all directions as the violet core formed. In that moment, Bruiser's eyes shone with intense excitement as he watched the violet core shoot toward his open mouth. Just when he was about to swallow it up, the air next to him distorted and a hand reached out to grab the violet core. Everyone was shocked by this sudden development. As for Baziush, his eyes were completely bloodshot, and a cry of rage escaped his lips as he unhesitatingly unleashed a fist strike onto the outstretched hand. At the same time, 3 cold snorts echoed out from Mount River Defiance, and Master Godwind, Frigid Sect, and Patriarch Crimson Soul instantly teleported out. Surprisingly, none of them showed any signs of having recently been in secluded meditation. Apparently, they had actually been watching over the proceedings the entire time. As soon as they appeared, they surrounded the hand and unleashed powerful divine abilities. Master Godwind spoke, his voice hoarse and echoing with killing intent. You've been surveilling the river-defying sect for some time now, haven't you, Your Excellency? Did you really think we wouldn't be able to deal with you? The attacks of the 3 patriarchs caused deafening roars to fill the air. The hand shattered to pieces, and the violet core continued downward toward Bruiser. However, at the same time, laughter rang out in the clouds as 3 beams of light suddenly shot down. Within those beams of light were indistinct figures, all of whom were moving with lightning speed toward the violet core. I originally thought some unique treasure had appeared. I can't believe it's actually the violet core of a Beast King. Bizarre laughter echoed out from within all of the beams of light. However, it was in that moment that the spell formation rumbled, and a huge great sword appeared that slashed toward the incoming beams of light. Next, even more patriarchs of the river-defying sect appeared. Everyone had assumed that they were in secluded meditation, and yet, just like Master Godwind and the others who had just appeared, that was clearly not the case. The flying snake's eyes glittered as it once again shot toward Bruiser. As of this moment, Baziush understood what was happening. Over the last months, everything in the sect had seemed peaceful, but the truth was that numerous hidden entities had been infiltrating and spying on them. Bruiser's attempt at core formation was a unique situation that was drawing all of them out of hiding. The patriarchs hadn't been in secluded meditation at all, and had actually hoped for this to happen. The patriarchs were willing to take advantage of Bruiser for their goals, but to Baziush, he was too important. Even if the sect was completely prepared for what would happen, he was too anxious to take any risks. Eyes bloodshot, he let out a roar of rage as he shot toward the Blood Ancestor. Chapter 357, Malicious Intentions. Chaotic fighting was unfolding. After the river-defying sect's nascent soul cultivators appeared, even more shadowy figures emerged to join the struggle. All of those figures had been concealing their auras to prevent the river-defying sect from identifying them. Furthermore, it wasn't just a single group of people, there were 4 groups. Even as the fighting broke out, the Blood Ancestor's eyes opened, revealing the maddened gaze of Baziush. Bruiser was his son, and as a father, it enraged him to see people bullying him. He simply couldn't stand it that people were trying to steal Bruiser's violet core. Screw the hell off. He roared through the mouth of the Blood Ancestor. Rumbling sounds echoed to the highest heavens as the Blood Ancestor's right hand clenched into a fist and unleashed a fist strike. That fist strike was powered by the entirety of Baziush's cultivation base, his Heaven Dao Gold Core joined with his Undying Heavenly King Core to unleash explosive power. The enormous fist of the Blood Ancestor was like an entire continent rumbling through the air, causing the sky to shatter and sending an enormous shockwave blasting out. The faces of the infiltrators fell, and they scrambled to get out of the way. Those who were too slow immediately began to cough up blood. As for the flying snake, The fist hit it directly, and it screamed as it flew backward. Suddenly, everything went quiet. Everyone was looking at the enormous blood ancestor, shock written across their faces as they tried to determine if it even had any weaknesses. Master Godwind and Frigid Sect exchanged a glance. Originally, they had intended to let the fighting go on a bit longer in the hopes of luring out more infiltrators. However, now that Bazius-hun had taken control of the blood ancestor, they knew that delaying things could further enrage him. After a moment, they nodded to each other. "Time to end things," Frigid Sect murmured. "Even those who haven't showed their faces will be too frightened to make a move after what they've seen already." He waved his hand, and a black sun appeared up in the sky, to be joined moments later by a white sun. The two suns overlapped, as did the two ravens inside the sun. The newly formed raven then opened its eyes and emitted a deafening cry. Then, the raven flew out. At the same time, cackling laughter could be heard as a scarecrow stepped out of thin air. The Heavenhorn sword also appeared, flying toward Frigid Sect in a beam of golden light. Things weren't over yet. Although the spell formations which had been set up looked like they were tapped out, they suddenly glittered with brilliant light, and began to shine 3 times as brightly as before. 3 enormous glowing swords appeared, which began to destroy everything in their path. Heaven and earth shook violently as all of the intruders fled for their lives. Unfortunately, few could get very far. The Heavenhorn sword slashed one of them in half, and the cackling scarecrow appeared in front of another and began to skin him alive. Moments later, the victim was revealed to be a projection, but the sight of the attacking scarecrow was still bone-chilling. The light from the black and white suns made it impossible for any of the infiltrators to hide, and the black and white raven proceeded to slaughter them. However, none of that was very impressive when compared to the 3 glowing swords created by the spell formations. They quickly broke down into 3 nets, each one made up of 100,000 swords, which proceeded to slash their enemies to pieces. The flying snake appeared to be on the verge of escaping, but Lee Zymo snorted coldly and chased after it. From a distance, the river-defying sect made for a spectacular sight. It was almost like flowers of swords were blooming above it. Strangely, many of the people who died didn't shed blood, and as their corpses fell to the ground, they simply vanished. Only a small group of actual bodies remained. Clearly, those who didn't leave corpses behind weren't there as their true selves, but had come in clone form. To them, the loss of a clone like that would be somewhat of a waste, but wouldn't truly injure them. As the clones vanished and the flower of swords began to fade, the violet core safely entered Bruiser's mouth. He swallowed it, and almost instantly, his aura began to rise. Inside the blood ancestor, Bazius-hun's face was ashen, and he looked completely exhausted. Even with his double cores, it was a draining thing to take control of the blood ancestor. As he looked over at the patriarchs, the animosity in his gaze was apparent. The patriarchs exchanged awkward glances. The truth was that Bruiser's core formation hadn't been part of their long-term plan. They had originally intended to use other methods to draw out the infiltrators. Even still, they were worried that Bazius-hun would take things the wrong way, so Frigid Sect appeared to offer a complete explanation. In the end, Bazius-hun snorted coldly and made a lot of demands on Bruiser's behalf before agreeing to let the matter drop. Those old fogies. He grumbled to himself. They're all wily old foxes. Then when he saw how Bruiser's energy was continuing to rise higher and higher, he got wrapped up in excitement and decided to forgive them for the time being. Beast Kings needed to rest and recuperate after reaching core formation, and the patriarchs themselves offered to stand as Dharma protectors for Bruiser during that time. Bazius-hun joined them, sitting there cross-legged as he waited for Bruiser to recover completely. However, waiting around was very boring. Soon he started to think about the baby girl that was the true spirit, and the river-defying pill. As the time passed, he became wrapped up in pondering the issue of how to concoct the pill. I'm not going to be able to concoct the pill inside of me. That would only work if I had plenty of life force, which I don't. Although concocting it outside of the body is possible, it would be too difficult. He frowned in consternation. Having a drop of blood from the true spirit should make it a bit easier. But I still don't think I have enough skill in the Tao of medicine to succeed. Bazius-hun felt quite dejected. It was a depressing thing to know what to do, but be unable to do it. The simplest thing would be to concoct in within myself. But I lack life force. Life force. Hey, wait a second. Suddenly, his eyes sparkled, and he looked down at his bag of holding. The little turtle is the relic of eternal indestructibility. His life force should be sufficient. Shouldn't it? As Bazius-hun considered all these matters, his excitement grew. However, he didn't dare to give voice to his ideas, lest the little turtle catch on. The little turtle is too treacherous. I have to think of a way to get him to willingly give me some life force. He couldn't help but feel a bit of a headache whenever he reminisced about the good old days when the little turtle had been unconscious. Suddenly, his heart thumped. Unconscious. A crafty gleam appeared in his eyes as he suddenly realized that the best thing to do would be to concoct some sort of powerful knockout medicine. Early in the morning 7 days later, Bruiser suddenly opened his eyes and let out a long cry. As he did, violet light exploded out around him, and the fluctuations of core formation roiled out. At the same time, all of the other battle beasts in the river-defying sect began to howl. Having accomplished their task of standing as Dharma protectors, the patriarchs left with smiles on their faces. Bruiser was in high spirits. Although he spent the next few days with Baziush-hun, he eventually got bored and ran out to have fun. This time, though, he didn't leave the river-defying sect. Instead, he spent his time with the other battle beasts, as well as the female disciples he liked. Baziush-hun let him do as he wished. At the moment, he was almost completely focused on concocting his knockout medicine. Therefore, he remained in his immortal's cave, mentally reviewing the countless medicine formulas which existed in his mind. Time passed. 2 months flew by. Baziush-hun had come up with a plan, and was making constant improvements to the new medicine formula. On a few occasions, the little turtle popped his head out of the bag of holding to look at Baziush-hun. He wasn't a mind reader, so he had no way to determine what exactly Baziush-hun was thinking. However, the crazed look in his eye left the little turtle with a bad feeling. Of course, Baziush-hun didn't give up on cultivation. In addition to mentally pondering the medicine formula, he continued to work with the undying muscles and the frigid school will evolving incantation. One morning at dawn, he finally finished his mental work with the medicine formula. At the same time, he suddenly realized that a jade slip in his bag of holding was vibrating. Upon producing it, he heard Frigid Sek's voice speaking in his mind. Ziush-hun, come to the Grand Hall on Mount River Defiance. The other 3 great sects of the Middle Reaches have come for a visit. Baziush-hun was a bit taken aback. In recent discussions with the patriarchs, he'd been told that according to the speculations, some of the people who had infiltrated the sect had been rogue cultivators, but others had come from the 3 sects. After all, the river-defying sect was a newcomer, and the other 3 sects were definitely certain to feel them out. Considering how things had played out, Baziush-hun couldn't help but snort coldly as he rose to his feet. After donning his junior patriarch robes, he put an icy expression on his face and headed toward the Grand Hall. Along the way, he saw other cultivators of the river-defying sect looking in the direction of the Grand Hall, grim expressions on their faces. Eyes flickering, Baziush-hun hurried along until he caught sight of 3 groups of cultivators, all of whom wore expressions of disdain as they tried to shove away the river-defying sect disciples guarding the entrance of the Grand Hall. Chapter 358, Arrogant and Despotic. Each group had roughly a dozen people in it, including core formation and foundation establishment cultivators, and they all wore different Taoist robes. The first group had black robes decorated with images of blood moons, and radiated particularly murderous auras. They had sneers on their faces, and icy gazes filled with killing intent. Another group wore garments decorated with a starry sky. They were all exceedingly attractive, and the disdain in their sparkling eyes couldn't have been clearer. The final group dressed in Taoist robes that were black and white. That group contained both male and female cultivators, and radiated a feeling that made them seem as if they had transcended the mortal world. Despite that lofty air, they also looked completely disdainful. Baziush-hun had read introductions regarding the other 3 sects, and could immediately tell where they were from. The group wearing the starry sky designs were from the Starry River Court. The people with murderous auras were from the Devilish Polarity River Court. As for those in the black and white Taoist robes, they were from the most powerful of the sects, the Tao River Court. The disciples of these 3 sects were standing directly in front of the Grand Hall, preventing anyone from entering. They were the guests, but they were acting like the hosts. They were even driving away the river-defying sect disciples who had been assigned to guard duty. Directly up above in the sky, an enormous, pitch-black lizard could be seen, and when it deigned to look down, its gaze was as cold as ice. It even seemed like it wished to eat the river-defying sect disciples. Some distance away from the lizard was an enormous battleship, fully 3,000 meters long, and completely silver in color. It reflected the sunlight in dazzling fashion, and pulsed with terrifying power. In another direction was a gigantic meteor, fully 3,000 meters across and surrounded by a scorching sea of flames. The heat radiating from the meteor was such that many plants and trees down below began to wither up. Even as Baziush-hun approached, a middle-aged cultivator from the Starry River Court shoved one of the Foundation Establishment disciples of the river-defying sect, causing him to stagger backward 30 meters. "Back off," said the Starry River Court cultivator. "Nobody is allowed in here." Sneering, he turned and started chatting with his fellow sect disciples. "This really is a puny sect. I can't believe they have trash like this guarding the Grand Hall." His comrades sneered, and the disciples of the other 2 sects looked even more disdainful than before. The river-defying sect disciples were furious, but managed to hold their tempers. They well knew that the river-defying sect had only just entered the middle reaches, and didn't have a very stable position. Considering that the other three sects had only just arrived for their formal visit, and the patriarchs were all in the Grand Hall having a meeting, any conflicts which broke out could have very negative ramifications. On the other hand, it was obvious that the disciples from the other sects were trying to provoke a conflict. However, when they realized that the river-defying sect disciples weren't taking the bait, their faces turned even more grim. Despite that, none of them made any openly aggressive moves. As the disciples of the three sects exchanged hesitant glances, the leaders among each group began to talk loudly. I heard there are a lot of self-proclaimed chosen in the river-defying sect. Where's Baziash-Han? How about Son K, Ghost Fang, Nine Isles, Shangguantaniu, and Chen Manyao? Where are they? The nascent soul Taoist masters are having a meeting in the Grand Hall, and we juniors are stuck out here, bored out of our minds. Why don't the river-defying sect chosen come out to show their stuff? The other disciples in the three groups knew what their leaders wanted them to do. A young man stepped out of the crowd from the Polarity River Court, and each step he took caused cracking sounds to fill the air. Clearly, he had incredible fleshly body power. Looking around, he laughed loudly and then said, "Allow me to introduce myself. I'm Digong, and I'm in Late Foundation Establishment. Fellow Taoists from the river-defying sect, please step forward and give me some cultivation tips." He wasn't the only one to walk out into the open. Cultivators emerged from the other two sects as well, to make similar taunts. Seriously? One of them said. Nobody from the majestic river-defying sect will dare to swap pointers with me? What kind of a sect is this? The river-defying sect disciples were panting in anger. A moment later, one of the Late Foundation Establishment disciples from the Profound Stream Division charged toward the gong. Two more disciples began to charge toward the cultivators from the other two sects. Get your ass back in line. Digong said, laughing. Planting his right foot down onto the ground, he kicked off, spinning his leg through the air. Unexpectedly, though, this wasn't a kick powered by his fleshly body. A vast quantity of wind blades appeared, which shot forward in a dangerous magical attack. The Profound Stream Division disciple unleashed a flying sword, but to his surprise, the sword passed directly through Digong. By the time he realized that what he was looking at was an afterimage, it was too late, and Digong was right in front of him. Before he could react, Digong unleashed a fist strike which smashed right into him. Digong wasn't done yet, though. Laughing with vicious killing intent, he prepared to unleash another attack on the same disciple. The surrounding disciples of the river-defying sect were enraged, and a few of them flew over to try to save their fellow disciple. Meanwhile, the other two disciples who had flown out to challenge the visiting sects were being beaten back. Furthermore, their opponents seemed to be in the same killing mood as Digong. When Baziash-Han saw these events playing out, rage flickered in his eyes. In a flash, he appeared in front of the Profound Stream Division disciple, where he stood in place. When Digong's fist slammed into him, it didn't even move a hair on his head. The force of Digong's blow was redirected back at him, causing blood to spray out of his mouth as he tumbled backward, a look of shock on his face. A core formation cultivator? Digong bellowed. How shameless, river-defying sect. You dare to have a core formation cultivator fight the Foundation Establishment stage? Question mark. Even as his words were echoing out, Baziash-Han blurred into motion again, becoming a series of afterimages as he sped forward to rescue the other two disciples. He did the same thing, using his body to block the attacks being sent against them. He wasn't hurt at all, whereas the attackers from the other two sects were sent tumbling backward, coughing up blood and shouting out in rage. Completely shameless. How dare a core formation cultivator ambush a Foundation Establishment disciple? Digong and the other two disciples were completely enraged as they stared at Baziash-Han with cold gazes. Baziash-Han blurred into motion again, ending up in front of the cultivators of the three sects, hands clasped behind his back and chin stuck up. Glaring at them, he said, "So what if I attack some Foundation Establishment cultivators? I've attacked Chi Condensation disciples in the past too. Is that shameless? Besides, did you actually see me do any attacking? You were obviously hitting me. Seems to me like you're the shameless ones. 3 Foundation Establishment cultivators actually had the gall to gang up on me, a core formation expert. You people are going way overboard, you bullies. Don't push me too far. When I get mad, I frighten even myself." The cultivators of the 3 sects stared back at him angrily, thinking back to try to remember if he really had made an attack or not. Meanwhile, the disciples of the river-defying sect were more excited than ever, and began to call out greetings. Junior Patriarch. Greetings, Junior Patriarch. Greetings, Junior Patriarch. The leaders of the groups from the other sects instantly realized who was standing in front of them, and their pupils constricted. At this point, a young man strode out from the starry river court, his eyes flickering with cold light. Hidden in his hand was a black spike. In his estimation, if he could cripple Bazius-hun here, there might be some negative consequences, but overall, it would be a big win. How amusing, he said. So, you're Bazius-hun, huh? Allow me to introduce myself. I'm Chen Yunshan. Why don't we swap pointers about? Even as he began to speak, core formation cultivators stepped out from among the disciples from the Polarity River Court and the Dao River Court, their eyes shining with cold light. However, before Chen Yunshan could finish speaking, Bazius-hun yelled, "You're forcing me to do this." With that, he threw a medicinal pill toward Chen Yunshan. Huh? Chen Yunshan said, jaw-dropping. He waved his sleeve, but it didn't prevent the medicinal pill from exploding, causing black smoke to swirl out. His fellow disciples were also shocked, and waved their sleeves to disperse the smoke. However, there was some strange property to the smoke that made it impossible to dispel, and it even began to seep into them through their skin. Of course, as soon as the medicinal pill appeared, strange expressions appeared on the faces of the surrounding disciples of the river-defying sect. That was especially true of the disciples from the spirit and bloodstream divisions. They immediately began to back up, dragging the disciples of the other two divisions with them. Within moments, they were more than 300 meters away. The cultivators of the Dao River Court and Polarity River Court were shocked, and couldn't figure out why Bazius-hun had just thrown out a medicinal pill. Furthermore, the reactions of the river-defying sect were very telling, and they subconsciously began to back up as well. "What are you doing, Bazius-hun?" Chen Yunshan yelled angrily. Just when he was about to take a step forward, his eyes suddenly twitched. Simultaneously, one of his comrades behind him suddenly howled, lunged forward, and hugged him from behind. "Junior Sister Lee," he cried, "I finally found you." Within the blink of an eye, the dozen or so cultivators from the Starry River Court began to go crazy. One of the affected cultivators spread his arms wide and began to run back and forth. Another of them began to rave madly. Another suddenly began to smile broadly. Only the core formation disciple was able to stave off the effects with great effort. "I'm flying. Fly away. What is this place? Everybody get back. Aiiee. Ha ha ha. I've finally reached the Deva realm. From now on, I'm unparalleled under heaven." Some of the affected disciples wore looks of terror on their faces, and began to scream at the tops of their lungs. There was one who suddenly seemed drunk with pleasure, and immediately flew up into the sky toward the huge lizard. "Hey baby," he said. "Don't be scared, I'm coming." Chapter 359, Bullying Others with Force. Hissed expressions of shock and surprise could be heard outside the Grand Hall. As for the disciples of the river-defying sect, they were looking at Bazius-hun as if he were some sort of god. That was especially true of the disciples from the bloodstream division, many of whom literally shed tears as they thought back to situations they had encountered in the past. The disciples from the spirit stream division felt similarly sympathetic. As for the profound stream division, many of them had faced Bazius-hun and his team on the battlefield, and had been similarly tormented. Then there was the pill stream division disciples, whose eyes shone with bright light. They had heard many stories of Bazius-hun's pill concocting, which by this point were virtually legends. To see such things occurring with their own eyes filled their hearts with passion. Off to the side, the disciples of the Polarity River Court and the Dao River Court looked profoundly alarmed. Not only were they crying out in shock, they were rushing backward at top speed, doing anything they could to avoid contact with the black strands of smoke. What's going on? Heavens! What kind of pill is that? It's absolutely terrifying. I can't believe a medicinal pill like that exists in the world. Look, even the core formation cultivator can't hold out any longer. That medicinal pill is horrifying. The disciples of the two sects looked over at Bazius-hun with expressions of unprecedented fear, especially the female disciples. The more they thought about the ramifications of what they were seeing, the more frightening it was. Regardless of the levels of their cultivation bases, all of them felt profound terror of Bazius-hun rising up inside of them. Bazius-hun coughed dryly and then shrugged his shoulders at the cultivators of the Polarity River Court and Dao River Court. "You see?" he said, sounding very wronged. "They forced my hand. Like I said, when I get angry, I frighten even myself. But they didn't listen, did they? They insisted on bullying me." Suddenly, he cocked his head to the side, as if he'd just remembered something. Looking at the core formation cultivators from the other two sects, he said, "Oh right, you two were about to say something, weren't you?" The cultivators of both sects were trembling, and the Foundation establishment disciples edged backward again, trying to put some distance between themselves and the core formation elders. As for those elders, their hearts were starting to pound. Glancing over at the tragic scene playing out, they quickly offered explanations. "Oh no, I wasn't going to say much. Just that you really live up to your reputation, fellow Taoist Bay. You're like a dragon among men." "Yeah, exactly. Your sect is definitely going to be very popular in the middle reaches. Baziashun laughed heartily in response. Looking very pleased with himself, he was just about to boast a little bit more when suddenly, a cold snort echoed out thunderously from inside the grand hall. Everything trembled as a figure sped out of the hall, an old man with a full head of fiery red hair, and eyes that sparkled like lightning. Instantly, the maddened disciples shivered, and then began to vomit. After a moment passed, their pale faces once again filled with color. They were clearly weakened, and when they looked over at Baziashun, their gazes were filled with both confusion and terror. That was especially true of Chen Yunshan, who was glaring murderously at Baziashun. In his heart, he had already vowed to kill Baziashun in the future, to settle the score for the humiliation he had just experienced. After rescuing the maddened disciples, the red-haired old man turned his gaze upon Baziashun. Of course, considering that the man was vastly above Baziashun in both terms of cultivation base and status, it wasn't appropriate to meet his gaze. Therefore, Baziashun simply looked down innocently and kicked at a nearby pebble. The red-haired old man gave a cold harumph, then stalked grim-faced back into the grand hall. Baziashun immediately looked back up and glared in the old man's direction. Then he glanced around at the other disciples around him, and tried to decide whether or not to enter the hall himself. That was when Frigid Sek's voice echoed out. Ziashun, stop causing trouble outside. Come in. Sticking his chest out proudly, Baziashun took a deep breath and walked somberly toward the entrance to the hall. The disciples of the three sects looked at him with mixed emotions in their eyes. Furthermore, none of them were in any mood to harass the river-defying sect anymore. Upon entering the grand hall, Baziashun heard the voice of the red-haired old man he'd just seen. The river-defying sect is not the Sky River Court. It doesn't make any sense at all for the river-defying sect to get the Sky River Court's shares for no reason. Baziashun scanned the hall, and saw Frigid Sect, Master Godwind, and Patriarch Crimson Soul sitting in the position of honor, grim expressions on their faces. Seated in 2 rows in front of them, on the left and right, were 8 other cultivators. Without a single exception, all of those cultivators had nascent soul cultivation bases, and profound ones at that. Terrifying fluctuations spread out from them in all directions. That's right, one of them said. Resources are limited, and we all have sects to sustain. Obviously, the strong get stronger and the weak get weaker. You can't blame anyone but yourselves for that. Although the nascent soul cultivators of the 3 sects noticed Baziashun enter the hall, none of them paid him much attention, with the exception of the red-haired old man, whose eyes glittered with brutal ferocity. Baziashun pretended not to notice, striding somberly over to stand next to Frigid Sect. Frigid Sect gritted his teeth. Voice rigid with anger, he said, the river-defying sect took over the Sky River Court, and that includes the Sky River Court's shares. Brother Frigid Sect, said another of the nascent soul cultivators, these are simply the rules governing the Middle Reaches cultivation world. It's not like we're specifically targeting the river-defying sect. As Baziashun listened to the nascent soul cultivators' discussion, he gradually came to understand why the 3 other sects had came to visit. There was an arcane pocket realm in the Middle Reaches that opened once every 60-year cycle, within which were copious amounts of spirit plants. Some were the type that only appeared once every 10,000 years, others were virtually extinct in the outside world. Furthermore, there were a few that were critical ingredients to concocting Deva pills, which could give nascent soul cultivators a much better chance to advance to the mortal tier Deva realm. The value of such pills to virtually any sect couldn't be put into words. Every time the spirit plants in the arcane pocket realm were harvested, the Starry Sky Dao Polarity sect would take roughly half of the crop, and divide the rest among the 4 great sects. The entrance to that arcane pocket realm was located in a sealed legacy zone, an area that had been constructed ages ago by the Starry Sky Dao Polarity sect itself. By sealing the entrance to the pocket realm within a legacy zone, it not only kept the spirit plants safe, it also provided a chance for disciples of the 4 sects to earn magical techniques and divine abilities from the Starry Sky Dao Polarity sect. That was also a way for the Starry Sky Dao Polarity sect to scout for possible new disciples. The Starry Sky Dao Polarity sect had long since established rules governing how to split up the harvest from the pocket realm. Before the opening of the realm, the 4 sects would send disciples into the legacy zone to acquire legacy seals. Only 100 such seals were available, and the number acquired by the disciples would determine how many resources their sect got when the shares were divided. It was now only a few dozen years before the arcane pocket realm was to be opened again. Last time, the Sky River Court had taken 2nd place in terms of shares, earning 30% of the resources, all of which still remained in the treasure storehouses, untouched. Those resources were extremely important to the nascent soul patriarchs of the river-defying sect, who could make use of them in their attempts to reach the Deva realm. But now, the 3 sects had come to redistribute the shares from the previous harvest, and wanted the river-defying sect to hand over the resources, and even make up for any that were missing. The red-haired old man from the Starry River Court looked at Frigid Sect and then spoke in a harsh tone. Those resources belong to the Sky River Court, not the river-defying sect. If you want resources like that, you're going to have to work for them yourself. Bazish Hun frowned as his train of thought was interrupted, and his attention was drawn to the nascent soul cultivators from the three sects. Based on what he understood, the Tao River Court was the strongest of the sects, and had taken first place last time. To them, this wasn't a very big issue, and as such, they weren't saying much in the discussion. The Polarity River Court had come in third, and also had little to say. From what Bazish Hun could tell, the Starry River Court had come in last, and had the greatest motivation to push the issue. They weren't willing to back down, and it was primarily them who were trying to intimidate the river-defying sect. In fact, it was entirely likely that they had made offers of compensation to the other two sects to make this meeting happen. Essentially, they wanted to take advantage of the river-defying sect's weakness to steal their resources. Frigid Sect and the other patriarchs were doing their best to suppress their fury. Just when the red-haired old man was about to say something more, a white-robed old man from the Tao River Court, who had been dozing the entire time, suddenly opened his eyes and said, "Enough. The matter is settled. We've already been in contact with the Starry Sky Tao Polarity Sect, who have come up with a method to resolve the issue. Although the Legacy Zone is usually only opened once every 60-year cycle, this time, we are being allowed to open it outside of the normal schedule. We'll send our disciples in to take the trial by fire, and use the results to determine how the shares are redistributed. What do you think, fellow Taoist Frigid Sect?" Frigid Sect maintained his silence for a moment, then took a deep breath. He well knew that he wasn't in a position to disagree. If he did, it could have serious negative ramifications in the future. Furthermore, considering the Starry Sky Tao Polarity Sect had already given their stamp of approval, the river-defying sect had no qualifications to disagree. Deva Realm. He thought. If only the river-defying sect had someone in the Deva Realm, then things wouldn't play out like this. Finally, he gritted his teeth and nodded. Smiling, the white-robed old man rose to his feet. Excellent. In that case, I won't disturb you any further. See you in a month at the Arcane Pocket Realm. With that, he walked out of the hall. The nascent soul Taoist masters from the Polarity River Court had icy smiles on their faces as they also left. Last was the red-haired old man from the Starry River Court. Just before walking out of the hall, he looked back at Frigid Sect and said, "Oh, one more thing. I forgot to mention the requirement to enter the Legacy Zone. The only people who qualify are core formation cultivators who reached the stage within one 60-year cycle." In response, the faces of Frigid Sect and the other patriarchs turned even more grim. Chapter 360, Fine. 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 I'll go. When he saw the reactions of Frigid Sect, Master Godwind, and Patriarch Crimson Soul, the red-haired old man chuckled disdainfully, then flicked his sleeve and walked out. Rumbling could be heard outside of the Grand Hall as the cultivators of the three sects boarded their magical flight devices and then shot off into the distance, leaving behind nothing more than billowing winds and swirling dust. "Damn it," Crimson Soul said through gritted teeth. Master Godwind frowned. "I guess this is our fault for not understanding the rules of the Middle Reaches cultivation world." Frigid Sect smiled dryly and said, "With the plentiful resources here in the Middle Reaches, it's not as difficult for cultivators to reach core formation within a 60-year cycle. In the lower reaches, such an accomplishment is very, very difficult." At that point, he suddenly seemed to remember something, and looked over at Bazish Hun. Moments later, Master Godwind and Crimson Soul were also looking at him. Bazish Hun felt a bit unnerved to be stared at by these three, and couldn't help but subconsciously take a few steps back. Patriarchs, Bazish Hun, the reason we were just bullied and humiliated right now is because our sect is too weak. That's right, Bazish Hun. Now that I think about it, there's only one person in the entire river-defying sect who reached core formation within a 60-year cycle. One Night Crypt, my boy, as a junior patriarch, surely you understand how important this matter is to the future development of the sect. Although the words spoken by the three patriarchs were all different, as were the expressions on their faces, the gleams in their eyes were exactly the same. Bazish Hun suddenly felt as if his throat were bone dry. Moments ago, he had been standing there listening quietly, feeling much the same anger as the patriarchs. But then the three old fogies suddenly turned to stare at him, and even worse, when they began to talk, their words caused his heart to tremble. Inwardly, he was crying out in grief, especially when he thought about the fact that he really was the only core formation cultivator in the sect who had reached that stage within a 60-year cycle. When it came to legacy zones, sects would usually send 7 or 8 people, but in this case, he would be going in alone. The mere idea struck Bazish Hun with fear, And it was even worse considering that he had just aggressively heaped bad fortune onto the disciples from the Starry River Court, and had also brazenly threatened the Polarity River Court and the Tao River Court. At this point, his expression suddenly turned somber. A bitter look appeared in his eyes as he continued, "Listen, patriarchs, the truth is that I actually lied about my age before. Yeah. Now that I'm the junior patriarch, I can't continue to hide the truth. Back when I was found on that mountain, I wasn't a teenager, I was actually 40. I just looked young, and decided to perpetuate the lie. I was wrong, I know. I should have told you the truth, and not caused such confusion for the sect during important times." Bezier Shun's voice was filled with regret, and he truly sounded as if he were divulging a long-harbored secret. As he spoke, his hand slowly clenched into fists. "Patriarchs, I truly feel terrible. Every time I think about my true age, and how I've hidden it for so long, I feel worse and worse. Alright, well I guess it's time to go into secluded meditation now." Even as he spoke, he turned and hurried toward the door. Crimson Soul was frowning, and Master Godwind looked quite anxious. Just as they were about to speak, Frigid Sect smiled dryly and said, "Zia Shun, you're going, whether you want to or not." However, Bezier Shun didn't stop heading toward the door. "Nobody wants our sect to seem weak, right?" Frigid Sect continued. "If we can't produce a single core formation cultivator who succeeded within one 60-year cycle, it will only mean further humiliation at the hands of the three other sects. I'm afraid if that happens, we won't have a very strong foundation in the middle reaches." When Bezier Shun heard that, he slowed down a bit, his heart twisting with indecision. Frigid Sect seemed to be getting a bit worked up as he went on, but that's okay. "You're the most important of all, Zia Shun. The sect is your home, and we're your family. We won't force you to do anything you don't want to do. Even if we get bullied and humiliated, we'll protect you, and all the other disciples too." Bezier Shun was at the door, looking out at the world outside, indecision gripping his heart and refusing to let go. This time, Frigid Sect said, "The river-defying sect will just have to concede defeat. Master Godwind, Crimson Soul, there's no need to send me secret messages with divine sense. I've already made my decision." Frigid Sect suddenly seemed older, his voice laced with bleakness and exhaustion. Bezier Shun stood there looking up sadly into the sky. "What?" Frigid Sect said loudly. "What's that you say via projected message, Master Godwind?" "No. Although we know going in that we will lose, and only want to do it to keep from losing face, we can't send Bezier Shun in alone." "Yes, I know. Bezier Shun once said in his heart that he lives for the sect. Yes, I know we treat him well. I know all that. But you might as well give up trying to persuade me. Crimson Soul, stop projecting messages. My mind has been made up. It doesn't matter that Zia Shun has precious treasures to defend himself with, as well as a Heaven Dao gold core. It doesn't matter that he has cultivated an incredibly powerful fleshly body, and that it would be virtually impossible for anyone under nascent soul to kill him. Nor does it matter that, by the Dharmic decree of the Starry Sky Dao Polarity Sect, killing is forbidden in the Legacy Seal competition. Bezier Shun is our junior patriarch. Even if the place offers no dangers whatsoever, we definitely can't take any risks at all." Bezier Shun gritted his teeth and turned to face the three patriarchs, looking almost like he was about to cry. "Fine. I'll go, alright? Enough with the persuading." The instant the words left Bezier Shun's mouth, Frigid Sect rose to his feet, walked over to him, and clasped him enthusiastically on the shoulder. "Good kid. Alright, the matter's set. This jade slip will tell you everything you need to know about the Legacy Zone. Study it carefully. Make whatever preparations you need to. In a month, the three of us will personally escort you to the Legacy Zone." With that, he turned and sped away. Master Godwind and Crimson Soul gave approving glances to Bezier Shun, but fearing that he might suddenly change his mind, they quickly teleported away. Bezier Shun looked around with wide eyes at the empty hall. He reached his hands out as if he wanted to grab onto something, but the only thing he had to grab onto was his hair. "Those crafty foxes," he wailed. "Schemers, all of them. There's no way they didn't know about the rules. Obviously, they knew from the beginning, and were just trying to con me. I. Scowling, Bezier Shun suddenly felt as if he was very, very naive. After walking dejectedly out of the hall, he looked up into the sky, and it somehow seemed very, very dark. He moped all the way back to his immortal's cave, where he sat down cross-legged in grief. Then he thought about how he would have to single-handedly go up against people from all three of the other sects, and he suddenly felt quite lonely. Wait, it won't be just me. I can take Bruiser with me. He reached core formation in less than a 60-year cycle. The two of us against all those people. How will we handle it? They're definitely going to bully us. What do I do? Hanging his head dispiritedly, He took out the jade slip and started to go over the information about the legacy zone. According to the detailed description in the jade slip, there were a total of 100 legacy seals inside. Last time, the Sky River Court sent 13 qualified disciples into the legacy zone, who managed to acquire 30 seals. Unfortunately, none of them managed to acquire enlightenment of any of the legacy techniques. In the end, the Sky River Court got 30% of the resources, whereas the Starry River Court, who came in last place, only got 10%. The rules for how to distribute the resources were set down by the Starry Sky Dao Polarity sect, and couldn't be changed. Bazius sighed again. For the following several days, he continued to mull over the matter until he made his final decision. Fudge. I already said I'd go, right? Fine. 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 I'll go. After he thought about how many other people he would be competing against, he decided to go buy a huge amount of paper talismans. He didn't purchase them with merit points, but rather, got them on credit. Next, he went to the treasure pavilion, where he did the same thing to acquire a large collection of magical items. Finally, he purchased some armor and more leather clothing. Realizing that the only thing he lacked was a big black wok, he searched the sect up and down until he found an extraordinarily sturdy iron wok that was more than suitable. Next, he gritted his teeth and requested some multicolored fuel from the patriarchs, which he used to perform 5-fold spirit enhancements on all of his items, including the big black wok. Despite how many items he had purchased, he still didn't feel safe. Next, he went to the Profound Stream Division to request some spell formations, then to the Blood Stream Division to request spirit blood, and finally to the Pill Stream Division to request spirit medicines. By the time he was finished with all these activities, half a month had passed. For the next half month, he focused on cultivation, and ended up inching closer toward a breakthrough. As for his work with his undying muscles, the big toe on his left foot was finished. Whenever he called upon it, shocking fleshly body power would surge through him, originating from the toe. Unfortunately, using that power would also cause his shoe to explode. Because of that, Bazius also prepared a large number of shoes for his left foot. Eventually, the long-awaited day came. At dawn, Bazius walked out of his immortal's cave, wearing numerous layers of leather clothing, and a black wok strapped to his back. He had paper talismans plastered all over him, and overall, looked very sad. Then he headed toward the summit of Mount River Defiance, followed by the curious bruiser, who was wearing a suit of armor and plenty of paper talismans, and yet radiated an air of complete ferocity. Chapter 361, Only One? Many disciples emerged to watch Bazius go up to Mount River Defiance. Everyone knew why the other 3 Middle Reaches sects had come last month, and it left them simmering with rage. They also knew that Bazius was going to represent the river-defying sect in a fight inside an arcane pocket realm. When news spread that the only person in the entire sect who qualified to go was Bazius, many cultivators started to get worried. The river-defying sect was a newcomer to the Middle Reaches, as unfamiliar with the cultivation world there as they were strangers to it. In these unfamiliar surroundings, the river-defying sect seemed impressive, but the truth was that until they produced a Deva realm expert, they were in a very precarious position, and could be easily supplanted. A feeling of uneasiness and lurking danger existed in the hearts of not only the ordinary disciples, but even the patriarchs. Thankfully, they had the Blood Ancestor and the Dire Skybanian, as well as the shocking True Spirit which made even the other 3 great sects nervous. Those were the only things that gave the river-defying sect a modicum of stability. Bazius was aware of all of that. Therefore, despite the fact that he didn't really want to go to the arcane pocket realm, and despite the ferocity he had witnessed among the disciples of the 3 sects, he had chosen to go along with the arrangement. Gritting his teeth and trembling with fear, he led Bruiser slowly up to the top of the mountain. Waiting there for him were Master Godwind, Frigid Sect, and Crimson Soul. 3 late nascent soul Taoist masters would be escorting him to the arcane pocket realm. Everyone watched silently as Bazius made his way to the top of the mountain. Ghost Fang emerged from his immortal's cave, an absent-minded look in his eyes as he thought back to the time he had fought Bazius back in the Spirit Stream sect. That was the first time he had ever lost to someone in the same generation as him, and although he hadn't appeared to have been affected in any way, it had awoken in him a strong desire to surpass Bazius. At a certain point, though, he had came to realize that Bazius' progress was almost unbelievable. He was already so far ahead that it almost seemed impossible to catch up. Then there was Song Kei, who stood atop one of the mountains in the Bloodstream division, hands clenched tightly into fists. He was thinking about the fallen Sword World, Heavendale Foundation establishment, and everything which had occurred after that. Within his eyes burned flames of defiance. I'm definitely going to surpass you one day. As for the Blood Masters and other top chosen in the Bloodstream division, all of them were equally unsettled. While they were concerned about their sect, they also couldn't help but compare themselves to Bazius. The fact that none of them even qualified to go into the arcane pocket realm was profoundly chafing to all of them. Juzinki was having a hard time controlling her breathing, and Nine Isle's eyes were completely bloodshot. Master God Diviner and Geolai were both unsettled. In the past, there had been one dazzling chosen who was currently stuck at a cultivation-base bottleneck. That was Lu Tanlai, who spent most of his time alone, refusing to go out. However, as of this moment, he chose to emerge from his immortal's cave and stare off at the figure ascending Mount River Defiance. Chen Manyao appeared, as did Gong Sunwaner. Gong Sunwaner's expression was the same as ever, her lips perpetually upturned into a faint smile. However, compared to all the people just mentioned, the person with the most complicated emotions of all was teetering on the verge of madness, Shangguan Taniu. He stood tall and straight, his features as stunningly handsome as ever. He had no desire to even look at Baziash Hun, and therefore refused to emerge from his immortal's cave. Although he couldn't see Baziash Hun, his heart felt as if it had been bitten by the most poisonous of serpents, and the pain he felt was difficult to put into words. Eyes bloodshot and fists clenched, he said, "You're just a cheap bastard with no parents and no education. I'm Shangguan Taniu. I'm definitely going to crush you beneath my feet." Although there were people who were jealous or angry, there were others who were sending Baziash Hun away with blessings and well wishes. Big Fatty Zhang, Hu Yunfei, Zhu Bakei, Third Fatty Hai, and Li King were all present. Hu Xiaomai and Song Jun were there too, wishing him well, but at the same time, very nervous. Countless eyes were fixed upon Baziash Hun as he ascended the mountain. Soon, he was at the very same altar where Bruiser had reached core formation. That was where the three patriarchs were waiting for him. As soon they looked over and saw his get-up, their jaws dropped, and they exchanged awkward glances. Finally, Frigid Sect coughed dryly and then waved his hand. Instantly, a silver beam of light descended from the sky above. It was the Heaven Horn Sword, which began to grow larger and larger until it was fully 3,000 meters long. "All right, Ziash Hun, it's time to leave," he said. With that, he blurred into motion, shooting toward the Heaven Horn Sword. Crimson Soul and Master Godwind joined him, and within moments, they were on top of the sword, where they sat down cross-legged in a row. Baziash Hun gritted his teeth and flew up to join them. Behind him, Bruiser threw his head back and roared as he followed along. Bruiser's eyes were filled with excitement and anticipation. This was his first time being allowed to go out with Baziash Hun for a trial by fire, and being alongside him for such an event was extremely exciting. "Let's go," Frigid Sect said, his voice booming like thunder. The Heaven Horn Sword began to shine with dazzling silver light, and then rumbling echoed out as it shot off with incredible speed. In the blink of an eye, it had disappeared, leaving behind nothing but rolling sonic booms and a long streak of silver light. Only after Baziash Hun left did people begin to speak again in the river-defying sect. Nine Isles, Song K, Ghost Fang, and the other chosen like them all went back into secluded meditation, their eyes filled with a determination to advance. All of them swore to reach core formation as quickly as possible. Even Big Fatty Zhang gritted his teeth and went into secluded meditation. Virtually everyone in the same generation as Baziash Hun did the same thing. The cultivation world of the Middle Reaches was so large that it couldn't really be described as being divided into continents. Instead, the word domain was used. As for the realm occupied by the river-defying sect, its name had recently been changed from the Sky Domain to the Defiance Domain. As for the Arcane Pocket Realm, it was located far away from the Defiance Domain in the Dao Domain, next to a seemingly endless desert. Because the desert was so far away from the Heavenspan River, the spiritual energy of heaven and earth was rather faint there. It was in that region of scarce spiritual energy that the Arcane Pocket Realm existed, and despite its remoteness, it couldn't be judged as a place devoid of good fortune. There was a temple in that desert, a place of extreme ancientness that had existed longer than anyone could remember. This was the location where the legacy seals existed, and also the entrance to the Arcane Pocket Realm. Surrounding the temple were more than 100 stones sticking up out of the desert sands, each one well over 300 meters tall. The stones were very strange looking, and at first glance seemed to have been distributed randomly around the temple. However, closer examination would reveal that they had been placed in a specific pattern which altered the state of heaven and earth in the area. Shockingly, those stones were a powerful spell formation. Powerful fluctuations rolled out from the spell formation that even nascent soul cultivators would be leery of. Clearly, the only person who could have possibly put such a spell formation into place was a deva. The forces of the Starry River Court and the Polarity River Court could already be seen sitting cross-legged in meditation atop the stones. Each of the two sects had more than 20 cultivators who had yet to live for a full 60-year cycle. There were men and women, all of them with calm expressions. However, there was no hiding the aloof pride in their eyes, they were all top chosen in their sects. The truth was that they had a right to be proud. A mere glance at any one of them would reveal how different they were from ordinary cultivators. The two sects had spent vast amounts of resources to raise these chosen, who were seeds that would grow to be pillars of their respective organizations. One of them was Chen Yunshan. The two sects were seated apart from each other, and their auras were clearly different. As for the starry river court, their cultivators were surrounded by a murky radiance that almost seemed like countless stars, pulsing with a profound aura. In sharp contrast to them were the chosen of the Polarity River Court. They had fiendish, murderous auras, and gazes which seemed capable of penetrating into their opponents' hearts and minds. They seemed like people who killed at the drop of a hat, and were surrounded by a seething black mist. It was just barely possible to see the outlines of devilish spirits within that mist, roving to and fro. The energy on display here was something the likes of which no sect in the lower reaches cultivation world could ever have. Only the great sects of the middle reaches could put on a display like this. As the forces of the two sects sat there waiting, the cultivators began to look up into the sky as they sensed certain fluctuations off in the distance. A moment later, a streak of silver light appeared off in the distance, which was the Heaven Horn Sword. As it pierced through the air, the power of a tenfold spirit enhancement rippled out in all directions. Clearly, the river-defying sect was trying to put on a good show. In the blink of an eye, the sword was closing in on the spell formation, allowing the cultivators of the Starry and Polarity River Courts to see the figures atop it. Ignoring the three patriarchs, their gazes came to rest on Bazish Hun. It was hard to say who among the two sects said it, but the surprise and derision in that person's voice couldn't have been more clear. Only one person. Chapter 362, The Legacy Competition Begins. Everyone in the two sects began to snicker,